Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. It would explain much about the events that had haunted him for years, including the attack on Hidden Leaf Village 13 years ago. Minato read Kakashi's expression and sighed inwardly. He had kept the truth from Kakashi to protect him, but now was the time to reveal it. The man you described is the same one I fought 13 years ago during the Nine Tails attack, Minato said. He claimed to be Madara Uchiha, but I'm certain he isn't. His abilities and motives don't align with the real Madara. The room fell silent. Kakashi's heart sank as conflicting emotions overwhelmed him. If the masked man was who he suspected, then his former teammate had survived but as an enemy. Shizue and Itachi exchanged grim looks. This revelation explained much about the Uchiha clan's strained relationship with Hidden Leaf Village. To think that someone claiming to be Uchiha had orchestrated events that painted their entire clan as traitors. Only Sasuke seemed unaffected, pondering whether the masked man was Uchiha in hiding or someone who had stolen their eyes. Yagura broke the silence. Do you know anything more about his motives or whereabouts? This information is critical to us. Minato nodded. The man you described is connected to a group called the Akatsuki. It's an organization of rogue ninjas, many of whom are extremely dangerous. Their goal is to capture all the tailed beasts, though the specifics of their plan are unclear. I suspect their base is located in the Hidden Rain Village. The mention of the Akatsuki sent a ripple of unease through the room. As the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura understood the implications. The Hidden Mist had already lost the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, who had gone missing. It was imperative to recover him before the Akatsuki struck. Thank you for sharing this, Yagura said solemnly. In return, I promise that if we uncover any information about the Akatsuki, we will share it with Hidden Leaf Village. Minato nodded, appreciating Yagura's cooperation. We're facing a common enemy. Together, we stand a better chance of stopping them. Chapter 199. After concluding the critical discussions, the conversation between Minato and Yagura shifted to lighter topics: cooperation in missions, economic ties, and mutual trade agreements. Both leaders shared the hope that by fostering understanding between their villages, the long-standing estrangement could be reduced. They agreed that more communication and joint efforts between the ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village were essential to building trust. While no formal alliance had been signed, their dialogue showed promise for future collaboration. Meanwhile, Naruto sat quietly, seemingly paying attention. In reality, his mind wandered to less cooperative thoughts. Should the ninja's sword taken from Zabuza be returned? What about Ao's Byakugan? These musings were far from diplomatic. Kakashi, on the other hand, was lost in his turmoil. The revelation about Obito had shaken him. Obito is alive. He caused the Nine Tails attack. But what do I do now? The conflict between his loyalty to the village and his bond with his best friend left Kakashi silent and contemplative. When the meeting ended, Yagura stood to leave. Minato offered, why not stay in Hidden Leaf Village for a few days? We haven't had the chance to properly host you. Yagura shook his head politely. There's no need. Honestly, coming here was already a risk. With so many Sharingan in Hidden Leaf Village, it feels like I'm walking into a trap. He chuckled lightly, but the sentiment was genuine. Minato didn't press further, understanding Yagura's cautious stance. At the village gate at the gates of Hidden Leaf Village, Izumo and Kotetsu stood with unusual posture and enthusiasm. While they usually registered arrivals and departures with casual efficiency, today was different. Hokage-sama himself was coming to see off the delegation. The pair hoped to use this opportunity to request a transfer to active duty. Though they appreciated the importance of their current roles, they longed for the thrill of missions and fieldwork. Their optimism dimmed slightly when they noticed a figure waiting near the gate. It was Hiku, slim and serene, with a quiet presence that made them sigh wistfully. If only he were Hokage-sama's adopted daughter instead of son. Hiku had come at Naruto's request. Upon learning that Zabuza was no longer a rogue ninja but an integral part of Hidden Mist Village's reform efforts, Hiku felt immense joy. Knowing how deeply Zabuza loved his forehead protector and his dream of a better Hidden Mist, Hiku was certain this new chapter in Zabuza's life brought him great happiness. When Zabuza finally arrived, Hiku's emotions condensed into a warm smile. Mr. Zabuza, Long time no see. Zabusa, now thinner but more focused, softened at the sight of Hiku. Ah, long time no see. The two stood in silence for a moment, exchanging unspoken understanding. Their paths had diverged, but the respect and bond between them remained unshaken. Parting words at the final farewell, Yagura turned to Minato with sincerity. Fourth Hokage. No, Minato, it has been an honor to meet you. If only we were born in the same village. Yagura's admiration was clear. Minato's ideals, charisma, and strength inspired confidence and goodwill, making him the kind of ninja no one would want as an enemy. Minato smiled warmly. Let's work to make our villages as close as family. There's no reason two villages can act as one. You're welcome to visit anytime, Yagura. The two leaders shook hands firmly, their shared vision for peace resonating. Aftermath. As the Hidden Mist Village delegation departed, Kakashi trailed behind Minato, torn between his desire for answers and his hesitation to ask. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Minato placed a hand on his head, just as he had done years ago. Kakashi, he said softly, I know you have questions. I'll explain everything. For a moment, Kakashi felt as though he were 13 again, back when Minato's reassuring hand had been a source of comfort. Memories of team photos and youthful dreams flashed through his mind. So much has changed. But Minato-sensei's warmth hasn't. That night, Minato told Kakashi the truth about Obito. Learning that his best friend was alive was a bittersweet revelation. Obito, the boy who had saved Kakashi's life and given him his Sharingan, had become someone almost unrecognizable. As Kakashi lay awake, staring at an old team photo, he whispered, Obito. I'll bring you back. Even if it means dragging you home to face your sins. We can't let you keep destroying everything. The next morning at the training ground, Sakura greeted Naruto with a yawn. Morning, Naruto. You look tired, Sakura. Are things okay at the hospital? Sakura rubbed her shoulders. It's exhausting. I've been doing surgeries non-stop. We managed to save everyone, though. Great work, Naruto said earnestly. He respected the tireless efforts of Hidden Leaf Village's medical ninjas. It's nothing, Sakura replied, brushing it off. Then, with concern, she asked, where's Sasuke? He's never late. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He was fine yesterday, just sulking because he didn't get to fight. You don't think he's skipping, do you? Sasuke's tardiness was unusual, especially for someone as disciplined as him. Even Kakashi's chronic lateness didn't explain why Sasuke hadn't shown up. Their waiting ended abruptly when Minato appeared, his expression grim. His words hit like a thunderclap, Sasuke has had an accident. Chapter 200. It all began the day before. After seeing off the Mizukage and his delegation, Sasuke and Itachi walked home together, chatting and laughing. Along the way, they encountered a group of children playing ninja games. One of them accidentally bumped into Sasuke. Ouch! The kid fell hard on his backside. You okay? Sasuke asked, squatting down to help him up. Although his conversation with Itachi had been interrupted, Sasuke didn't mind showing concern. However, the child shoved Sasuke's hand away. Don't worry about it. The kid exclaimed, making a face before running off. The other children quickly followed, afraid of being scolded. Itachi chuckled. It seems you're not very popular, Sasuke. Humphrey. Sasuke huffed, turning away. Even as his brother, Itachi would be ignored for at least 10 minutes. They both dismissed the incident as nothing unusual. Later that night, Itachi, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He heard footsteps coming from Sasuke's room. Thinking his brother was sneaking off to train, Itachi decided to accompany him. However, Itachi soon noticed something was wrong. Sasuke wasn't heading toward the clan's training grounds. Instead, he was walking toward the village outskirts, his movements stiff and unnatural. Following him, Itachi quickly realized Sasuke was sleepwalking. What's more, Sasuke seemed intent on leaving Hidden Leaf Village, a serious offense if discovered. Itachi stepped in, trying to wake Sasuke, but to his shock, Sasuke attacked him without a word. Recognizing something was deeply wrong, Itachi had no choice but to subdue him. Using shuriken and steel wire, Itachi restrained Sasuke and finally managed to snap him out of it. Brother? Sasuke asked groggily, looking at the wires binding him. Why am I here? Why am I tied up? Itachi frowned, untangling Sasuke. You really don't remember? Noticing a faint disappearing mark on Sasuke's forehead, Itachi tried to investigate further but found no clues. The next day, he took Sasuke to see someone who could help. The investigation Minato examined Sasuke thoroughly but found nothing. Based on Itachi's description, this seems to be a hidden curse mark that only activates under specific conditions. It's incredibly tricky. To address the situation, Minato called together a group of Hidden Leaf Village's most skilled individuals: Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kushina, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura. Given Sasuke's status as a ninja with a powerful KK Genkai, the potential of someone targeting him was alarming. At the Uchiha household, Sasuke lay on a bed surrounded by the gathered experts. The scene looked like this: Naruto, Sakura at Itachi, Minato bed, Kushina, Jiraiya bed, Tsunade, Kakashi feeling the weight of everyone's stares, especially his mother's worried gaze. Sasuke shifted uncomfortably. He could barely meet Mikoto's eyes. After several examinations, the group concluded that someone must have disguised themselves as a child and cursed Sasuke during their encounter. The technique was either too powerful or too well concealed to be detected easily. Tsunade shook her head. There are no physical or mental abnormalities. This technique is unlike anything I've seen. Minato sighed. Even Sage Mode's perception doesn't detect anything unusual. It's as if the curse doesn't exist until activated. Fugaku frowned. If it's ninjutsu, it should leave chakra traces, but even the Sharingan can't see anything. It's unreasonable. Naruto, always ready with a suggestion, said, "What about the Hyuga clan? They specialize in chakra systems and could take a closer look at the flow in Sasuke's meridians." The Uchiha family didn't take offense at Naruto's suggestion. Over the years, the rivalry between the two clans had softened significantly. Fugaku nodded. "I'll visit Hayashi personally." Minato interjected. "We should avoid mobilizing too many people until we identify the mastermind. Naruto, you can explain the situation to Hayashi and bring us directly to the Hyuga compound." Naruto didn't object to being sent on the errand. With a grin, he ruffled Sasuke's spiky hair and dashed off. Sasuke, glaring after him, muttered, "Humphrey. If I could beat him, I would." Mikoto, seeing the brief playfulness between the two boys, allowed herself a small smile. "You two are still so close." "Humphrey," Sasuke repeated, folding his arms. If not for Naruto's speed, he might have retaliated. At the Hyuga compound, Naruto knocked on the Hyuga family's door. The one who answered was Hyuga Natsu, the maid who often looked after Hinata and Hanabi. "Miss Natsu, is Hinata here?" Naruto asked, feigning casualness. Minato had instructed him to keep things low-key, and visiting under the guise of looking for Hinata made sense. "The Patriarch and Master Neji are instructing the young ladies in training," Natsu replied. "Perfect timing," Naruto nodded. "Could you take me to them? I have something important to discuss." Natsu agreed, leading Naruto to the Hyuga training grounds. When they arrived, Neji was sparring with Hanabi while Hayashi offered guidance. Hinata stood to the side, listening intently. Naruto couldn't help but notice how Neji's movements seemed less like sparring and more like personal training. Uncle Hayashi must be working hard to teach him everything meant for the main branch, Naruto thought. He waited quietly for Hayashi to finish speaking before stepping forward to explain the situation. Hayashi, unbothered by Naruto's presence, listened attentively. Once Naruto finished, he nodded. "Let's go." Naruto grinned at his success but couldn't shake the feeling that Hayashi was far more relaxed around him now, probably because he engaged with Hinata. At least that's one benefit of being a future family. Chapter 201. It turns out that's the situation. "Of course, there's no problem." Hayashi Hyuga nodded after hearing the request. Although he was mildly irritated by Naruto's growing closeness to his precious daughter, Hinata, he couldn't deny the sincerity of the young man. Plus, the way Hinata sneaked glances at Naruto every 3 seconds made it clear he'd already lost the battle. Reluctantly, he agreed to help. Naruto carefully placed a Flying Thunder God kunai at a visible spot in the Hyuga compound and left to gather the others. Although Hinata already had a kunai with his marker, Naruto deliberately avoided using it. Using that would be like saying, "Hey, father-in-law, I have the key to your daughter's room." That's asking for trouble. Naruto shuddered at the thought of Hayashi discovering him sneaking into Hinata's room one day and retaliating with 100,000 Byakugan enhanced strikes. Better to play it safe. Naruto returned with Sasuke, bed and all, via Flying Thunder God. Sasuke, now surrounded by 5 pairs of focused eyes, shifted uncomfortably. Naruto patted his shoulder. "Relax. It's just like an X-ray. It won't hurt. You'll get used to it." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Get used to it? Of course, you're used to coming here every day, but I'm not." Fugaku solemnly addressed Hayashi. "Please, we leave this in your hands." Hayashi nodded, his Byakugan activating. However, as his vision swept over Naruto, he momentarily froze. What in the world is this massive chakra? His gaze flicked to Minato and Kushina for confirmation. While Minato's chakra was undoubtedly strong and Kushina's impressive as a former Jinchuriki, Naruto's sheer reserves were on another level. Hayashi pushed his curiosity aside and refocused on Sasuke. Carefully, He examined Sasuke's chakra system, meridians, and acupuncture points. After a long silence, he deactivated his Byakugan. I didn't find anything unusual. What about you two? Hisashi and Neji also shook their heads, confirming they hadn't seen anything either. Just as the room began to grow tense, a hesitant voice spoke up. I think I saw something, Hinata said. Everyone turned to her, startled. What did you see? Hisashi asked, hiding the emotional ripple her words caused. There are tiny fragments of chakra scattered in the meridians near Sasuke's forehead, Hinata explained. Because they're so small and spread out, they're difficult to detect. Hisashi, and Neji reactivated their Byakugan, but none of them could see what Hinata had described. Hisashi frowned. How can my daughters see what even I cannot? Byakugan. Hanabi declared, activating her own eyes. Her serious tone and young age made her determination amusing. Naruto couldn't resist ruffling her hair. You're getting pretty skilled, Hanabi, Naruto teased. But be careful if you keep improving this fast, someone might try to steal your Byakugan. Hanabi batted his hand away, her face serious. Naruto, don't joke. This is important. After scrutinizing Sasuke for a moment, she pouted. I can't see it either. Big sister is amazing. Hisashi asked, Hinata, are you certain of what you saw? Yes, Hinata replied firmly, though her nerves made her voice tremble slightly. Naruto, trusting in Hinata's sharp eyes, asked, could you target those fragments with gentle fist? Hinata shook her head. It's too dangerous. If it were anywhere else, maybe, but on the head. Itachi spoke up. Sasuke, try using some chakra. Let's see if it affects those fragments. Sasuke nodded, jumping out of bed to release a fireball jutsu. Afterwards, Hinata checked again. No, she said, they haven't moved. Minato sighed. If we can't address this through ninjutsu, we'll have to focus on finding the one behind it. Mikoto frowned, worry creasing her face. But who could it be? Before anyone could speculate further, a massive projection appeared in the sky. Naruto pointed at it. I'm guessing it's that guy. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair. Your guesses are too accurate. Don't make a habit of it. Naruto smirked but didn't reply. Just wait until we deal with pain. I'll let you guess how many explosive tags Conan has. Good luck with that. The projection revealed a man speaking confidently. I am Hiruko, a former ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, and the creator of the Chimera Jutsu. Using this forbidden jutsu, I have absorbed 4 KK Genkai and made them my own. When I claim the 5th, I will become an immortal ninja and crush Hidden Leaf Village beneath my feet. The projection vanished, leaving a tense silence in its wake. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged looks. Hiruko? Jiraiya muttered. But he's supposed to be dead. Tsunade sighed. Guess not. And what's with that appearance? He's kept the look of a child all these years. Naruto tilted his head. Wait, if he's been alive all this time, why didn't we know? Jiraiya and Tsunade gave a brief history of Hiruko. He had been a contemporary of the Sannin but was overshadowed by their talents. This inferiority complex led him to develop the forbidden Chimera Jutsu, which allowed him to steal others' KK Genkai. When his experiments were discovered, he defected from Hidden Leaf Village. He's basically a mad scientist, Tsunade concluded with a grimace. Sound familiar? Naruto muttered, seems like Orochimaru's long-lost twin. Minato stood. We know who's responsible now. Let's prepare to deal with him. The group left the Hyuga compound, ready to strategize. Hisashi, watching Minato's calm demeanor, doubted Hiruko could cause much trouble. Back at the Hyuga compound, big sister, come train with me. Hanabi said, tugging on Hinata's sleeve. Her admiration for Hinata had grown after her discovery of Sasuke. Hinata hesitated, glancing at Hanabi's face. Hanabi, you should wash your face first. Huh? Why? Hanabi asked, confused. Hyuganatsu handed her a mirror, and Hanabi gasped. At some point, someone had written serious across her forehead. That awful guy. Hanabi stomped her feet, glaring at the direction Naruto had left. When did he do this? She stormed off to wash her face, leaving the rest of the Hyuga clan chuckling quietly. Chapter 202. When the massive projection of Hiruko disappeared, Hidden Leaf Village's villagers were momentarily gripped by panic. First, an airborne ninja village had attacked, and now a rogue ninja with stolen KK Genkai was threatening them. How many more crises will we face? Can't we just live in peace for a while? The panic lasted about 10 minutes until Minato made a public announcement, reassuring everyone, the matter is under control. I will personally ensure the safety of the village. The villagers, reassured by their Hokage's confidence, quickly returned to their usual routines. Hokage-sama said it's fine, so it'll be fine. Who's this Hiruko guy anyway? He sounds like he's got nothing better to do. If his ninjutsu is so good, maybe he should help rebuild the houses Sky Ninja destroyed. My roof still has a hole in it. I've got a discount coupon for barbecue Q. Once this is over, I'll treat you all. Honestly, his projection was pretty impressive. I heard it's better than the latest Fujikazuki adaptations of Jiraiya-sama's Quick series. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stood on the roof of the Ninja Academy, lighting a rare cigarette while avoiding his wife's watchful eyes. Minato's reputation has reached a level we old guys could only dream of, Hiruzen muttered, exhaling a puff of smoke. Well, no use fretting over it. Let's just focus on the next class material. He glanced at his lesson plan. Trap setting techniques. Oh no, I hope Konohamaru doesn't use these on me. Preparing the team after calming the villagers, Minato began planning the operation. The curse mark on Sasuke will likely activate again. When it does, we'll use it to trace Hiruko's location, he explained. Now, let's decide who will handle this mission. Before he could finish, Itachi stepped forward, his tone icy. Lord Hokage, allow me to go. That man dares to target my brother? He won't succeed. Sakura volunteered next, her voice determined. I'm going to. Sasuke is my teammate, and I won't let anyone take him. What kind of teammate? He's mine. Sakura thought, glaring internally at anyone who might dare to interfere with her chance to help Sasuke. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector. As Sasuke's teacher, I can't sit this one out. Naruto stood beside Kakashi. Someone like Hiruko? Yeah, I'll help take him down. Minato nodded, trusting this team's capability. Very well. Kakashi's team will handle this mission, with Itachi temporarily joining them. I'll leave this in your hands. The four nodded in unison. Minato smiled at Sasuke, who seemed unusually quiet. Your task, Sasuke, is to sleep. Oh. Sasuke's reply was subdued. He hated feeling like a burden. To have been cursed by someone like Hiruko felt like a personal failure, a disgrace to the Uchiha name. Don't overthink it, Itachi said, poking Sasuke's forehead. When you wake up, your brother will have taken care of everything. Yeah. Sasuke's mood lifted slightly, thanks to Itachi's reassurance. The team gathered to monitor Sasuke while he rested. Minutes later, Sasuke opened his eyes, irritated. I can't sleep when you're all staring at me like this. Naruto smirked. Want me to sing you a lullaby? I can do, Mr. Rabbit. Sasuke glared at him. A lullaby? I'm not a kid. And I still remember the weird songs you sang as a kid, none of them were normal. Don't make it worse, Naruto, Kakashi said, pushing him aside. Let's all wait outside. Itachi can stay here. Mikoto, looking anxious, made a request. Can Sakura stay? She's a medical ninja, and I'll feel more at ease knowing she's here. Sakura, stunned by Mikoto's trust, quickly nodded. Of course. Naruto was outside, enjoying tea and snacks, when Sasuke staggered out of the room. The curse mark had activated, and Sasuke was now moving under Hiruko's influence. The group quickly made way for him as Naruto deployed a shadow clone to clear the path ahead. Let's make sure he doesn't accidentally hurt anyone. Sasuke's pace was slow and unsteady at first, but as the day progressed, his speed increased. By nightfall, the group had chased him northwest, crossing the land of grass. They stopped briefly to catch their breath. Where's he going? Naruto grumbled. I thought this would be quick smack Hiruko, collect the paycheck, and go home. Instead, we're on a cross-country chase. The direction suggests the land of grass, near the border with the land of earth, Kakashi noted. It shouldn't be much farther. Sakura looked worried. Sasuke's been moving non-stop. Can his body handle this? I had him eat high-energy food before we left. He'll manage, Sakura reassured herself. And if anything happens, I'll heal him. Itachi remained silent, but his concern for his brother was evident. He added a mental note to make Hiruko pay for this. The Golden Wheel Mountains. By dawn, they reached the Golden Wheel Mountains, a desolate area with steep cliffs and narrow passes. This is it, Kakashi said. A perfect hideout. Anbu reported several missing bloodline limit users in this region. Hiruko must be here. Naruto squinted at the minimap. Something's coming. From above. Everyone looked up. A strange bird circled overhead, scattering sharp feathers that embedded themselves in the rocky ground. While the aim was poor, the explosive power of each feather was undeniable. Bomb feathers? Who designed this thing, Deidara? Naruto quipped as the feathers began detonating. Boom. 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 As the group dodged the explosions, Naruto muttered, Art is plucking feathers. Chapter 203. Naruto's water wall jutsu dissipated, revealing the enemy who had launched the attack. Perched atop a strange bird was a tall, thin man with a gaunt face and 3 lines of purple paint across his forehead. The straight lines reminded Naruto of the insignia worn by the captain of a scout troop from long ago. I don't know his name, but he's clearly obsessed with birds, Naruto thought. Let's call him Birdman for now. Birdman stood confidently on the strange bird's back, his voice dripping with arrogance. That was just a greeting. The real show is about to begin. Now, which of you will be the first to offer your blood in sacrifice? Naruto's sharp perception kicked in, detailing the situation for the team. There are 4 enemies in total. This guy in front of us, 2 others approaching, one of whom is likely Haruko, and another presence that feels like a ninja beast. Naruto couldn't help but admire their audacity. 4 people challenging Hidden Leaf Village? They're crazier than Nagato. At least Nagato brought back up with Conan and the 6 Paths of Pain. Even Orochimaru had the backing of the Sand and Sound villages. And Shino brought an entire army. But these 4? They're either stupidly brave or just stupid. Itachi, unwilling to let Sasuke leave his field of vision for too long, launched the first attack. He threw several kunai into the sky, aiming for Birdman. Birdman smirked, deftly maneuvering his strange bird to dodge the projectiles. Is that all? He sneered just as pain flared in his shoulder. What? Before he could process what had happened, Itachi followed up with his Phoenix Flower Jutsu, sending a barrage of small fireballs, while Naruto unleashed Obirama's water-cutting blade, a high-pressure water jet capable of slicing through anything. Birdman panicked, steering his bird frantically. One of Itachi's fireballs struck the bird, destabilizing its flight. Meanwhile, Naruto's water jet grazed Birdman's head, shaving a clean strip of hair down the middle of his scalp. Naruto blinked, momentarily stunned. Did I just give him a bald spot? Recovering quickly, Naruto shouted, "Congratulations! You're our first customer at Hidden Leaf Village Barbershop. How about a membership card? Prepay 100,000 ryo and enjoy a lifetime discount on trims." "Shut up, brat!" Birdman roared, flinging a barrage of explosive feathers. Naruto smirked. With a lion mane jutsu, his hair extended outward, forming a massive umbrella that shielded everyone from the explosion. The feathers detonated harmlessly against his golden hair, leaving the team unscathed. When the umbrella retracted, Naruto patted his hair nervously. Good thing I didn't turn it into an afro. That would have been a disaster. Itachi, wasting no time, threw 3 more kunai. Birdman dodged easily this time, glaring down. Do you really think I'd fall for the same trick twice? At that moment, a Rasengan slammed into his face courtesy of Naruto, who had teleported to one of the kunai Itachi had thrown. Birdman screamed as he fell from the sky. Naruto landed gracefully on the strange bird's back. You know, he mused, anyone using Flying Thunder God should really team up with Uchiha. Before the strange bird could react, Naruto planted a big ball Rasengan into its neck. Rest in peace, weird. Flying. Manta Ray thing. The bird screeched before disintegrating in a flash of chakra. Naruto teleported back to Sakura. Sakura, can you check if Birdman is still alive? If he is, maybe give him a couple of your signature punches. Sakura, cracking her knuckles, grinned. With pleasure. After a quick check, she delivered 2 devastating punches to the unconscious Birdman. He's definitely out now. Great timing, Sakura. Naruto pointed 5 meters ahead. Hit that spot next. Without hesitation, Sakura leapt forward, slamming her fist into the ground. Sakura rush. The earth shattered like a cherry blossom blooming, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The precision of her chakra control was unmatched, leaving a crater that exposed a writhing mass of snakes beneath the surface. The team tensed as a cloaked figure emerged from the snakes. The man's forehead bore the same purple markings as Birdman, but his appearance was far more sinister. His left arm transformed into a massive snake that coiled protectively around him. Damn. They have a sensor ninja, Snake Man muttered, his face twisted with annoyance. Before anyone could respond, 2 mechanical dogs bounded to his side. A woman with a commanding presence and a leather whip followed closely behind. Guess they're done sending us enemies one by one, Naruto quipped. That's disappointing. Don't villains usually follow the attack in waves rule? Sakura cracked her knuckles. Good. Saves me the trouble of waiting. Agreed, Itachi said, stepping forward. The snake's mine. Sakura glanced at Kakashi, smirking. Hey, sensei, that woman seems to train dogs like you. Should we call Pakkun and have a competition? Kakashi sighed, exasperated. You're going to make Pakkun hate you. Let's just deal with this. Itachi engaged the Snake Man, starting with a fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Snake Man dodged effortlessly, countering by extending his serpent-like arm to ensnare Itachi. The massive snake bit into Itachi's shoulder, but instead of blood, a flock of crows erupted, scattering into the air. Ganjutsu, Snake Man hissed, realizing too late. The crows were formed behind him, revealing Itachi, who drove a kunai into his back. Chapter 204. The snake man deftly dodged Itachi's kunai, his serpent-like left arm spitting out a smaller snake that, in turn, unleashed a barrage of shuriken. Most struck Itachi, who appeared unable to evade. But before the snake man could gloat, Itachi's body dissolved into a flock of crows that reformed into his figure in midair. From this position, Itachi threw a shuriken straight at the snake man's chest. Panicked, the snake man's serpent arm transformed into a net of smaller snakes, spreading out to entangle Itachi. At least, this was how the battle appeared in the snake man's eyes. From the perspective of everyone else, however, both Itachi and the snake man were locked in place, their gazes dull, with their facial expressions shifting rapidly between triumph, shock, and rage. Not far away, the whip-wielding woman dubbed Sister Yu by Naruto realized her ally was ensnared in a Genjutsu. She began forming hand seals to release him, but Kakashi's water dragon jutsu intercepted her. Sakura, watching the impressive display, muttered under her breath, "Kakashi-sensei is so rough with his jutsu." Naruto, always ready to defend his teacher, added, "Hey, at least his water dragon is more refined than mine." Kakashi pretended not to hear, but inside, he winced. "Can't you two keep your commentary to yourselves?" Sister Yu glared at Kakashi. "You want to die that badly? Fine. My little cuties will handle you." With a flick of her wrist, she sent two mechanized ninja dogs charging toward him. Naruto smirked. "Sakura, check it out. This technique is called robbery by evil dogs." Sakura rolled her eyes in disgust. "Gross." Kakashi, ignoring both of them, dodged the dogs with ease. "What kind of students do I have? They don't help, but they always have something to say," he muttered, landing a decisive kick that sent one of the dogs flying. Kakashi spun a kunai stylishly around his finger before aiming for Sister Yu's weak point. But before he could land the strike, she lashed out with her whip. Kakashi caught it midair, yanking her forward, and delivered a clean kick to her face, sending her sprawling next to her dogs. Enraged, Sister Yu screamed, "You'll pay for that." Psychic communication, ghost bud formation. In a puff of smoke, a grotesque ninja beast appeared, a hulking, dragon-turtle hybrid about a third of Game Abunta's size. Unlike standard summonings, however, the beast's body was fused with Sister Yu herself. Her upper torso emerged grotesquely from its head, a clear result of the ghost bud formation jutsu. "Let's see you survive this," she roared as the beast charged, shaking the ground with every step. Kakashi remained unfazed. Raising his forehead protector, the Sharingan activated. Lightning surged in his hand as he darted up the creature's leg, moving too fast for Sister Yu to react. Chidori. The piercing lightning struck true, impaling Sister Yu's chest. She screamed before collapsing, lifeless, atop the beast, which disappeared into smoke. Itachi, meanwhile, had already subdued the snake man. He glanced briefly at Kakashi, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "That took you long enough." Kakashi scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "What can I say? I like to give my students a chance to shine." Meanwhile, at the summit of the Golden Wheel Mountains, Sasuke had reached Hiroko's lair, a grand hall perched atop the mountain. Hiroko himself, a short man wrapped in white robes and bandages, greeted him with a twisted grin. "Welcome, Sasuke Uchiha," Hiroko said, his voice filled with glee. "You're the final piece of the puzzle. With your Sharingan, I will achieve perfection and become an invincible ninja immortal." Sasuke, still under the effects of the curse mark, didn't respond, his movements resembling a zombie's awkward shuffle. Hiroko, unperturbed, turned and began leading the way. "Come, Sasuke. Together, we will become one. Join me," and together, Hiroko's monologue was cut short as Sasuke suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Before Hiroko could react, Sasuke muttered, "Your mother is dead," and slammed a big ball Rasengan into his chest. Hiroko flew backwards, slamming into the stone floor and carving a long trench as he slid to a stop. Naruto's clone, disguised as Sasuke, smirked. "Did you think I'd let you touch the real Sasuke, old man?" The clone spat on the ground. "Disgusting. An old man dreaming of becoming one with Sasuke? Creepy much? Did the Diddy get reincarnated?" The real Sasuke had been intercepted earlier. After sensing Hiroko's location, Naruto and the team decided to take precautions. With Itachi's help, they subdued Sasuke, tied him up, and handed him over to the Uzumaki Express for safe delivery back to Hidden Leaf Village. Mikoto, surprised to see her youngest son return safely, thanked Naruto with a smile. "You've been a wonderful friend to Sasuke. Please, come by for dinner sometime." Naruto, always eager for free food, grinned. "Don't worry, Aunt Mikoto. I'll be back." Back at the Golden Wheel Mountains, Naruto's clone pointed at Hiroko, still sprawled on the ground. So, how does it feel to get a surprise, huh? You thought you were the hunter, but you were the prey. The clone dispersed as the real Naruto and the team arrived. Itachi cracked his knuckles. Let's finish this. Chapter 205. Hiroko's eyes darted wildly as he muttered, "This can't be happening. My perfect ninja body. My research. All these years everything I've worked for can't be meaningless." His voice grew louder, cracking under the strain of his desperation. "No. As long as I absorb the fifth bloodline limit those Uchiha eyes I can still win. I will become invincible." Naruto, unimpressed, leaned on his kunai lazily. "Geez, you really love to monologue, huh? Listen, pal, the only thing you're absorbing today is a harsh reality check." Sakura cracked her knuckles. "This guy's delusions are annoying. Can I just punch him again?" Itachi wiped the blood from his cheeks with a calm expression. Let him flail for a moment longer. When people like him fall apart, they crumble completely. Hiroko, now frenzied, roared and activated his full power. His body began to mutate grotesquely, his limbs elongating unnaturally as his stolen bloodline limits consumed him. "If I can't take Sasuke, I'll take all of you instead. I'll prove my strength by devouring the strongest ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village." Naruto smirked. "Strongest? You're looking at us, pal. You sure you don't want to rethink that?" Kakashi, still in his battle-ready stance, sighed. "Naruto, stop provoking him. Let's finish this before he pulls something worse." Hiroko charged, his body glowing with an eerie, unstable energy. The ground beneath him cracked with each step, and his speed rivaled that of his swift release. He lunged straight for Itachi, his claws outstretched. But before he could reach his target, a golden blur intercepted him. "Guess it's my turn," Naruto exclaimed, appearing directly in front of Hiroko with a Rasen Shuriken spinning furiously in his hand. The bright, destructive wind chakra illuminated the battlefield, casting Hiroko's mutated form in stark contrast. "This one's for all the people you hurt with your twisted experiments," Naruto declared. "Say goodbye, Hiroko." With a deafening roar, Naruto thrust the Rasen Shuriken into Hiroko's chest. The devastating energy engulfed him, tearing apart his mutated form and leaving nothing but a fading echo of his scream. The battlefield fell silent as the Rasen Shuriken's light dissipated, leaving a smoldering crater where Hiroko once stood. Naruto turned to his team, grinning. "Well, that's one less maniac trying to mess with the Uchiha clan." Sakura approached, checking on Naruto. "You okay?" That attack looked intense. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "I'm fine. I could go for some ramen, though." Kakashi shook his head, a small smile forming beneath his mask. "You'll get your ramen, Naruto. Let's report back to Minato-sensei first." Itachi, meanwhile, gazed at the horizon, his thoughts lingering on Hiroko's obsession with power. He thought stealing others' abilities would make him perfect? But in the end, he was just a hollow shell. Naruto placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder. "Hey, Itachi. Don't let his crazy talk get to you. You're already strong without any of that perfection nonsense." Itachi nodded, offering a rare smile. "Thank you, Naruto." The group began their journey back to Hidden Leaf Village, their mission accomplished. Though the battle was over, the events left an impression on all of them. As they walked, Naruto chatted with Sakura and Kakashi, his energy unrelenting despite the intense fight. Itachi, trailing slightly behind, glanced at the sky. "Sasuke," he murmured to himself, "you're safe. For now." Naruto turned back, grinning. "Hey, Itachi. Don't brood back there. I'll raise you to the village." Despite himself, Itachi smirked and quickened his pace. Behind them, the first rays of dawn broke over the Golden Wheel Mountains, signaling the end of one fight and the return to peace, at least for now. Chapter 206. Naruto, can you untie this rope for me? Sasuke twisted uncomfortably on the bed, resembling a trapped caterpillar. Naruto crossed his arms, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "I'd like to say yes. But I refuse." "Why not?" Sasuke demanded, glaring. Feigning caution, Naruto replied, "What if your curse mark acts up and I get caught in the crossfire? You already defeated the enemy, didn't you? You even agreed that defeating them would suppress the mark," Sasuke shot back, irritation evident in his voice. "Yeah, but that's just a theory. There's no guarantee the curse mark has been neutralized entirely." Naruto shrugged. He glanced toward the kitchen, where Kakashi was presumably cooking, and grinned. "Besides, I've got some time to kill." Sasuke sighed and called out, "Mom." His gaze darted to Mikoto, hoping for rescue. Mikoto smiled serenely, siding with Naruto. "I think it's better to listen to Naruto for now. You never know. He might be onto something." Sasuke frowned. "Fine. What do you want?" Naruto's grin widened, the glint of mischief unmistakable in his eyes. Let's head to the Hyuga clan to have Hinata take a look. Just to be safe. Sasuke hesitated, his pride wounded. Do we have to? Being seen like this would be humiliating. Naruto gave a casual shrug. No worries. With my style, no one will pay attention. Before Sasuke could protest further, Naruto slung him over his shoulder and headed for the door. Hey! What are you doing? Sasuke sputtered, kicking his legs. Why don't you just use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? That'd be rude. Last time, I only used it to avoid causing a scene. This time, we'll walk, Naruto explained, ignoring Sasuke's struggles. Let me go, you idiot. Sasuke growled, writhing in protest. Mikoto watched them with amusement. Take care of him, Naruto, she called after them. And don't forget to have fun. Naruto waved cheerfully. Don't worry, Aunt Mikoto. As they strolled through the Uchiha district, Naruto made a point of greeting nearly everyone they passed. Hi, uncle. Hello, sister. Oh, hi, mother-in-law. Naruto smirked at the increasingly mortified Sasuke. Oh, this? Yeah, it's Sasuke. Doesn't he look handsome all tied up? Don't worry, I'm taking him for a checkup. Sasuke buried his face in his hands, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. The image he had painstakingly built, cool, composed, and mature, was crumbling around him. Eventually, they reached the Hyuga estate. Hayashi Hyuga wasn't home, but Hinata and Hanabi were practicing in the courtyard. Hinata paused, her lavender eyes widening as she saw the two approaches. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked softly, tilting her head in confusion. What happened? Oh, nothing serious, Naruto said breezily. I just brought Sasuke over for a follow-up check. Can you use your Byakugan to confirm everything is okay? Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan, studying Sasuke intently. After a moment, she smiled. Everything seems normal. The strange chakra I noticed before is completely gone. Naruto sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Alright, Sasuke, you're free. He untied the ropes binding Sasuke's wrists and ankles. As soon as he was free, Sasuke cracked his knuckles and advanced on Naruto. You're dead. Naruto laughed nervously, raising his hands in defense. Hey, no punches to the face. Before Sasuke could act, his stomach growled loudly, cutting through the tension. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Naruto grinned. Hungry, huh? Perfect timing for Kakashi-sensei's cooking. Let's grab some food, and you can hit me afterwards. Sasuke grumbled but eventually relented. Fine. But you're still paying for this humiliation later. Naruto turned to Hinata. Want to join us for dinner? Kakashi-sensei's cooking is top-notch. Hinata shook her head, smiling. Thank you, Naruto-kun, but I still have the training to finish. I promised Hanabi I'd spend time with her today. Hanabi peeked out from behind Hinata, sticking her tongue out at Naruto. Naruto chuckled. Alright, Hinata. Next time, then. As Naruto and Sasuke left the Hyuga estate and headed toward Kakashi's, Sasuke muttered under his breath. I hate you, Naruto. Love you too, Sasuke, Naruto replied with a smirk. Back at the Uchiha compound, Itachi greeted them calmly. Though his expression softened slightly at Sasuke, it didn't escape Naruto's notice when Itachi quietly muttered, Good luck, little brother. Chapter 207 At the Uchiha household. The reason there were only 3 voices at the table was that Itachi, ever mindful of his image, chose not to sit directly with the 3 younger ones. I didn't expect Kakashi-senpai to be so skilled at cooking, Itachi remarked, sipping the soup with a rare, genuine smile. I had to learn it during my time alone, Kakashi replied, ladling more soup into his bowl. I'm glad you like it. Naruto slurped the hot broth, grinning. I think if Brother Itachi used his Mangekyo Sharingan to cook an omelet, it'd probably be amazing. Sasuke glared at him. What kind of idiot uses a Mangekyo Sharingan for cooking? Itachi, however, smiled indulgently. Haha, maybe I'll give it a try once I've fully recovered. Sasuke stared in disbelief at his older brother. Brother. You're supposed to be on my side. Naruto suddenly brightened with a bold idea. Listen, there's a giant island turtle in Hidden Cloud's village. When it lays eggs, let's steal one. With my Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it'd be a breeze. We can use Amaterasu as a heat source, toad oil from Mount Myabaku as cooking oil, and the Yata mirror as a frying pan. Naruto rambled on, visualizing the entire process, even imagining the colossal egg being enough to feed the entire village and, of course, Hinata. Itachi chuckled, playing along. If you need a spatula, I still have the Totsuka blade. Sakura, horrified yet unable to resist the absurdity, imagined Itachi in his red Susanoo, holding a shield as a frying pan, Amaterasu flames blazing underneath as he cooked the giant egg. "I'll help crack the eggshells to keep it clean," Sakura offered, raising her hand enthusiastically. Then she asked the critical question, "But what if the island turtle doesn't lay eggs?" Sasuke, against his better judgment, analyzed the scenario seriously. "If it refuses, we could use my brother's Tsukahime to convince it." Naruto smirked. "So you admit that you're the most useless one here, Sasuke? From prep work to cooking, you contribute nothing." Sasuke's eye twitched. "We're not done with this." Naruto pointed at Sasuke's bowl. "Your soup is about to spill." "Oh." Sasuke hastily sat up straight, muttering in annoyance. "Slurp." "Ha." Seeing Sasuke smile again, Naruto nodded to himself. Cooking really does bring people together. Orochimaru's lab. Guren walked into Orochimaru's dimly lit laboratory, her face grim. "Lord Orochimaru, both Shinno and Hiruko have failed." Orochimaru, focused on his current experiment, barely spared her a glance. Their arrogance always outweighed their achievements. Staged progress, and yet they thought themselves invincible. Continuing his work, he asked, "Did you manage to retrieve anything useful?" Guren lowered her head. "I collected samples of Shinno's hair and blood, but as for Hiruko, there was nothing left. Only scorched ground. I did see something strange, a massive, ferocious thunder dragon, and a red giant, but it vanished almost instantly." Orochimaru's interest was piqued for a moment, his sharp eyes glinting. "A red giant? Some unique and powerful ninjutsu, perhaps?" His curiosity lingered briefly before he returned to his experiment, sealing his current work with precision. "No matter. There are more pressing matters to address. The preparations are complete." A group of unconscious animals lay on the operating table. Orochimaru performed a sequence of hand seals, and an ominous chakra enveloped the room. The animals writhed as their bodies softened, merging grotesquely into a single entity. When the transformation finished, the creature stood a monstrous amalgamation of features: a tiger's head, deer-like antlers, a serpent's neck, eagle talons, a donkey's tail, and wings sprouting from its back. It bared razor-sharp teeth at Orochimaru, roaring with fury. "Fascinating." Orochimaru's voice dripped with excitement. "It worked. Combining the traits of multiple creatures into one being. This is far beyond simple grafting techniques." The beast lunged at Orochimaru, its speed and power astonishing. Guren gasped, frozen in shock as the monster slammed into him, seemingly tearing out his throat. "Lord Orochimaru!" Guren screamed. She formed red crystal shuriken and hurled them at the beast. However, the creature shattered the projectiles with its antlers and turned its menacing gaze toward her. Before it could attack, Orochimaru's voice rang out calmly. "Stop!" From the corpse on the ground, dozens of serpents emerged, coiling around the monster and binding its limbs. Moments later, Orochimaru's true form slithered out from the remains of his body, shedding his skin like a cicada. Guren exhaled shakily. "Lord Orochimaru." "I thought," such reckless anger, Orochimaru mused, ignoring her. His serpentine tongue flicked across his face as he approached the restrained creature. Its speed and strength surpassed the original components. "Now, let's see how its cells differ from ordinary animals." The beast's eyes widened in terror as Orochimaru leaned closer, his fascination growing with every observation. "It appears to have retained some level of intelligence. Perhaps even its soul. But is it one unified soul or the combined essence of the 5 creatures?" The monster roared again, but its defiance only deepened Orochimaru's twisted delight. Chapter 208 Hidden Sand Village. Gaara calmly reviewed the report compiled by Baki and stated, "Kankuro, start working on developing ninja tools capable of flight or effective anti-air combat gear." "Flying or anti-air equipment?" Kankuro blinked in confusion. Why the sudden need for something like that? "There are ninjas in the world with flight abilities, such as the shinobi from the Land of Sky," Gaara explained, his tone steady. "If we lack countermeasures, the village could be left vulnerable in future conflicts." Kankuro tightened the scroll strapped to his back, nodding. "Got it. The metal puppet's done, so I'll move on to this as my next project." Temari, seated nearby, suggested a more straightforward approach. "We could also talk to Hidden Leaf Village about their mechanical wings. They might share the design." Baki immediately dismissed the idea. "Even if we are allied, relying too much on Hidden Leaf Village would weaken us. We're one of the 5 great shinobi nations. We must develop our solutions." Gaara interjected calmly, balancing both perspectives. "We'll proceed with both plans. While Kankuro works on our own technology, we'll also request samples from Hidden Leaf Village for reference. Temari, prepare to leave for Hidden Leaf Village soon." "Understood, Temari." Kankuro and Baki responded in unison. Hidden Mist Village. Agura Karatachi, the former Mizukage, stood beside the desk in the Mizukage's office. After observing firsthand, I've realized that airborne ninjas could pose a significant threat to Hidden Mist Village. Zabusa, leaning against the opposite side of the desk, grunted. If we can recover the Thunderblade, things would be different. We need to find it quickly. Yagura frowned. It's not so simple. Apart from the twin blades, even the Executioner's blade ended up in Hidden Leaf Village. Ow, standing nearby with his signature eye patch, snorted angrily. The 7 ninja swordsmen didn't scatter because of Hidden Leaf Village. Let's not forget that shameful period. Maître Mummy, seated in the Mizukage's chair, groaned in frustration. I get it, but why do I have to handle all these Mizukage duties? Yagura, aren't you perfectly fine now? Yagura replied matter-of-factly, I remained Mizukage to atone for my actions. Once certain matters are resolved, I'll officially retire and assist you as an advisor. Maître Mummy mentally calculated, retirement, freedom, finally, a chance for marriage. Suppressing the tic forming on her forehead, she muttered darkly, he's not dead yet, my patience. Yagura, sensing her growing frustration, looked at her curiously. Are you okay? Fine, Maître Mummy forced a smile, internally plotting how to manage her growing responsibilities, and Yagura's eventual retirement. Hidden Stone Village Onoki, the third Sushi Kage, floated above the conference table, addressing the council. What's so impressive about the Land of Sky? Their only gimmick is flying. It's not a big deal. As he descended, a loud crack echoed through the room. Onoki froze, gripping his lower back. Ah! My waist. Kurotsuchi, his granddaughter and next in line for the Sushi Kage title, sighed. Old man, if your body can't handle it, maybe it's time to retire. You can't cling to the Sushi Kage position forever. Beside her, Akatsuchi chuckled and offered his help. Want me to carry you, Lord Sushi Kage? Mind your own business. Onoki snapped, batting Akatsuchi's hand away. Another crack came from his back, and he winced in pain. Ah, my waist. Kurotsuchi rolled her eyes. You're too stubborn for your own good. If Deidara were still here, don't mention that traitor. Onoki bellowed, his face red with rage. The memory of his former apprentice defecting to the Akatsuki was a sore spot. Kurotsuchi smirked. Maybe if you hadn't locked him up so often, he wouldn't have blown up half the village trying to escape. Onoki scowled. If I didn't lock him up, he would have blown up the entire village. Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage slammed a folder of intelligence reports onto his desk, his muscles flexing as he growled, What's the status of the chakra cannon? Mobui, his ever-efficient secretary, flipped through her notes. There are still significant technical challenges, but the team is working on it. Tell them to work faster. Raikage barked. We need powerful ninja tools to maintain our strength. Understood, Mabui replied, jotting down his orders. Meanwhile, Killer Bee sat in his seat, distracted and scribbling rhymes. Raikage noticed and, in typical fashion, leapt across the desk to punch him. B. Pay attention. Killer Bee flew through the window, his voice trailing as he fell. Eight-tailed beast, yo, I'm a feast, yo. Outside the Raikage's office, villagers casually glanced up as Killer Bee crashed onto the street. B-sama got thrown out again, one villager remarked, unfazed. Another peaceful day in the hidden cloud, another responded with a laugh. They exchanged tickets. You going to B-sama's concert? Of course. No one cares about his raps, though. We're just there for the chaos. Hidden Rain Village. In Hidden Rain Village, Conan stood in front of Nagato, her voice tinged with concern. Hidden Leaf Village's strength is greater than we anticipated. 2 Jinchuriki capable of perfectly controlling the Ninetales. This will be a challenge. Nagato's response was calm but resolute. It doesn't matter. I will capture the Ninetales myself. Conan frowned. This is too risky. It would be wiser for the Akatsuki to act together. Nagato shook his head. A god must demonstrate his strength. The Akatsuki has too many individuals with their own agendas. I must remind them who leads. Conan hesitated but suggested, perhaps we should test the 8 tails first. It would allow us to gauge the strength of a perfect Jinchuriki. After a moment of silence, Nagato nodded. That's reasonable. We'll proceed with that plan. Despite his immense power, Nagato knew that caution was necessary. They had prepared for too long to risk failure due to overconfidence. Chapter 209 Hidden Mist Village. Each village was busy analyzing intelligence and formulating their responses. Among them, the Hidden Mist Village seemed to be the most troubled after all. Their 6 tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, was still missing. The 6 tails, Skin, was a massive white slug, though it paled in comparison to the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest. There was no relation between the two. Utakata's experiences as a Jinchuriki weren't as traumatic as Gaara's, but they weren't much better either. He had a master, Harusame, who sought to free him from the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, Harusame was overly ambitious and reckless. Without properly explaining his intentions, he tied up Utakata and began attempting to extract the tailed beast. Utakata, understandably, misunderstood his master's actions as a betrayal and an attempt on his life. The situation escalated, and in his desperation, Utakata entered a berserk state. The result was tragic. Harusame was killed. Traumatized by the betrayal and the death of his master, Utakata fled the hidden mist village, lost in grief and confusion. Since then, he refused to believe in bonds of trust, despised being called master, and lived as a wanderer. When Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, learned the truth, he was devastated. He had lost both a skilled Jonin and a Jinchuriki due to a tragic misunderstanding. The village couldn't afford to leave Utakata wandering outside, especially with the Akatsuki targeting Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yagura, Utakata had crossed paths with a girl named Hotaru. She admired him greatly and, despite his aloof demeanor, shyly expressed her desire to learn ninjutsu from him. At first, Utakata rejected her. His past had made him allergic to the idea of being called master. However, through a series of encounters and shared experiences, he began to warm up to her. The question remained, who would bring Utakata back first, Hotaru, with her growing influence over his heart, or Yagura's forces, searching to retrieve their missing Jinchuriki? Only time and fate will tell. Naruto had just returned to the village after witnessing two significant incidents. As per protocol, his first stop was the Hokage's office, where he took Sasuke to report to Minato. Inspection complete, Naruto said cheekily. Now hand over the payment. One hand for the goods, the other for the reward. No excuses. The reward for defeating Hiruko was partially allocated to the village. As for the 7th team's assistance in rescuing Sasuke, they considered it a goodwill effort, refusing payment. Even Fugaku had initially offered compensation, but Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura all declined. Ultimately, Mikoto suggested hosting a gathering at their house to express her gratitude instead, and everyone readily agreed. The following morning, Naruto made his way to the Hyuga estate to pick up Hinata, as Mikoto had specifically requested her presence. Hinata had played a significant role in recent events, and Naruto was more than happy to invite her. Hinata greeted him at the door, wearing a purple off-shoulder top with 3/4 sleeves, a white knee-length skirt, and her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. She smiled warmly, radiating a quiet beauty. Naruto's eyes lit up. "Hinata," he said softly. Hinata tilted her head curiously. "Turn around," Naruto requested. Hinata nodded, lifting her skirt slightly as she twirled gracefully in place. The hem of her dress flared, revealing her pale calves before settling back into place. Her hair floated and fell with her movements, with a few playful strands brushing against her face. Naruto stared, captivated. After a moment, he murmured, "You're beautiful." Hinata blushed but smiled gently, used to Naruto's straightforward compliments. She tucked her hair behind her ear and took his hand as they walked toward Sakura's house. When they arrived, Sakura was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing them, she ran over, beaming as she took Hinata's hands in hers. "Hinata, you look stunning today." Hinata smiled and returned the compliment. "Sakura, you look beautiful too." Sakura wore a red top, a pink skirt, black boots, and a red ribbon tied around her cherry-colored hair. She had clearly spent extra time on her appearance, determined to make a good impression after feeling unprepared during their last visit to the Uchiha estate. As they walked together, Sakura bombarded Hinata with questions about her outfit, hairstyle, and accessories. Hinata answered patiently, offering gentle reassurances. Unlike Sakura, Hinata was used to seeing Kushina often and felt no pressure about visiting the Uchiha household. Naruto, watching the two girls chatter, sighed. Why does Sakura look like a little girl today? Huh. Wait a second. A familiar figure joined them, Kakashi, book in hand. "Morning," he greeted lazily, falling into step behind Naruto. "Morning, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura and Hinata chimed, though they quickly resumed their conversation. Naruto walked ahead, hands clasped behind his head, when he noticed Kakashi still trailing him. Naruto shifted to the left, and Kakashi followed. He shifted to the right. Kakashi followed again, eyes glued to his book. "Is that a new book?" Naruto asked, glancing at the cover, which read "Make Out Strategy." "Indeed," Kakashi replied casually. "It's one of Jiraiya-sama's manuscripts, though this version is more polished and carefully revised." He stopped short, realizing he shouldn't discuss the book's details with Naruto. Naruto, irritated by Kakashi's half-answer, grinned mischievously. Spotting a lamppost ahead, he formulated a plan. Adjusting his pace, he threw a flying thunder god kunai onto the lamppost and teleported behind it just as Kakashi approached. To Naruto's surprise, there was no crash, only a soft ding. Kakashi had effortlessly maneuvered around the obstacle, his book grazing the lamppost. He glanced at Naruto with a sigh. Was the flying thunder god really necessary for a prank? Naruto retrieved his kunai, pouting. You're impossible, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura and Hinata burst into laughter, with Hinata covering her mouth to stifle her giggles. Even Sakura couldn't hide her disappointment. We thought you'd finally trip him up. Kakashi sighed again. This has nothing to do with being a Hidden Leaf Village technician. How much do you want me to suffer, Naruto? Naruto crossed his arms. Just once. It'd be satisfying. The group continued on their way, Kakashi's book back in hand, and Naruto plotting his next move. Chapter 210 The Uchiha Household. Excuse me. Naruto announced energetically as the group arrived at the Uchiha residence. While unnecessary, the gesture was polite and helped him fit in. Itachi, not sweeping the courtyard for once, or perhaps he had already finished, opened the door and welcomed them into the living room. Fugaku sat in the central seat at the table. Itachi had vacated the left side for Mikoto, while Kakashi sat to Fugaku's right. Naruto sat next to Kakashi, with Hinata and Sakura following in order. Kakashi, for once, set aside his laid-back demeanor and tucked away his book, looking appropriately serious. Hinata sat upright, her posture perfect, accustomed to this formality from her upbringing. Naruto, however, fidgeted slightly, feeling out of place in the rigid atmosphere. His eyes wandered, searching for Sasuke, who was noticeably absent. Sakura, meanwhile, was clearly the most nervous of the group. Her posture was stiff, and she seemed unsure where to place her hands. In an attempt to ease her nerves, she mimicked Hinata's composed demeanor, though with mixed success. Mikoto entered carrying a tray of tea and snacks, which she carefully distributed before calling out to the hallway, Sasuke, the guests are here. Come greet them. A resigned voice answered, coming. Sasuke soon appeared, his expression one of mild irritation. Why is everyone acting so seriously? Naruto, of all people, practically treats this house like his own. What kind of guest is that? Once everyone was seated, Fugaku broke the silence with a solemn but warm smile. Thank you all for helping bring Sasuke back safely. I am truly grateful. Fugaku's face was remarkable, somehow managing to convey seriousness and gratitude simultaneously. Naruto, who had observed this unique expression for years, thought to himself that Fugaku always looked a little serious, even when smiling. Kakashi responded with a slight bow. You're too kind. Sasuke is my student, after all. I didn't do much. Naruto, already munching on a piece of the snacks Fugaku had been eyeing, grinned. Don't look at me either. I was just the chauffeur. Pick up and drop off service, that's it. The group chuckled lightly, recognizing Naruto's playful analogy. With the recent introduction of trains and snowmobiles from the land of snow, they all understood the term driver well. Hinata chimed in softly, I only helped with some checks. It wasn't much. Sasuke is a teammate, so of course, I would help. Sakura, still stiff, spoke in a low voice. I didn't do much either. Tsunade-sensei handled most of it. Mikoto, ever attentive, noticed Sakura's unease and interjected kindly. Don't say that, Sakura-chan. Itachi's recovery on the way back was thanks to your care. Sakura waved her hands modestly. It was just basic healing. He would have recovered without me. Mikoto smiled warmly, her gaze soft but appraising. That's not true. I heard from Lady Tsunade that your talent is remarkable. She believes you'll catch up to her one day. Embarrassed but delighted, Sakura blushed. I'm still far from that level. Sasuke and Naruto are the real geniuses. Mikoto chuckled. Those two? Geniuses at causing trouble, maybe. Every time they go out, they overdo it and need someone responsible like you or Hinata to keep them in check. Naruto remained unbothered by the playful jab, too focused on sampling snacks. And has some ulterior motive for inviting us over today, he thought. Sasuke, however, couldn't resist responding. I don't need anyone to take care of me. And I didn't overdo it this time. Naruto smirked, ignoring Sasuke's protests. Hinata, try this one, he said, offering her another treat. Thank you, Hinata said softly, taking a delicate bite. She appreciated Naruto's attentiveness. It was a stark contrast to Sasuke's defensiveness. After some light conversation, Mikoto stood and said, keep chatting, everyone. I'll prepare lunch. Sakura quickly rose. Let me help. Sasuke's face paled, vivid memories flashing through his mind. Hinata plus cooking plus hungry Naruto equals happy Naruto plus happy Hinata. Sakura plus cooking plus hungry Sasuke equals dead Sasuke plus sad Sakura. This cannot happen. Fortunately, Mikoto declined with a gracious smile. You're a guest, Sakura-chan. I couldn't possibly let you work. Please relax. Sasuke exhaled in relief but mentally made a note. I need to learn mother's cooking techniques with my Sharingan. Also, I must never let Sakura into the kitchen in the future. Naruto, noticing the contrast between Hinata's serene demeanor and Sakura's flustered state, held back a laugh. He glanced at Sasuke and silently offered a moment of pity for his future. Lunch was a peaceful affair, punctuated only by Naruto and Sasuke competing over the best dishes. Afterwards, Mikoto suggested, "Sasuke, why don't you show everyone around the clan grounds? It's not as exclusive as it once was, but I'm sure Sakura and Hinata would enjoy seeing it." Sasuke, still recovering from recent humiliations, was reluctant. "The last thing I need is more attention on me." But seeing his mother's encouraging gaze, and realizing neither his father nor brother objected, he grudgingly agreed. "Fine. Let's go." Out in the district, Sasuke expected curious stares or comments, but to his surprise, there were none. Just as he began to relax and consider introducing the area, Naruto took over. "This shop sells ninja tools. Oh, and the grandma over there always gives me candy. The mochi at that stall is amazing, and the dango from the cart on the corner is Hinata's favorite." Kakashi and Sakura stared in disbelief. "How does he know all this?" Sasuke blinked, incredulous. "Why is he so familiar with my clan's grounds? He knows it better than I do. Maybe he really should change his surname to Uchiha." Hinata, holding the snacks Naruto handed her, smiled sweetly. Naruto's ability to find delicious treats everywhere truly impressed her. At one point, Naruto called out, "Sasuke. Sakura likes that ornament, come check it out." Sasuke sighed but paid for the slug pendant Sakura admired, all the while wondering why he was footing the bill. Sakura, now clutching the charm like a prized heirloom, was beaming. Naruto is a saint, she thought. Chapter 211. The Uchiha clan's grounds weren't massive, but they weren't small either. The group managed to explore the area within 2 hours, though their pace was slowed when Kakashi lingered in front of a particular house for a long time. He looked uncharacteristically solemn, so no one disturbed him. However, Kakashi had already made up his mind, he needed to train harder. Naruto, meanwhile, was most intrigued by Naka Shrine, not for the shrine itself but for its hidden basement. In the anime, even after Pain's Super Shinra Tensei devastated Hidden Leaf Village, the basement of Naka Shrine remained intact, sturdier than Akiraku Ramen's shop. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't visit such a place openly. Even if he managed to find a way in, Fugaku and Itachi wouldn't believe the contents of the tampered stone tablet, courtesy of Black Zetsu. After the visit, the team-building event concluded on a high note. Though it was vacation time, everyone had responsibilities, so they said their goodbyes. Naruto, now a few coins richer thanks to Sasuke's unintentional generosity, was in high spirits. When he resumed his training later that afternoon, his progress in Senjutsu went surprisingly well. The 61st year of the Hidden Leaf Village was far from peaceful. Between the attack from the Land of Sky and other internal disruptions, the villagers had endured a lot. Fortunately, Hidden Leaf Village's strength, strategic defenses, and logistical support systems ensured minimal lasting damage. Most villagers could look forward to ushering in year 62 with hope and relative stability. For many, a sense of security came not only from the green barrier protecting the village or the airborne shadow guards but also from the sight of a certain blonde ninja. Wherever Naruto appeared, people knew he could whisk them to safety, be it a hospital, shelter, or a police force, in an instant. Rumors began circulating about the nature of his teleportation. Some called it logistics jutsu when he transported goods, and people flow jutsu when he transported villagers. A few creative individuals even dubbed it Didi Crow. What most didn't realize was that Naruto spent much of the past 6 months using the technique to take Hinata on many adventures, visiting the land of snow to see snow, the land of grass to admire grass, and the land of birds to eat birds. One such trip to the land of birds had Naruto holding a plucked bird over a fire when Hinata spoke up. "Naruto-kun, this bird is so cute. Don't eat it, okay?" The bird, tied up and about to be roasted, gleamed with hope. A kind-hearted two-legged beast. Naruto glanced at the bird, his expression solemn. "Cute, huh? Should I add more chili powder or cumin when roasting?" Hinata tilted her head, pondering. Cumin. The bird's spirit shattered. Humanity is pure evil. After devouring his share of roasted meat, Naruto mischievously smudged a bit of oil on Hinata's cheek. She yelped in surprise, blushed furiously, and retaliated, smudging some on his face as well. Naruto, taken aback, decided to escalate. What followed was a playful scuffle on the grassy plain, leaving both of them with colorful, oil-streaked faces and uncontrollable laughter. When it was time to part, Hinata smiled brightly. "Naruto-kun, the new ninjutsu I've been working on is almost done." "Really? I can't wait to see it," Naruto replied. He had a hunch she was developing the gentle step twin lion fists but didn't want to spoil her excitement. I'm also close to mastering Sage Mode, Naruto added with a grin. I'll be able to change my eyes and get cool eyeshadow. I'll show you when it's ready. Hinata nodded eagerly. Okay. Arg. Naruto scratched his hair furiously atop a stone pillar in Mount Mayabaku. Why can't I get this right? I told Hinata I'd master Sage Mode, but I'm stuck. How am I supposed to explain this? He considered asking Naruto how to draw fake eyeshadow. Then he slapped his forehead. Naruto is me. I don't even know how to draw eyeshadow. Fukusaka watched Naruto with patience. Calm down, Naruto. You're closer than you think. But the more impatient you get, the harder it will be to take that final step. I know. Naruto groaned. But I feel like I'm so close and yet, nothing. Let's try again, Fukusaku said, guiding Naruto to the top of the pillar once more. He placed a slab in front of Naruto. Focus. Calm your mind. Imagine you're a rock. Naruto tried to follow Fukusaku's instructions, but the word rock made his thoughts wander. A rock? Looking for a home? His mental tune shifted to the lyrics of a random folk song. Whoosh. Naruto toppled from the pillar again. He groaned. Can we stop with the rock metaphors? Fukusaku sighed but adjusted his approach. Alright. Just focus on the natural energy around you. Let it flow into you gently. Naruto tried again, this time managing to stay calm. Until his mind compared the training setup to Journey to the West. Before he realized it, his thoughts shifted to whether eating a bite of his own chakra-filled body would grant someone immortality. He quickly dismissed the idea, imagining the absurdity of being in a ninja world. Whoosh. He fell again. Fukusaku stared blankly. Naruto. Sorry. I'm trying. Naruto laughed nervously, scratching his head. Despite the repeated failures, he had felt a small breakthrough just before falling. Naruto continued training late into the night, determined to succeed. By 1:30 a.m., he was still on the stone pillar, teetering between exhaustion and resolve. Even Fukusaku had to intervene. That's enough for tonight. Go home, Naruto. You're overworking yourself. Naruto sheepishly agreed. Sorry, I just didn't want to stop. It's like when you say you'll play one more round of a game but end up pulling an all-nighter. Despite his frustration, Naruto left with a flicker of hope. I'm almost there. Just one more push. Chapter 212. Naruto felt like a guilty teenager sneaking back into the dorms after a late-night adventure as he climbed over the compound wall to return home. To his dismay, Kushina was waiting in the corner, arms crossed, her stern gaze fixed on him. The bad news? Naruto couldn't escape her scolding, and his ears took the brunt of her anger. The good news? Kushina, being his loving mother, didn't let her fury linger. She angrily put on her apron and warmed up some dinner for him. Over the next few days, Naruto avoided taking missions, focusing solely on perfecting Sage Mode. He was so close, just one step away. Naruto's routine became rigid, out early, back late, following an intense training schedule. However, impatience began creeping in, slowing his progress. As many have observed, humans can be forced to do many things except understand advanced math or master complex techniques under stress. Sage Mode requires calmness and patience. Naruto, in his relentless push, was unintentionally sabotaging himself. Despite this, he persisted, convinced that just a bit more effort would lead to success. On the 7th day, Naruto grabbed a glass of milk and a sandwich, ready to head out. Minato stopped him at the door. Naruto. Huh? Is there a mission? Can I skip it? Naruto asked, confused. Minato shook his head. No mission. You're coming with me today. Naruto hesitated, then nodded reluctantly under Minato's serious gaze. Alright. Finish your breakfast first, Minato added. Naruto sat back down, eating quickly while glancing at Minato, who appeared unhurried. His legs bounced impatiently under the table. Kinamaru finished his meal, patted Naruto on the shoulder, and said, I'm heading out. Naruto still had no idea what was going on, but Kinamaru's calm demeanor only added to the mystery. Naruto scanned the others in the room for answers. Kushina was her usual self, showing no hints of anything unusual. Hiko gave him a friendly smile, and Karen, caught peeking at him, quickly adjusted her glasses and turned away. What's going on? Naruto muttered to himself. Desperate for answers, he turned to the Ninetales. Hey, Big Fox, any idea what's happening? Busy. Don't disturb me, Kurama grumbled, not even turning to face him. Its tails waved lazily but decisively, shutting Naruto out. Moments later, a massive chakra hand shoved Naruto away and slammed the gate of the seal shut. Two glowing words appeared on the gate, do not disturb, entry prohibited. Naruto stared blankly. This seal isn't just to imprison him, It's his personal do not disturb sign. With no answers forthcoming, Naruto resigned himself to waiting. After what felt like forever, Minato finally stood and said, "Let's go." Father and son walked through the streets of Hidden Leaf Village, looking strikingly similar with their matching blonde hair, blue eyes, and even similar clothes. At 14, Naruto stood just over 1.6 meters tall, reaching Minato's shoulder. Minato, at 38, looked nearly the same as he did at 24, his youthful appearance confusing some passers-by. The two walked side by side, drawing attention from villagers, many of whom greeted them warmly. Minato responded politely, smiling and nodding, while Naruto awkwardly mimicked him. To Naruto, it felt like he was a zoo animal forced to perform. Unbeknownst to him, several of the villagers they passed had been saved by him in recent months, further elevating his already bright reputation in Hidden Leaf Village. Their destination was a training ground Naruto hadn't visited before. There, a young girl with twin buns stood waiting. "Tenten?" Naruto blinked in surprise. Tenten bowed politely. "Lord Hokage." "Hello, Naruto." Minato smiled. "Sorry, we're late." "Did you wait long?" Tenten shook her head. "Not at all. I just arrived." Naruto tilted his head. "What's going on?" When Minato didn't answer, Tenten stepped in. "I've been learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Hokage-sama said he'd teach me something new today." "You mastered it?" Naruto recalled helping her practice with his clones, endlessly repeating the technique until she grew comfortable with it. "That's awesome." "Of course." Tenten beamed, pulling out a specially designed kunai with a bun-shaped design on the handle. She threw it about 20 meters away and teleported to its location instantly, albeit with slightly jerky movements. From Naruto and Minato's perspective, her form was a bit unpolished, but she had clearly succeeded. "Very good." Minato praised. He handed her a scroll. "This contains information about space-time barriers. If you have questions, you can ask me or Naruto." Tenten accepted the scroll like a treasure and bowed deeply. "Thank you so much." Minato continued, "There's another matter. Gay mentioned you felt you lacked a powerful finishing move. Is that correct?" Tenten nodded, her eyes shimmering with emotion. She remembered venting her frustrations to her teammates about not having a signature technique like Neji's Gentle Fist or Lee's 8 Gates. While she excelled with weapons, she didn't have a single definitive move to call her own. "Watch closely," Minato said. He raised his hand, forming a glowing blue sphere. "Ah! That's the Rasengan!" Tenten exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "Naruto uses this all the time." "Then you know its power," Minato said with a smile. Tenten nodded eagerly. "Yes." Chapter 213 Minato dissipated the Rasengan in his hand and said, "Next, I'll teach you how to use the Rasengan." Since Tenten had already witnessed Rasengan's power during her training, Minato chose not to demonstrate its destructive force. After all, if he caused damage to the training ground, he'd have to call Yamato to fix it, and Yamato was a busy man. However, Tenten hesitated, her voice uncertain. "But is this really okay? I'm already so lucky to have learned your Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Now you're teaching me the Rasengan too." She knew that powerful ninjutsu wasn't something easily obtained, let alone advanced techniques tailored to her skill set. Minato smiled reassuringly. "I'm Hokage, it's my job to train the next generation. If it makes you feel better, you can call me sensei." I doubt Gay would mind. While Naruto had already inherited most of Minato's techniques, Minato didn't see any harm in mentoring another promising student. After all, Jiraiya had taught him that the role of a teacher wasn't just about imparting techniques, it was about guiding students on the right path. Tenten's character and potential met all the criteria for Minato to take her under his wing. "Yes, Minato-sensei." Tenten's face lit up with joy. "I've become a disciple of Hokage-sama." She dreamed of becoming as strong and legendary as Lady Tsunade someday. In her mind, she imagined Gay's reaction. He'd cry rivers of tears, snot running down his face, while shouting something about youth. Knowingly, he'd probably join the tearful embrace. "TCH. I'll just use Flying Thunder God to dodge their hugs," she thought with a smile. Minato began explaining the principles of the Rasengan, breaking it down into detailed steps. Naruto, standing by, couldn't help but notice how thorough Minato's explanation was, more so than when he had taught Naruto. "That's about it for now. I have some things to handle, but I'll be back soon," Minato said. "You can start practicing in the meantime, and if you have questions, Naruto is here to help." Naruto sighed internally. "So Dad brought me here just to be a sparring partner for Tenten?" Minato, reading his expression, added, "We'll talk about your Sage Mode training when I return." "Alright," Naruto relented. After Minato left, Tenten looked at Naruto with a wistful smile. "Naruto, sometimes I really envy you." "Huh? Why?" Naruto was caught off guard by the comment. Because you're the son of the Hokage, and your mom is an amazing ninja too. If you ever want to learn something, you just ask and they teach you. Naruto scratched his head, acknowledging her point. Yeah. I guess I'm lucky. But what about your family? What do they do? They're just ordinary merchants, Tenten replied with a shrug. So, I don't have much, except maybe a little money. Naruto stared at her. The audacity of saying the most infuriating words in the world with the sweetest tone. If he hadn't been sure she was speaking earnestly, he might have smacked her. But it's okay, Tenten added cheerfully. Now that I'm Hokage-sama's student, I'm sure I'll become a strong kunoichi. Let's get started, then, Naruto said, eager to move past the awkwardness. Okay. I'll go buy some balloons first. No need, Naruto said, pulling out a bunch of water balloons he had saved from his own training. I've got some here. Tenten grabbed a balloon and began channeling her chakra into it, gripping her wrist with her other hand. Ha! She yelled dramatically as she tried to create the spinning force. 2 hours later, Tenten sat on the ground, drenched in sweat. This is impossible. Making chakra spin in different directions at the same time is just anti-human. It's tough at first, Naruto said, recalling his own struggles. You'll get used to it with practice. Just don't overuse shadow clones to speed things up, it can backfire. Tenten shuddered, remembering how a misbehaving shadow clone had nearly ruined her Chunin exam experience. She decided against using clones for training, especially after Naruto's warning. After a short break, Tenten resumed her practice under Naruto's guidance. By the time Minato returned, she had made noticeable progress. How's it going? Minato asked. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it, Tenten said, though she looked slightly embarrassed by her slow progress. Minato smiled. The Rasengan is a knee-rank jutsu. It's perfectly normal for it to take time. Don't rush yourself. He then added, that's enough for this morning. You have a mission with Team Gay this afternoon, right? Yes. Tenten packed up the water balloons Naruto had lent her. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Thank you, Naruto. After Tenten left, Naruto turned expectantly to Minato. So, about Sage Mode? Minato crossed his arms. You're stuck on the final stage, right? Trying to absorb natural energy without relying on toad oil? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I feel like I'm so close, but every time I reach the last step, I get too anxious and lose focus. Why are you so impatient now, after nearly 2 years of training? Minato asked. Naruto hesitated. I guess. It's frustrating being so close. I just want to finish it already. Minato chuckled softly. Then don't train today. What? Naruto blinked, confused. You're saying I should take a break? Minato nodded. Exactly. Sometimes, stepping away for a bit helps clear your mind. Naruto stared at him skeptically. You're the 4th Hokage. I thought you'd have some profound father-son advice. But you're telling me to just relax? Even the simplest advice can be the most effective, Minato said with a grin. Now go enjoy your day. Naruto sighed dramatically. Fine. But I was hoping for some life-changing wisdom. Sometimes, rest is the wisdom, Minato replied. You'll see. Chapter 214. Minato reached out and ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair, which matched his own, before asking incredulously, where do you come up with all these weird phrases? It's true though. I thought you'd give me something like learn Sage Mode in 30 minutes. Or the complete guide to Sage training after a storm. You know, something straightforward. Minato chuckled helplessly. There's no such thing. But since it seems you don't plan on resting quietly, I'll give you a special mission instead. Naruto's ears perked up. A special mission? What kind of mission? It's a tracking mission, Minato explained. This afternoon and tomorrow morning, I want you to follow 4 specific people. Stay within 100 meters of them without being noticed for at least 30 minutes. If you're discovered, you fail. Who do I have to follow? Naruto asked, frowning slightly. He wasn't particularly confident in his stealth skills but trusted his natural ability to conceal his chakra. Minato listed the targets with a grin, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi, and your mom. Naruto nearly choked. That's insane. That's like hell-level difficulty. There's no way I can sneak past people like them. As long as you successfully follow even one of them, you'll get a reward. Naruto squinted suspiciously. What reward? I don't really need pocket money anymore, and I've learned all the ninjutsu you can teach me. What's left? Minato's smile widened mischievously. The reward is that I won't hold you accountable for all those unauthorized trips outside the village you've been taking recently. Naruto froze, speechless. After a moment, he jumped to his feet, pointing at Minato. You're using your authority for personal gain, Hokage-sama. Minato pretended to ponder. Would you rather I punish you for all those trips instead? Fine. Naruto grabbed Minato's hand in mock defeat. I'll do it. Regardless of whether Minato was genuinely testing Naruto's abilities as a ninja or simply finding a task to keep him busy, Naruto decided to take the mission seriously. He set some personal ground rules. Lurking outside someone's house while they were asleep wouldn't count, nor would setting up ambushes in advance. He had to follow them during moments when their guard might be down. Naruto considered his options. For instance, Kakashi might get distracted while reading Jiraiya's Kikken novels. Or maybe Kushina, while busy haggling over prices in the marketplace, would lower her guard. After some deliberation, Naruto chose Tsunade as his first target. Using his sensory skills, he located her chakra and realized she'd just left an izakaya. If she's drunk, her perception skills should be at rock bottom, right? This plan is foolproof. Naruto leapt across rooftops, landing quietly a few hundred meters away from her. Disguising himself as an ordinary villager, he began tailing her. Tsunade staggered down the street, weaving slightly before turning into a small alley. She glanced around cautiously before slipping through a narrow door. Naruto hesitated. Why is she being so sneaky? Mimicking her actions, Naruto pushed the door open only to be greeted by a sharp pain on his forehead. He stumbled back, clutching his head. The force was familiar, and when Naruto looked up, he saw Tsunade glaring at him with her arms crossed. What are you doing here, brat? Why did you hit me so hard, Tsunade? Naruto whined, rubbing the rapidly forming bump on his head. Tsunade's expression softened slightly. I thought it was Shizune following me. What's your excuse? Naruto straightened up. It's a mission from my dad. I'm supposed to track a few people without getting caught. Guess I failed. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What kind of test is that? Sounds like something Minato came up with to keep you out of trouble. Naruto noticed something odd and narrowed his eyes. Wait a second. You're not drunk, are you? Tsunade blinked and looked away, avoiding his gaze. Of course not. What kind of Hokage candidate would get drunk in the middle of the day? Naruto wasn't convinced. Then what are you doing sneaking around here? Don't tell me you're gambling. Hidden Leaf Village doesn't even have a legal casino. Tsunade shifted uncomfortably before sighing. Alright, fine. You caught me. Just don't tell Shizune, okay? I've been avoiding her all day to sneak in a quick bet. Naruto frowned. You pretended to be drunk to throw her off? Tsunade nodded sheepishly, clasping her hands together. Please, brat, Naruto. Just let me finish this one round, and I'll split the winnings with you. Naruto stared at her, unimpressed. There's no more unreliable promise than splitting the winnings. He sighed. Fine. But if you lose everything, I'm reporting this. Good enough for me. Tsunade grinned and darted into the casino, leaving Naruto shaking his head. As he waited outside, Naruto reflected on how he'd been caught. He had concealed his chakra and used an impeccable transformation jutsu, yet Tsunade had still noticed him. Was it her intuition? Or was she just paranoid because she's a gambler sneaking off to an illegal casino? Either way, the attempt had failed. After giving Tsunade 10 minutes to lose her savings, Naruto decided to move on to his next target, Jiraiya. Naruto weighed his options. Kakashi was with Gai, likely competing in one of their endless challenges. Naruto didn't feel like dealing with the absurd instincts of the blue beast. And his mom? She was busy training reconnaissance students, which was basically like walking into a trap. That left Jiraiya, who, for once, was staying put in his office. Naruto grinned. Old pervert, I'm coming for you next. Chapter 215. Naruto hung upside down under the eaves, peering into Jiraiya's office. The legendary ninja sat at his desk, back to the window, engrossed in writing. Just stay focused for another 25 minutes, and I'll complete the task, Naruto thought. Curiosity gnawed at him. What is he writing? Unfortunately, without X-ray vision, he couldn't decipher the script from the movement of Jiraiya's arm. Didn't he just release a book 6 months ago? Why is he already writing again? Are fiction writers always this diligent? Poor Kakashi's wallet won't survive this pace. Inside, Jiraiya finished a paragraph, put his pen down, and rubbed his wrist. Without turning around, he called out, "You've been there long enough. Why don't you come inside instead of sneaking around?" Naruto froze. Busted already? It's only been 5 minutes. Frustrated, he flipped through the air, landing inside the office through the open window. Tugging at his clothes to straighten them, he muttered, "Pervy sage, how did you catch me so quickly?" Jiraiya smirked. "You left signs everywhere. Was it supposed to be hard?" Naruto's shoulders slumped. "I hid my chakra, slowed my breathing, didn't move, and made no sound. What more could I do?" "Those are just the basics," Jiraiya said dismissively. You failed to conceal your gaze. Any experienced ninja can feel when someone's watching them, especially from behind. Naruto blinked, processing the explanation. That makes sense. Even back in school, I could always feel the teacher's glare when I was messing around. It's instinctual. Ninjas just take it to the next level. And another thing, Jiraiya added. Your mind is too active. Naruto stared at him in disbelief. You can sense my thoughts now. That's terrifying. Jiraiya laughed. No, I can't read your mind. But don't forget, chakra is made up of both physical and spiritual energy. If your thoughts are racing or your emotions spike, it can disrupt your chakra flow. That's enough to tip off someone like me. Naruto's jaw dropped. So that's why Gaara got caught eavesdropping back then. He was too shocked to stay calm. Wait. Naruto frowned. If someone can analyze spiritual energy changes in chakra, wouldn't that basically be mind reading? Close, but not quite, Jiraiya said. The idea behind chakra was to connect people spiritually, to help them understand each other better. It's why the Sage of Six Paths shared it with the world. But people have twisted it for their own purposes over time. Naruto's mind wandered. If everyone could read minds like the Yamanaka clan, the ninja world would be a mess. Imagine Tsunade walking down the street and couples everywhere getting into fights. Yeah, no thanks. Jiraiya interrupted Naruto's thoughts. Anyway, even with these tricks, they're not the most important part of counter-surveillance. Then what is? Naruto asked, eager to learn something useful for his next attempt. Jiraiya grinned. I'm a sage, remember? Even if my sage mode isn't as refined as Minato's, I can sense natural energy changes. If you want to stay hidden from me, you'll need to master merging with nature. Naruto groaned. If I could do that, I'd already be sitting in Mount Mayabaku, hanging out with the toads. Jiraiya leaned against the desk. So, what brings you here today? Naruto sighed. My dad gave me a test. I'm supposed to shadow a few people without getting caught. So far, I've failed twice in half an hour. Minato came up with this. Jiraiya scratched his head, circling Naruto thoughtfully. Interesting. He's probably testing something beyond your stealth. Whatever. It's not like I'm learning anything useful, Naruto grumbled. When I followed Tsunade, I caught her sneaking into an underground casino. Now I find you writing caca on the job. Jiraiya sputtered. What? I'm not writing that. It's serious work. Naruto crossed his arms skeptically. Oh really? Then why not tell me what it's about? Jiraiya coughed and changed the subject. Cough, just stick to Minato's plan. There's a reason he gave you this mission. Naruto slumped into Jiraiya's chair, flipping through some crumpled notes on the desk. I don't see the point. I already know I'll get caught if I try to shadow Kakashi or Mom. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto, you're too focused on power. Being a ninja isn't just about techniques or strength, it's about your inner resolve. Only those who can endure everything are true ninjas. Oh, great, Naruto deadpanned. Another lecture about patience and resolve. Got anything new? Maybe a ruler to convince me? Jiraiya ignored the sarcasm and pointed to the manuscript on the desk. Inner strength. Naruto, unimpressed, opened the drawer, revealing a stack of magazines with scandalous covers. Endurance? Jiraiya turned red. Those are dreams. Hobbies. They're unrelated. Sure they are, Naruto smirked. Unable to take any more, Jiraiya picked Naruto up and tossed him out the window. Go do your mission. Naruto landed gracefully, dusted himself off, and muttered, the Hokage's kid gets stuck running pointless errands. One Sannin sneaks off to gamble, and another is writing romance novels during office hours. And they call this the best generation? If Denzo were alive to hear this, he'd explode. Hidden Leaf Village will be ruined in your hands. Chapter 216. Naruto, unceremoniously thrown out of Jiraiya's office, made a mental note to pay him back someday with a reverse harem jutsu. That would teach him. With Jiraiya off his list, Naruto decided to stake out Kakashi next. According to his mental map, Kakashi was still training with Gai. Seriously, are they going to train together all day? But Minato mentioned that Gai's team had a mission in the afternoon, so the training shouldn't last long. I'll just head to Kakashi's place and wait for him to come home tonight, Naruto decided. He leapt across rooftops toward the residential district. On the way, he spotted some commotion near the black market casino. From a distance, he saw members of the police force escorting a dozen people out in cuffs. At the entrance, Izumi Uchiha appeared to be scolding Tsunade, who looked sheepishly embarrassed, smiling like someone caught in a lie. She was completely devoid of the usual commanding air of a Sannin. Yup, Naruto thought, she must have lost everything in under 10 minutes. Tsunade's expression said it all. She had blown through her entire monthly stipend and tried to borrow money when Izumi busted the door down. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. I better steer clear of Tsunade for a while. Unless I want to risk a friendly wager with her where the stakes involve her punching me into next week. On a mountaintop nearby, Gai and Kakashi sat after finishing an intense session of rock climbing training. Kakashi, Gai began, I'll be heading out on a mission with my beloved students this afternoon. I won't be able to train with you anymore today. Huh? When did I invite you to train with me in the first place? Kakashi deadpanned. He had been following his personal workout plan when Gai decided to turn it into a competition. A youthful invitation often doesn't require words. Gai exclaimed passionately. Oh, Kakashi replied indifferently, returning to his push-ups without missing a beat. Are you testing me with that apathetic response? Gai shouted, dramatically clenching his fists. Very well, I'll double my training regimen to prove my passion. That's fine. Goodbye, Kakashi said flatly, waving him off without even glancing up. While Gai sped off toward his team's meeting point, Kakashi remained focused on his routine. His goal was clear, improve his chakra reserves. Years of intense training had yielded slow but steady results. By his estimates, he could now sustain 5 or 6 recruits before running out of chakra. Naruto's over-the-top estimation was that Kakashi might one day be able to casually hold Rikiri in one hand and sip tea with the other. But that was a long way off. After spotting Gai's green blur disappearing into the distance, Naruto decided it was time to act. Carefully masking his chakra, slowing his breathing, and softening his steps, he approached Kakashi with the utmost caution. Remember Jiraiya's advice, don't look directly at him, don't overthink, just blend in with nature, Naruto reminded himself. He crouched behind a half-height boulder about 70 meters away and waited. Kakashi continued his push-ups, occasionally counting aloud. Naruto observed cautiously, peeking only when a bird flew past or the wind picked up. 20 minutes passed uneventfully, and Naruto felt hopeful. I'm almost there. But the experience taught him to remain wary. The closer you get to success, the easier it is to fail. He likened it to an old computer crashing at 99% progress. 5 minutes later, Kakashi stopped his push-ups. Alright, let's try this, he muttered, standing and pulling up his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. The 3 Tomoe spun rapidly, forming the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kami, Kakashi murmured. Naruto tensed as a dark vortex of space began to form in Kakashi's line of sight directly at the boulder Naruto was hiding behind. The rock vanished into the swirling void. Oh no! Acting on instinct, Naruto leapt out of hiding, throwing a kunai backwards as he moved. The kunai fell harmlessly to the ground, missing the vortex entirely. So Kakashi's Kami isn't just some mindless black hole, it only absorbs what he's targeting. Naruto didn't have time to marvel. With a flash step, he appeared beside Kakashi, catching him just as the older ninja staggered. Kakashi-sensei. Are you alright? Kakashi blinked, surprised. Naruto? What are you doing here? You almost collapsed. Naruto said, adjusting Kakashi's weight on his back. Are you okay? I'm fine, Kakashi said, though his voice was weak. I just overused my chakra a little. I'll be fine after some rest. I've been hiding here for over 20 minutes, Naruto muttered. And now this. Carrying Kakashi on his back, Naruto felt an odd mix of emotions. It wasn't the first time he'd seen Kakashi push himself to the brink, but this felt different. In the past, it was always Kakashi catching him whether during training, after a fight, or even after being revived following the battle with Pain. But now the roles were reversed. Naruto carried Kakashi, feeling an unfamiliar weight of responsibility. Is this what it means to be someone others can rely on? Kakashi, meanwhile, was lost in his own thoughts. When Naruto had caught him, he'd almost called out Minato-sensei instinctively. This kid. He's looking more and more like his dad every day. If he were just a little taller, this would almost feel like the old days. Clearing his throat, Kakashi asked, so, what exactly are you doing here? Don't tell me you've been slacking on your training. Chapter 217. It's not entirely wrong to say that, Naruto began, explaining to Kakashi about the mission Minato had assigned him. Of course, the surveillance task conveniently aligned with his concern for Kakashi's reckless training habits. So you managed to hide for nearly half an hour, and I didn't notice? Kakashi sounded genuinely surprised. I've gotten less vigilant in the village, but that's still impressive. You've grown a lot. Naruto sighed. Yeah, but it all fell apart in the end. Why did you have to push yourself with that move when you were already running on fumes? Kakashi gave a sheepish laugh. Sorry. I just wanted to test my limits. I didn't mean to ruin your test. As Naruto carried him down the mountain path, he jostled Kakashi slightly. That's too reckless. Running out of chakra can kill you. Kakashi squinted, smirking faintly. You're the last person in Hidden Leaf Village qualified to lecture me about recklessness. You're the guy who trains with hundreds of shadow clones all day. Naruto frowned. Hey. I might push myself, but I've never run out of chakra. Kakashi groaned internally. Technically true, but only because his chakra reserves are ridiculous. His problem is more about passing out from feedback overload after dispelling all those clones. Feeling a bit guilty, Naruto quickly shifted gears. You know, there's a way to fix this. How about we go on a C-rank mission and steal the same Ada? That thing's basically a giant chakra power bank. You could charge it up and use it whenever you need. C-rank mission? Stealing a legendary weapon? Do you even hear yourself? Kakashi sighed. Besides, we're all Jonin now. Taking a C-rank mission would be ridiculous. Naruto mimicked the third Hokage's tone. Ah, the youth of today. So irresponsible. You really don't make things easy for me. Kakashi chuckled weakly. I'm supposed to be the teacher here. Since when do you get to worry about me like I'm your wayward student? Naruto smirked. Next time, you can carry me home and see how tough these mountain roads are. Yes, Kakashi replied, his voice heavy with mock resignation. Years of sparring verbally with Gai had made him an expert at brushing off banter. Despite having Flying Thunder God at his disposal, Naruto chose to walk back step by step, carrying Kakashi through the quiet forest trails. He found himself enjoying the peaceful pace, reflecting on moments he'd rushed through in the past. I always use Flying Thunder God to save time, like every second matters. But maybe Jiraiya had a point when he insisted I walk everywhere during my training. Life isn't just about rushing from one goal to the next. There's value in the quiet moments, like this one. A light-hearted scuffle in Naruto. Kakashi's voice broke Naruto's reverie. What's up, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi's tone was exasperated. What's up with you? You've been smiling like an idiot, and I've been hit in the face by branches 7 times because you're not paying attention. Naruto blinked. Oh, sorry about that. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Did you say 7 times? Kakashi's instincts flared. Yes, and, snap. Naruto deliberately let another branch slap Kakashi in the face. What are you doing? Kakashi groaned. I figured we should make it 8. You seem to like that number, Naruto quipped, smirking. Seriously though, where did you buy this mask? It's been hit 8 times, and it's still intact. Kakashi rolled his eyes, silently praying to Minato. Sensei, your son is a menace. By the time they reached the base of the mountain, Naruto had a choice to make. The paths before him led to Kakashi's home, the hospital, or the Hokage Tower. Kakashi weakly suggested, just take me home. I'll rest there. Naruto wasn't having it. No way. You're not Uzumaki. You need proper rest. I'm taking you to the hospital. Kakashi sighed but lacked the strength to argue. Fine, but let's skip the dramatics. I don't need some big fuss. As they arrived at the hospital, Naruto sensed Tsunoda's chakra in the distance, likely near the Izakaya. Good. No chance of her ambushing me. He carried Kakashi straight to the director's office, where Shizune and Sakura were reviewing some paperwork. Sensei? Sakura exclaimed, rushing over. Naruto? What happened to Kakashi-sensei? Shizune glanced up, her expression shifting to one of mild concern. What happened? Chakra exhaustion? Yeah, Naruto confirmed, setting Kakashi down gently. He overdid it with some training, so I brought him here to make sure there's no lasting damage. Shizune activated her healing jutsu, green light bathing Kakashi as she scanned him. It doesn't seem too serious, but... Her expression grew serious. Kakashi, has your vision been affected? Particularly in your Sharingan? Kakashi hesitated before nodding. A little. It's a side effect of using Kami. Shizune frowned. You need to be careful. Overusing abilities like that could cause irreversible damage. Let me set you up with a room to rest. Kakashi sighed. I'll be fine at home. There's no need for all this. Shizune, uncharacteristically firm, replied, you're staying here. I'm a medical professional, and you're my patient. Sakura giggled at Kakashi's predicament. She's right, sensei. Naruto piled on. Yeah, Sakura is totally right. You need to take care of yourself. Defeated, Kakashi let himself be escorted to a private ward. Thanks to Shizune's high status and the hospital's current low occupancy, she arranged a comfortable single room for him. Naruto, watching Shizune fluff the pillows and fuss over the bedding, felt something was off. Her care seemed a little too attentive. There's definitely something going on here. Guess I'll have to do some investigating later. I'm not letting this mystery go. Chapter 218. Alright, Shizune instructed as she ushered Naruto into Kakashi's ward. Lay him down gently. Naruto complied, carefully placing Kakashi on the bed. Shizune then methodically removed Kakashi's shoes, vest, and ninja pouch, making sure he was comfortable. As Kakashi settled onto his back, Naruto suddenly remembered something important. Kakashi-sensei, next time you're going to practice that jutsu, can you let me know in advance? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Why? I want to see what that space looks like, Naruto said, referring to the dimension linked to Kakashi's kami. He was curious about Obito's personal pocket dimension. Kakashi chuckled weakly. I've already sent a shadow clone in there to scout. It's just empty. Dark and endless. There's no exit or entrance, though you can breathe and use ninjutsu freely. Naruto tilted his head, skeptical. No way it's that simple. What about Obito's random body parts floating around in there? Well, Naruto said, forming an idea, maybe I can use the Flying Thunder God to enter and exit that space freely. If it works, it could be useful for battle. Or... His eyes gleamed with excitement. What if I can claim it as my own space after the fight with Obito? That would be so cool. A personal dimension like the ones in the novels. Naruto paused, his enthusiasm fading. Wait. Does that make Obito the actual protagonist? Parents dead, outcast, meets a famous teacher, sacrifices himself for others, gets revived, awakens hidden powers, and inherits legendary gear. Oh no. Am I the villain in this story? Kakashi agreed to help Naruto test his theory. Next time I use Kami, I'll try sending one of your kunai into the dimension. Naruto brightened at the prospect. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. He felt a bit less like a side character now. Just as Naruto was about to leave, he accidentally knocked over Kakashi's ninja pouch from the bedside table. It hit the floor with a thud, spilling its contents among them, the corner of a very familiar book. Ah, sorry about that, Naruto said, bending down as if to help pick it up. But then he froze. Murderous intent. Naruto glanced at Shizune, who had gone stiff, her eyes shadowed ominously as she stared at the book. Calmly, she picked it up, read the title on the cover, and declared, "This is confiscated." Wait. Kakashi stammered. I'll be stopping by your house later to clean up your room, Shizune said sweetly, though her smile didn't reach her eyes. No arguments. Kakashi deflated like a pop balloon. His precious Kaka Paradise stash had been exposed. For a moment, he looked like a man whose entire browser history had been leaked to the public. Rest well, Shizune added cheerfully, ushering Naruto and Sakura out of the room. Once outside the ward, Naruto and Sakura exchanged a glance. Neither said a word, but their mutual thought was clear, something is going on here. Naruto smirked. Sakura's eyes sparkled with the fire of gossip. Naruto gave her a sly wink. Sakura nodded, as if silently promising, leave it to me. Though Naruto wasn't entirely sure what she intended, he was certain he'd hear something juicy soon enough. After leaving the hospital, Naruto felt a mix of satisfaction and dread. On one hand, he'd uncovered Kakashi's secret and gotten Shizune involved in some drama. On the other hand, his final target awaited, Mom. Mom's going to be the hardest of all, Naruto thought grimly. Her Kagura-style perception abilities were top tier, and she'd honed her reconnaissance skills over 2 years of training the special ops team. She could probably detect Naruto's chakra from across the village, even if he tried hiding it. Hiding from her was like trying to outshine the sun, impossible. But Naruto wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Maybe I can try blending into the environment better. Or disguising myself. With a flash of inspiration, Naruto decided to mimic Shino's low-profile style. He used a transformation jutsu to replicate Shino's clothing, a high-collared jacket, dark sunglasses, and a hood. He slunk into a shadowy corner, hoping to minimize his presence. The results were disastrous. Passers-by kept glancing at him suspiciously. Even patrolling police officers cast wary looks in his direction, as if he were a would-be thief casing the area. Naruto realized Shino's unassuming demeanor wasn't something that could be replicated with effort alone, it was a talent. To make matters worse, Team 10 happened to pass by and spot him. Naruto? Shikamaru asked, raising an eyebrow. What are you doing? Naruto sighed. I'm trying to reduce my presence for a reconnaissance mission. It's not going well. Ino folded her arms. Yeah, it's definitely not working. Honestly, it just feels disrespectful to Shino. Naruto frowned. Do you have any better ideas? Shikamaru rubbed the back of his head thoughtfully. In your case, the best approach would probably be to rely on your Flying Thunder God technique. If you're discovered, you can teleport away and reposition. Yeah, Ino added, or you could use a distraction to disrupt their perception. I know some techniques for that, but... Sorry, they're clan secrets. Asuma, who had been quietly smoking a cigarette, chimed in casually. Or, if you can't avoid being detected, You could just neutralize the sensor ninja as soon as they notice you. Naruto stared at him. That's dark. Asuma shrugged. It's practical. Chapter 219. Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a hopeless smile, "It's fine, I'll think of something." Seeing that Choji and the others were about to hand in their mission report, Naruto didn't want to hold them up any longer. He waved goodbye and turned to leave. Noticing Naruto's distressed expression, Choji rummaged through his belongings, pulled out a pack of unopened snacks, and handed them to him. "I'm not the smartest, so I don't know how to help, but if you're feeling down, eating something might cheer you up." Naruto looked at Choji's round, smiling face and took the snacks gratefully. "Thanks, Choji. Next time, I'll bring you something special from other countries, maybe snacks from the land of wind or the land of birds. Oh, or maybe even the fried bugs from Mount Mayabaku, if you're feeling adventurous." Hearing the mention of exotic delicacies, Choji's mouth began to water, but before he could press Naruto for more details, Ino pulled him away by the sleeve. What Naruto didn't realize was that the snack Choji had given him was the last one he had saved from this mission, intending to celebrate with it on the way home. Still, Naruto felt the kindness in Choji's gesture. "Next time, I'll bring him something truly special. That's a promise." Sitting down on a nearby bench, Naruto tore open the snack wrapper and began munching on the potato chips. "These are pretty good," he thought. Choji really knows his snacks. Naruto wasn't sure if eating could actually relieve stress, but for the moment, it did help him feel a little less worried. Even if things don't work out, Kakashi-sensei wouldn't notice my secret ability unless he paid really close attention. And Mom's always busy, she probably won't catch on either. I'll test it tomorrow morning when she goes grocery shopping. If things go south, I'll just borrow Sasuke's allowance for a few days. 10 minutes later, having finished the last of the potato chips, Naruto sensed Choji's location. It seemed he had already handed in the mission report and was heading home. Naruto chased after him, holding the empty snack wrapper. "Choji!" Naruto called out. When Choji turned around, Naruto waved the wrapper dramatically and shouted, "The last bite." Choji bolted toward Naruto like a blur, snatching the final chip from his hand and devouring it with a satisfied crunch. "Thanks, Naruto," Choji said, beaming. Choji had a personal rule of never wasting the last bite of food, and Naruto had remembered that, going out of his way to share it. It warmed Choji's heart. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze watched the scene unfold in his crystal ball. He chuckled softly, his face glowing with the warmth of a proud father. That evening, Naruto returned home and reported the mission's progress or lack thereof to his parents. "We managed to fail 3/4 of the mission," Naruto admitted sheepishly. Minato didn't seem upset. Instead, he smiled and said, "Sounds like Kakashi was a bit uncooperative. Still, there's one mission left, right? Work hard, and there's still hope." "I'll do my best," Naruto promised. Though inwardly, he wondered just how much this father of his was willing to meddle behind the scenes. At dinner, the atmosphere was light-hearted. Kushina, relieved that Naruto had silently kept her in the loop about their struggles, was in high spirits. "If I'd known this was how Kakashi would behave, I'd have broken one of his legs and sent him to the hospital," Kushina said cheerfully. Kakashi, who was currently sitting in a quiet corner reading a meal, felt a strange chill run down his spine. He had no idea why. The next morning, Naruto woke up at 4 a.m. but lay in bed pretending to sleep until he heard the sound of the front door closing around 6 a.m. His mother, Kushina, had left for the market, just as planned. Naruto carefully slid out of bed, moving as if his bones had turned to liquid, and crept toward the window. Peeking out, he watched Kushina walk down the street with a basket in hand. Confident she wouldn't turn back, Naruto leaped out the window and hid in the nearby trees. He began following his mother from a safe distance, using every stealth technique he had learned from Jiraiya and Kakashi. Naruto felt like a true ninja, observing Kushina as she greeted passers-by, chatted with vendors, and haggled over prices. Mom really is just like Dad when she smiles. Legendary couple indeed, Naruto thought with a faint grin, shaking his head to clear the distraction. As he watched, Kushina finished filling her basket with fruits and vegetables. However, she suddenly stopped and began rummaging through her purchases. Naruto froze, worried that she might have noticed his presence. Instead, Kushina pulled out a straw Bailey, examined it with a satisfied smile, and casually tossed it into the air. The straw Bailey flew straight toward Naruto and hit him square on the forehead, splattering into sticky red jam. Naruto grimaced, rubbing his forehead. Thank Kami she didn't throw the watermelon first. Leaping out of his hiding spot, Naruto blurted out a line that could only lead to disaster. "Dad told me to spy on you." Chapter 220. Minato Namikaze was alive. Naruto Uzumaki was alive. And regardless of the situation, Kushina didn't need to punch her son in the head to get her point across. She could speak perfectly well. When Kushina learned that Naruto's antics were actually part of a mission Minato had assigned to him, her initial frustration turned into mild annoyance. She guessed Minato must have had some reason, even if he hadn't shared it beforehand. Meanwhile, Naruto's behavior gradually returned to normal. Though Naruto occasionally pushed his limits, even teasing Tsunade and attempting to prank Kakashi, Kushina knew he was a good-hearted boy. That much was clear. "Don't worry about it," she said reassuringly. "Minato said he'd deduct your pay, but he's probably just trying to scare you. If I really didn't want you to track me, I could have pretended not to notice." "That's not necessary," Naruto replied, smirking. "I figured Dad just wanted to scare me anyway. And if it doesn't work, I can always cling to his leg and beg him to forgive me." He crossed his arms, adding mischievously, "Is it embarrassing for a 14-year-old to cling to his dad's leg? Well, whoever sees it will regret it." Naruto then took the basket of groceries from Kushina's hands and asked, "By the way, how did you know I was following you? Did I mess up somewhere?" Kushina tapped her chin with her finger, pretending to think deeply. "No, I don't think so. I just felt you were nearby, and when I focused, I found you." Naruto raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "That's it? You're not even a sensory ninja. I mean, I'd understand if you could sense the Nine-Tails chakra or if the fox ratted me out, but this... What, is this women's intuition or something?" Kushina chuckled and shook her head. "Nope, the Nine-Tails has been busy lately. He's locked himself in and hasn't been talking much. Kami knows what he's up to." "Busy? That's weird. Is he hosting a secret meeting with the other tail beasts or something?" Kushina shrugged, deciding to respect the fox's privacy. "Who knows? He'll tell us when he's ready. In the meantime, it's been a bit quiet without him complaining in the background." When the two returned home, Minato was already aware of the outcome of Naruto's mission, though he didn't mention anything about deducting Naruto's reward. Instead, he said, "Well, Naruto, I didn't expect you'd be discovered that way, but no matter. I've got something urgent to handle, and then I'll take you somewhere." "Got it. I'll check in on Kakashi-sensei first and then meet you at the training ground," Naruto replied eagerly. Before leaving, Naruto carefully prepared a small condolence gift for Kakashi. He spent time on it, confident his sensei would appreciate it. As Naruto headed toward the hospital, he bumped literally into Tsunade. First a casual collision, now a neck grab. "Perfect," Naruto muttered as Tsunade glared at him. Trying to escape her grip, he offered a sheepish greeting, "Good morning." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her hands on her hips. "Good morning, huh? And what did you promise me yesterday?" "I promised not to report to you unless you lost everything," Naruto replied with confidence, straightening his back. "And since the police force hasn't come knocking, I guess you haven't lost it all yet." Tsunade huffed and tilted her head. "Humphrey, thanks to you, I actually saved this month's wine money." Naruto stared at her suspiciously. "Isn't that a good thing? Maybe you should get Shizune to manage your budget. It's pretty harsh to keep using her money for booze, you know." "Quiet, brat. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide," Tsunade declared, spinning on her heel and walking away. Watching her retreat, Naruto muttered, "Drinking this early in the morning? Bet there's another shady casino waiting for her." Tsunade's stride faltered momentarily before she quickened her pace. Naruto smirked and proceeded to Kakashi's ward, where he spotted Shizune exiting with a wash basin in hand. "Shizune-sensei, how's Kakashi-sensei doing?" "He's recovering well," Shizune replied cheerfully. "Your visit should cheer him up." Naruto knocked gently on the door. "Kakashi-sensei, it's me." "Come in," came Kakashi's neutral voice. Naruto stepped inside, grinning as he saw Kakashi propped up against the bed, gazing out the window with an air of boredom. "Sensei, I'm here to see you." "Thanks, Naruto," Kakashi said, still not turning to face him. "How's your test going?" "It failed, of course." Naruto waved it off nonchalantly. "But that's not important. I brought you a gift." "Oh?" Kakashi's interest was piqued. "Just leave it on the table." Naruto dragged his words teasingly. "Oh, it's very special. Something meaningful, too." Kakashi's ears perked up as he finally turned to look. "Naruto, it's not that, is it?" Naruto smirked and handed him a book with a familiar cover. Kakashi's eyes lit up. This is exactly what I needed." "Naruto, you're the best student ever." "Of course, sensei. Take your time. I have to head out now." Kakashi eagerly opened the book but froze as he flipped through the pages. His face turned pale as realization struck. Peeling off the fake cover, he gritted his teeth. "Naruto. You little brat." The book was actually a childhood picture book from the Land of Snow, a keepsake Kakashi had given Naruto on his 3rd birthday. Though it held sentimental value, It wasn't what Kakashi wanted now. Naruto, already out of earshot, smirked as he imagined Kakashi's reaction. I really am a thoughtful student, he chuckled to himself. Naruto arrived at the training ground early, finding a tree to sit under. The summer sunlight filtered gently through the leaves, warming him as he leaned back and yawned. The early morning chase with Kushina had left him more tired than he realized. Before long, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. When Minato arrived, he found his son sleeping soundly beneath the tree. Smiling softly, Minato sat down beside him. By chance, Naruto stirred in his sleep and leaned over, resting his head on Minato's shoulder. Minato remained still, savoring the quiet moment with his son. Chapter 221 Mount Myabaku. Minato, Naruto, and Fukasaku each sat cross-legged on separate stone pillars, the tranquil energy of Mount Myabaku surrounding them. Shall I start now? Naruto asked, glancing at Fukasaku. Go ahead, Fukasaku replied. No need to worry too much. Just treat it as a demonstration. Alright, Naruto said, exhaling. He adjusted his posture and closed his eyes, preparing himself. Unlike before, when Naruto's mindset was riddled with thoughts like I must succeed this time, he approached this attempt with calm determination. His focus shifted to performing each step with precision, free of self-imposed pressure. This shift in mindset, though unintentional, was perfectly suited to mastering Mount Myabaku's Sage Mode. The calmer Naruto was, the smoother his progress became. Recalling Fukasaku's teachings, Naruto began the process of connecting with nature. Without realizing it, he instinctively incorporated techniques he'd practiced over the past 2 days, adapting them to fit the principles of Sage Mode. Minutes passed. Naruto gradually let go of his thoughts, forgetting about success, failure, his surroundings, and even the presence of Minato and Fukasaku. He entered a state of true harmony with nature. Do you remember? I don't remember. What kind of punch is this? I don't know. Who is your father? I forgot. Naruto successfully entered Sage Mode by forgetting that he was even trying. Fukasaku and Minato watched as the natural energy around them converged on Naruto, flowing into him seamlessly. A bird perched on Naruto's head, mistaking him for a stone-clear proof of his mastery. He's done it, Fukasaku said, his voice filled with pride. For the first time, Naruto had entered Sage Mode without the aid of toad oil, relying solely on his own abilities. Mastering Sage Mode was akin to learning to ride a bicycle. Once you learn how to balance, mount, and stop on your own, you will never forget the process. From here on, Naruto only needed to refine his technique and improve his proficiency. Naruto opened his eyes, noticing the orange pigmentation around them. Clenching his fists, he grinned. I feel stronger. His excitement was palpable. If this were a different kind of story, Naruto might have tested his strength by punching a wall or flipping a table. Congratulations, Naruto, Fukasaku said, beaming. Minato, equally proud, smiled warmly. Well done, Naruto. Thanks, Dad. And thank you, Fukasaku-sama, for all your guidance and patience. Naruto said, his gratitude genuine. Fukasaku stroked his beard with a chuckle. You're a good kid, Naruto. It's been worth it. Naruto, brimming with energy, leapt off the stone pillar to celebrate. The bird on his head squawked in surprise and flew away. Crash. Naruto landed face first on the ground, cracking the stone slab beneath him. Must have hurt, his brain reasoned. Doesn't hurt at all, his body replied. Sage Mode enhanced every aspect of Naruto: his chakra, perception, physical strength, and resilience. He brushed off the fall without a scratch. Eager to test his new abilities, Naruto lifted boulders, threw Rasen shurikens, avoiding the sacred areas of Mount Myabaku, and generally caused a commotion. Though his Sage Mode only lasted 5 minutes, Naruto knew that practice would extend its duration. And with Kurama's help in the future, he could unlock even greater potential. Dad, want to spar? Naruto asked Minato, who had just descended from his stone pillar. Sure, Minato said, activating his own Sage Mode. Naruto attempted to re-enter Sage Mode but struggled. By the time he succeeded, Minato's Sage Mode had already expired. The father and son exchanged awkward glances. Minato sighed. Let's save it for another time. There's still a lot for you to learn, like frog kata and other techniques that'll help you refine your Sage Mode. Naruto nodded. Alright, I'll keep working at it. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama, for your continued guidance. Fukasaku smiled, finding Naruto's enthusiasm refreshing. Of course. You're doing well, Naruto. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, bringing Naruto to the 63rd year of Hidden Leaf Village. Life had returned to its usual rhythm of missions, training, Sage Mode practice, and time spent with friends. However, one major change occurred: The Uzumaki family gained 2 new members. One night, as Naruto entered his inner sealed space, Kurama suddenly opened the gate. "Pay attention to the seal, kid. I'm sending out a small clone," Kurama grumbled. "A clone? Since when do you know shadow clone jutsu?" Naruto asked, watching as a tiny version of Kurama emerged as a mini Ninetales. The clone was barely the size of Naruto's head, with chubby cheeks, large ears, and a fluffy body. Its attempt at maintaining dignity only made it look more adorable. Naruto picked it up under its armpits and raised it to eye level. "This is too cute." The little fox swatted at his face. "Put me down, brat. The great Kurama isn't meant to be handled like this." For reasons unknown, even the clone's voice sounded adorably squeaky. Meanwhile, in Kushina's sealed space, a similar scene unfolded. Holding a smaller version of Kurama, Kushina smiled and said something she hadn't uttered in over a decade. "So, you are a girl." Chapter 222. After the last visit from the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, Kurama, the Ninetales, established a connection with the Three Tails, Isabu, and had a surprisingly cordial conversation. The details of their discussion remained a mystery to Naruto, but the result was clear. Kurama had learned a unique cloning technique exclusive to tailed beasts. The Three Tails, Isabu, resembled a massive spiked turtle with a thick carapace covering even its head. However, what most didn't know was the peculiar nature of its internal structure. Inside Isabu's body was a space resembling a dark red cave lined with curved patterns. But the real surprise was the presence of 2 miniature versions of Isabu, one as large as a jeep, the other no bigger than a wash basin. These tiny forms worked in unison to manage Isabu's power. When Kurama learned this, he was baffled. His body was biologically similar to a real fox, yet he couldn't split into such specialized forms. The thought of gnawing his own flesh for chakra, as some creatures might, was abhorrent to him. Curious, Kurama coaxed Isabu into teaching him the technique for creating miniatures. After significant effort, Kurama succeeded in creating his first clone, a tiny fox version of himself. Thrilled, he went to show off his new creation to Naruto and Kushina. Unfortunately, his moment of triumph was dampened when both of them jokingly referred to the clone as a female fox. Hurt, but undeterred, Kurama cooperated with Naruto and Kushina to refine the technique. Soon, they each produced a miniature fox, one dark and one light, that joined the Uzumaki family. The 2 tiny foxes, each just big enough to perch on Naruto's shoulders, brought joy to the household. "You're too small to be called the Ninetales," Naruto remarked. "So, I'll call you Little Orange and Little Red based on your fur colors." "Sound good?" Minato, ever the creative mind, interjected. "Those names are too simple." "I think that's fine," Little Orange cut in, nodding approvingly. "I agree," Little Red added. Naruto grinned. "Settled then." Kurama sulked in the background, lamenting his inability to maintain the majestic image he once prided himself on. His clones, with their adorable voices and clumsy tendencies, didn't help. The 2 little foxes quickly integrated into family life. Special spots were set for them at the dining table, and they even learned to hold chopsticks with their small paws. Watching the miniature Ninetales imitating humans picking at food, puffing their cheeks, and chewing enthusiastically was a sight too cute for words. When Naruto and Kushina went out, the little foxes accompanied them, perching proudly on their shoulders. Most villagers mistook them for harmless ninja pets or summons, far removed from the terrifying image of the Ninetales. Some villagers even offered them treats, which Little Orange accepted with enthusiasm. "There are so many kind people in this village," Little Orange mused. Naruto rolled his eyes. "Is your definition of a good person based solely on free food?" "No," Little Orange replied, smug. "Don't forget, I can sense malice. Everyone I've met is genuinely kind." Naruto couldn't argue with that logic. Far to the south, in Hidden Sand Village, Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, was working late into the night as usual. Known for his tireless work ethic, Gaara's dedication to his village was unmatched. His relentless 007-style schedule, working from 12:00 a.m. to 12:00 p.m., 7 days a week, was both inspiring and intimidating. While many admired him, some sand ninjas who tried to emulate his routine ended up hospitalized after just 5 days. Concerned, Gaara issued a stern warning to prevent further incidents. However, Gaara himself remained undeterred. On this particular night, as he admired the quiet of the village at 4:00 a.m., a strange bird caught his attention outside the window. Suspicious, Gaara summoned Anbu to investigate and alerted Kankuro, Hidden Sand Village's resident scientific genius. Kankuro, equally sleep-deprived but ever resourceful, arrived armed with a team and his latest invention, a prototype anti-air weapon. 10 minutes earlier, 2 figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood in the desert 2 kilometers from Hidden Sand Village. Deidara adjusted his hat. "So, Your spy's been exposed, huh? Yes, Sasori replied. Yura is under my control no longer. No point worrying about it, let's proceed with the plan. Yura had been compromised long ago during Naruto's mission in the Chunin exams, leaving his fate unknown. It's fine, Deidara said confidently, unzipping his clay pouch. They'll get to see my art. Reaching into the pouch, Deidara let the mouths on his palms chew a chunk of clay. Moments later, a bird-shaped sculpture emerged, growing larger as he performed a series of hand signs. The clay bird swelled to the size of a vehicle, capable of carrying 2 or 3 passengers. Brother Sasori, what do you think of my art? Deidara asked smugly. Sasori didn't answer, simply remarking, don't take too long. Flying over Hidden Sand Village, Deidara observed the village's defenses. They've fortified the skies. How quaint. Still, it only adds to the artistic value of destroying this place. He crafted small clay spiders, dropping them on key sentry positions. Art is an explosion. Deidara yelled, detonating the spiders in a series of fiery blasts. The explosions rocked Hidden Sand Village as Deidara began his assault. Gaara, having anticipated trouble, immediately mobilized his defenses. Meanwhile, Konkuro's team deployed the first wave of anti-air projectiles, aiming to shoot down Deidara's clay bird before it caused further damage. Unbeknownst to Deidara and Sasori, their actions would soon ignite a chain of events that would echo across the 5 great nations. A new storm was brewing. Chapter 223 Boom. 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 3 ninja guards stationed on the roof of the Kazekage building crumpled to the ground. Deidara had used small explosives, ensuring the sound didn't travel far. He landed gracefully on the rooftop, one hand touching the ground for balance. Successful infiltration, he murmured to himself, smugly confident. But his triumph was short-lived. That's it? Came an indifferent voice from behind him. Deidara froze and turned, only to find Gaara standing calmly, sand swirling menacingly around him. The scene was eerily similar to the time Naruto had tried to sneak past Minato and failed miserably. However, Deidara had a stronger mentality. This saves me the trouble of looking for you. Deidara grinned confidently and leapt onto the back of his clay bird. He wasn't about to engage Gaara. Without preparation, it would take time to sculpt the perfect clay figure for his art. As Deidara's bird ascended, Gaara wasted no time. Sand surged upward, engulfing the spot where Deidara had been moments before. With a wave of his hand, Gaara sent the sand chasing after the fleeing Akatsuki member. Black cloaks with red clouds. Akatsuki? Gaara muttered. He'd been briefed by Hidden Leaf Village about the organization's goals, especially their interest in the tailed beasts. Deidara's bird was swift and agile, easily dodging Gaara's attacks. Realizing speed alone wouldn't suffice, Gaara shifted tactics. The ground within a 300-meter radius churned, and colossal hands of sand rose into the sky. They swiped at Deidara's comparatively small clay bird, attempting to swat him down like an insect. Deidara weaved through the air, using his bird's agility to evade the massive hands. Occasionally, he threw clay explosives to destroy the sand blocking his path, but Gaara's relentless pursuit left him no room for error. After 5 minutes of this aerial dance, Konkuro arrived with reinforcements, hauling a large machine. Prepare the anti-air weapon. Konkuro commanded. First round of test firing launch. The machine fired hundreds of chakra-infused arrows, their precision guided by the ninja operating it. Gaara simultaneously used his sand to limit Deidara's movements, forcing him into the path of the arrows. Deidara skillfully maneuvered his bird, dodging the first wave of projectiles. However, the second wave wasn't so forgiving. These arrows were equipped with detonators. Boom. Boom. Explosions rocked the sky, shaking Deidara's bird violently. He barely managed to stabilize himself, muttering irritably, such poor art. Realizing he was outnumbered, Deidara dove toward the village streets, weaving between buildings to avoid further bombardment. As expected, Konkuro ceased fire to avoid collateral damage. With the immediate pressure lifted, Deidara smirked and hurled 3 clay birds at Konkuro's anti-air unit. 2 winged birds fly fast and explode faster. Retreat. Konkuro shouted, hastily unfurling a scroll to summon his puppets. But before he could act, the clay birds reached his position and detonated. Boom. Deidara grinned at the resulting flames. That's art. However, his triumph was short-lived. As the smoke cleared, he saw that while the anti-air weapons were destroyed, the personnel had been shielded by a thick wall of sand. Lord Kazekage. It's Lord Kazekage. The surviving ninjas looked at Gaara with awe and gratitude. Konkuro sighed in relief, realizing how close they'd come to disaster. His command error could have cost lives, but Gaara's intervention had saved the day. Fall back, Gaara ordered. He knew ordinary ninjas couldn't handle opponents of Deidara's caliber. Konkuro nodded, issuing orders. The enemy specializes in explosives. Notify the barrier team immediately to ensure there are no civilian casualties. Also, alert all sentries around the village. The enemy may have a backup. Yes, sir. The team dispersed, leaving Kankuro behind to watch Gaara rise into the air on a platform of sand, heading toward Deodara. Deodara, still evading Gaara's relentless pursuit, began sculpting new clay figures with his hand mouths. Gaara, meanwhile, mentally communicated with Shukaku. Shukaku, informed Naruto. The person he's been waiting for is here. What's the point? Just let me kill him, Shukaku grumbled. This isn't about asking for help. Naruto and his team are tracking Akatsuki. We owe him this much, Gaara replied calmly. Shukaku hesitated but eventually agreed. Fine. I don't like owing that stupid fox anything. Naruto was jarred awake by Little Orange and Little Red, who took turns smacking his forehead. Why? Naruto groaned, sitting up groggily. Go talk to the boss. Shukaku has a message for you, Little Orange said. Naruto rubbed his eyes, muttering, all right. He entered the sealed space to join the group chat. What's going on? Naruto asked, instantly alert. Did something happen to Gaara? Shukaku, surprised by Naruto's quick deduction, masked his reaction with a haughty tone. With me here? Don't be ridiculous. Kurama wasn't having it. Oh, like the time you got chained up by that monk? Want me to remind you of the details? Shukaku's temper flared. Shut up, you overgrown mutt. Want to fight? Try me, Tanuki, Kurama shot back. Enough. Naruto cut in, exasperated. What's the situation? Shukaku grudgingly relayed the details, describing Deodara's appearance and tactics. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Blonde uses explosives, flies on a weird bird. Definitely Deodara. That means his partner is likely Sasori. Without hesitation, Naruto jumped out of bed, quickly dressed, and grabbed his ninja tools. Little Orange, inform my parents. I'm heading out first. Naruto ordered before activating the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, teleporting to the kunai Gaara had given him. Naruto materialized in a dark, enclosed space, coming face to face with Gaara. This is... Naruto glanced around at the spherical walls, immediately recognizing it as Gaara's absolute defense. He heard explosions outside and realized how close to the action he was. Note to self, send a clone first next time. Teleporting straight into a battlefield isn't fun if it lands you in an explosion. Gaara's eyes widened as he spotted something behind Naruto. Naruto turned just in time to see white clay creeping through the sand walls, morphing into clay spiders. Gaara. Naruto grabbed his arm and yelled, Shine. Chapter 224 Gaara. Naruto and Gaara both froze as they heard Kankuro's piercing shout from outside the village. Naruto suppressed a laugh. While he admired the sibling bond between Kankuro and Gaara, he couldn't help but remember the anime. Back then, Kankuro had shouted Gaara over and over, standing on a rooftop for what felt like an eternity, even as Gaara was defeated and captured. Deodara, meanwhile, hovered confidently on his clay bird, surveying the damage he'd inflicted on Gaara's sphere of absolute defense. The once impenetrable sand barrier was cracked and misshapen. It's time to retrieve the One-Tail's Jinchuriki, he declared, a smirk tugging at his lips. The sand fell away, revealing nothing. Deodara halted his bird mid-flight, his confident expression faltering. What's going on? Frustration crept into his voice. He had spent most of his remaining clay carefully studying Gaara's attack and defense patterns. He had even sacrificed his left arm to sneak explosive clay into Gaara's sand for the final strike. Yet, despite his supposedly flawless strategy, Gaara was gone. Deodara was certain Gaara had been inside that sphere. There hadn't been any time for substitutions or clones. So how had the One-Tail's Jinchuriki escaped? Hovering in the air, Deodara scanned the surroundings while rethinking his approach. It was almost dawn, and his chakra reserves were running low. If Gaara had survived unscathed, Deodara might need to retreat. He wasn't eager to use his ultimate art unless it was absolutely necessary. Sasori must be getting impatient. Deodara muttered under his breath. Gaara, far from the battlefield, stood with Naruto near the village's perimeter. The two Jinchuriki were arguing, or rather, their tailed beasts were. Stupid fox, keep your brat out of my fight. Shukaku snarled, his voice dripping with annoyance. Kurama snorted. If Naruto hadn't intervened, you'd be in the cage by now. As if. Shukaku snapped. At most, that red-haired kid might have gotten hurt. That fly's attacks couldn't harm me. Kurama chuckled mockingly. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Shukaku bristled, his temper flaring. Let me fight, boy. He barked at Gaara. I'll crush that idiot with one hand. Gaara, calm as ever, shook his head. If you fight, the village will suffer. Shukaku hesitated, unable to refute the point. He had no attachment to Hidden Sand Village and wouldn't hold back in battle. Naruto interjected, "We should lead Deidara out of the village. If that guy goes all out, he could level the entire place." Gaara nodded. "His target is me. If I leave, he'll follow." "Fine," Shukaku grumbled. "I'll lend you my chakra. But only because I don't want to owe that stupid fox." Gaara felt a small surge of chakra but frowned in confusion. "That's it?" Shukaku flushed with embarrassment. "Hey, brat. Open the seal. The chakra can't get through properly." Kurama burst into laughter, rolling around in Naruto's sealed space. "Oh, this is rich." The great Shukaku, stumped by a little seal. "Shut up, you overgrown mutt." Shukaku roared, furious. Naruto turned to Gaara. "Do you want to do it?" Gaara nodded. Naruto placed a hand against Gaara's, channeling chakra to modify the seal. "This is the key to the 4-symbol seal," Naruto explained. "You can adjust it yourself in the future." "Thank you," Gaara said, placing his hand on his stomach. "Undo." The seal rotated like a roulette wheel, unlocking the flow of Shukaku's chakra. A surge of energy enveloped Gaara, forming a bubble-like tailed beast cloak around him. Gaara clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through him. "So this is what it's like to use a tailed beast's chakra normally." Naruto grinned. "Feels great, doesn't it?" Though Gaara had used Shukaku's power before, it had always been in a forced or unstable state. This was different. He now had control, and it showed. The immense chakra radiating from Gaara drew the attention of every ninja nearby, including Deidara. Hovering on his clay bird, Deidara turned toward the source of the power. Despite losing an arm, he felt no hesitation. "Looks like he's finally showing his hand," Deidara said, grinning. "They say one-tailed Jinchuriki can't fully control their beast. He must have been pushed to his limit for this much chakra to leak out." Confident in his analysis, Deidara reached into his clay pouch with his remaining hand-mouth, biting off a large chunk. "So, what kind of art should I show him next?" Chapter 225. As Deidara began approaching their location, Gaara turned toward the direction of the village. Naruto, meanwhile, spoke up. "Then I'll go deal with his partner," he said confidently. Deidara had a broken arm, low chakra reserves, and limited clay left. Gaara, on the other hand, was freshly recharged with Shukaku's chakra. In Naruto's mind, Gaara could handle things, and it was time for him to face the Red Sensei Saori. "Wait," Gaara interjected, his tone serious. "If possible, I'd prefer Sand Village to handle that fight. Resolving it ourselves is important for rebuilding the morale and confidence of our people." "Alright," Naruto relented. "I'll play the role of support. But you know, sometimes the support ends up taking all the glory." The reconnaissance team sent by Kankuro had already located Saori. It wasn't difficult. Saori had made no effort to hide. He wasn't interested in subtlety, preferring to attract attention and let Deidara finish his job quickly. Impatience was part of Saori's nature. He hated waiting. After all, the last time someone had told him to wait, it had been his parents. He'd waited for them for years, only to be met with silence. That idiot Deidara. "What's taking him so long?" Saori muttered, lashing out with his puppet's tail and sending a sand ninja flying. Saori was encased in his puppet body, Hiroko, a humanoid puppet made from a living being. Its thick carapace and retractable stinger gave him a Saori-like appearance. Poison coated the tip of his tail, gleaming dangerously in the light. More than a dozen sand ninjas stood in a defensive line, watching him warily. A few who had rushed in without caution had already fallen, their bodies paralyzed by his poison. "Deidara's your partner, huh?" Kankuro's voice cut through the tension as he arrived with reinforcements. The sand ninja parted, revealing Kankuro flanked by Temari and Chio. Thanks to Naruto's intel, they were prepared for the encounter. Chio's expression was complex as she gazed at Saori. Once her proud grandson, a prodigy who she believed would lead Hidden Sand Village's puppet corps to greatness, he had instead betrayed them. Temari and Kankuro, meanwhile, studied Saori carefully. Kankuro, a fellow puppeteer, understood better than most just how dangerous Saori was. Saori's attention, however, was on Chio. She was the only person in the world he might still call family. "You're still alive, old woman? I heard you retired long ago." Chio's response was measured. "It's been 20 years since I stepped back, but some things are worth coming out of retirement for." Saori sneered. "How sentimental. I assume you've came to hand over the One-Tails Jinchuriki, then?" Temari gripped her fan, ready to strike, while Kankuro readied his puppet. Chio met Saori's gaze firmly. "The One-Tails Jinchuriki isn't just anyone. He's the Kazekage of Hidden Sand Village. We will not hand him over." Saori's voice dropped, cold and emotionless. "Then I'll just have to take you all." You can join my collection, along with those brats. As Sasori's tail twitched in preparation to attack, a loud whooshing noise interrupted the standoff. Sage Art, Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. The sharp, whirling sound of Naruto's jutsu filled the air as a spinning, crackling ball of wind chakra flew towards Sasori. Naruto had taken his time to enter Sage mode before joining the battle, knowing the advantage it would give him. Now, his Rasen Shuriken flew with devastating power, striking Sasori's position with an explosion of chakra. The compressed wind chakra expanded violently, slicing through everything in its radius. The ground beneath it was shredded into dust, leaving a deep crater surrounded by a swirling khaki mist. Temari's jaw dropped. What? What kind of wind style is that? Even Chio, well-versed in ninjutsu, was stunned. The son of the fourth Hokage. What an incredible young man. Kankuro, along with the Sand Ninja in the back, stared in disbelief at the aftermath. Did we win? Naruto rolled his eyes. There's no way it's that easy. With that much smoke, you think he'd still be standing there? Sure enough, as the mist cleared, Sasori was nowhere to be seen. Naruto's Sage Mode perception picked up on subtle movements underground. He's below us. Even without seeing it, Naruto's enhanced senses mapped Sasori's movements. He tracked the puppet master as Sasori extended his tail upward for a surprise attack. The tail burst from the ground, aiming straight for Naruto. Naruto dodged effortlessly, watching with curiosity. It's coated in poison, huh? Looks nasty, but why is it so clean after tunneling through all the dirt? Sasori, undeterred, extended and bent his tail to pursue Naruto. He moved with precision, trying to inject his poison. Naruto, however, had other plans. Dodging nimbly, he raised his hand and struck. Without touching the tail directly, he sent it flying. The move left everyone surprised, including Sasori. Naruto smirked. Frog-Kita natural energy attacks extend beyond the body. You never even touched me. Kankuro seized the opportunity, sending his black ant puppet to engage Sasori's tail. Meanwhile, Temari unleashed a barrage of wind blades, striking with enough force to sound like hammering iron. Don't just stand there. Chio barked at the other Sand Ninja. Evacuate the injured, leave this fight to us. Yes, ma'am. The squad leader nodded, quickly organizing the retreat of their wounded comrades. Realizing his sneak attack had failed, Sasori emerged from the ground. His Akatsuki robe was torn, revealing parts of Hiruko's puppet body. Naruto grinned. Oh, look at you. Your clothes are falling apart. How embarrassing. Chapter 226. The Sasori couldn't completely avoid the Rasen Shuriken. His Akatsuki cloak, black with red clouds, was torn to shreds, and the reinforced shell of his puppet, Hiruko, bore deep, jagged scratches. That kind of powerful ninjutsu. And such a significant chakra level. Are you the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Sasori's voice came from Hiruko, eerily hoarse and mechanical. Naruto knew better than to reveal any intelligence during a fight, even if the opponent was stating the obvious. Instead of answering Sasori's question, he pointed to the scars on Hiruko's back and taunted with a smirk, "Don't you think that puppet looks ugly? And now it's broken. You fool." Sasori's tone darkened slightly, clearly irritated by the insult. "You have no understanding of art. Though the Nine Tails isn't meant to be mine. You'd make a fine addition to my collection." Naruto shrugged, pulling out a red and black robe and draping it over himself. With a confident flick of the hem, he sneered, "If you've got what it takes, come and claim me." Sasori said nothing more. He simply manipulated Hiruko to open its mouth, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of highly toxic senbon. The attack was reminiscent of a boss in a bullet hell game, saturating the battlefield with an overwhelming flurry of projectiles that could make anyone with trypanophobia shudder. Temari, unfazed by such attacks, unfurled her fan with a determined snap. "Right back at you." She swung it forcefully, generating a powerful gust of wind. The storm she created hurled the senbon back toward Hiruko, accompanied by irregular wind blades. The sharp blades clanged against Hiruko's armor, producing sparks and shallow dents. Sasori didn't flinch. The reinforced shell of Hiruko withstood the assault without significant damage, though its joints were occasionally protected by its stinger. Chio observed the scene and explained calmly, "Hiruko's shell has been specially reinforced. Ordinary attacks won't penetrate it. We'll need powerful ninjutsu to break through and expose Sasori's true body." The three fighters instinctively turned their gaze to Naruto, who grinned confidently. "Guess it's up to me," he said, pulling out a specialized kunai. "Maybe I'll end this in one shot." Temari hesitated. "But what about Gaara's orders?" "The situation's changed," Naruto interrupted. "If he's trying to capture me, counterattacking is fair game." Naruto hurled the kunai with tremendous force, forming hand seals in rapid succession. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The lone kunai multiplied into thousands, raining down upon Hiruko and saturating the battlefield in a dazzling display. Despite the spectacle, most attacks proved ineffective, merely clanging against the puppet's shell and dissipating into puffs of smoke. Sasori mocked the attempt, his voice laced with disdain. What's the point of this futile attack? It doesn't even scratch me. But Naruto wasn't done. One kunai, the original, remained unscathed. In an instant, Naruto appeared midair, snatching it with one hand. With the other, he summoned an enormous sage art, massive Rasengan. Ever heard of a technique that comes crashing down from the heavens? He shouted. With his golden hair flowing in the wind and the black and red cloak fluttering dramatically, Naruto bore a striking resemblance to Minato Namikaze. His stance and technique evoked memories of the fourth Hokage, even as he brought the Rasengan crashing down upon Hiruko's back. The massive Rasengan, infused with sage chakra, struck with devastating force. Hiruko's armor cracked and shattered, fragments scattering across the battlefield. Naruto didn't linger to admire his handiwork. He leapt back instantly, not out of arrogance, but caution, knowing Sasori's traps could still be active. Sure enough, Sasori had already escaped Hiruko and retaliated with a poisonous mist, his movements swift and deliberate. Naruto frowned, unsure if he had been poisoned. He created several shadow clones, each taking a vial to collect samples. Some of the clones charged recklessly into the mist, eagerly grabbing poisoned senbon. Others licked the mist-coated air, while a few mimed exaggerated choking fits. Sasori. Chio. Temari. Kankuro. Naruto sighed. I figured as much. As Sasori pondered whether the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had lost his mind due to the tailed beast's influence, the clones either collapsed from exaggerated laughter or keeled over dramatically. Meanwhile, Naruto analyzed the results. Let's see. The shortest clone lasted 10 seconds, the longest 15. If this were my main body, I'd probably survive a few days in critical condition. Honestly, your poison isn't even as deadly as the stuff in Conan's world. Sasori said nothing, though his scowl deepened. Silently, he retrieved a scroll and unsealed its contents. He intended to deliver a speech on art, perhaps about the beauty of permanence through puppetry, but lost interest as Naruto's antics irritated him. Lady Chio gasped when Sasori revealed his true form. His youthful appearance shocked her, but it was his fully puppetized body that left her speechless. However, what truly caught everyone's attention was the puppet he summoned next. Is that the third Kazekage? Chio's voice trembled. So it was you who? That's right, Sasori said, a slight smirk on his face. The third Kazekage, my greatest masterpiece. Temari and Kankuro recoiled in shock. Though they'd never met the third Kazekage, his legacy loomed large over Hidden Sand Village. Naruto, less affected, silently created a few more shadow clones to prepare for what came next. His eyes flicked toward the 4 scrolls on Sasori's back. He recognized 3 water, fire, and 100 puppet techniques. But the 4th. Now that's interesting, Naruto muttered. Chapter 227 Iron Sand Rain. The third Kazekage puppet opened its mouth, releasing a black cloud of iron sand that quickly morphed into hundreds of small iron spheres, each the size of a fingernail. The spheres shot out like a relentless rainstorm. Kankuro immediately manipulated his puppet to block the attack, raising the shield-like structure on Sanzuo's back. Steel Sanzuo. This puppet has the strongest defense, Kankuro declared confidently. With my modifications, this kind of attack is nothing. However, the scattered iron sand began infiltrating the puppet's joints, flowing with deliberate precision. A mocking smile appeared on Sasori's face. Crow, Blackhand, and Sanzuo. It's been a while. Despite the puppet's static face, Sasori's craftsmanship was impeccable. The puppet's expressions were lifelike, making it feel disturbingly human. If Sasori lived in the modern world, Naruto thought, he could probably empty otaka wallets with lifelike, moving replicas. Chio interjected with a stern warning, don't get careless. All 3 of your puppets were originally designed by him. Naruto couldn't help but detect a subtle note of pride in her voice, as though she were saying, look at how talented my grandson is. Unfazed, Kankuro retorted, so what? Designing puppets is one thing, controlling them in battle is what really matters. Let's go puppet showdown. Kankuro directed Crow and Black Ant towards Sasori. However, he quickly noticed that Sanzuo was no longer moving. What's happening? Chio answered grimly, the third Kazekage's iron sand can jam puppet joints. For a puppeteer, it's like a nightmare. Kankuro's frustration grew, but he adapted. Sanzuo was primarily a defensive puppet, so its loss didn't hinder his offensive tactics. Crow and Black Ant continued to circle Sasori, looking for openings to fire poison needles or deliver direct strikes. Sasori, however, was unbothered. With a flick of his finger, The iron sand condensed into a massive black cuboid, blocking Kankuro's attack. Naruto observed the scene and muttered to himself, "That really looks like a coffin." The image sparked a thought: the Kazekage family has a theme going on here. The third Kazekage carries coffins, the fourth Kazekage supplies gold for burials, and the fifth Kazekage will probably build pyramids. One-stop funeral services. Sasori's counterattack. Despite his best efforts, Kankuro was completely outmatched. Sasori dismantled two of his puppets with ease, exploiting the weak points in their joints. No matter how strong a puppet is, the moving parts will always be the weakest, Sasori said condescendingly, as though teaching a novice. "Damn it!" Kankuro growled. Though frustrated, he couldn't deny Sasori's superiority. Naruto, who had been quietly observing, wasn't idle. He had already sent out 10 shadow clones to surround Sasori. Each clone carried a big ball Rasengan, while 3 more remained stationed by the real Naruto, ready for backup. Sasori's puppet head turned slightly, observing the incoming clones. Shadow clones, huh? The clones charged, Rasengans in hand, but Sasori wasn't going to let them get close. The third Kazekage puppet launched dozens of iron sand spikes, skewering 6 clones on the spot. Kunai, marked with Naruto's flying thunder god seals, fell to the ground as the clones vanished. The remaining 4 clones threw their kunai into the air before being struck down by a coffin-like block of iron sand. Sasori, ever tactical, manipulated the Kazekage puppet to deflect the kunai midair. But this played right into Naruto's plan. In an instant, the 3 clones stationed by the real Naruto teleported to the deflected kunai, appearing beside the Kazekage puppet. Each clone slammed a Rasengan into a different part of the puppet's head, abdomen, and back. The resulting explosion obliterated the Kazekage puppet. Fragments of parts, mechanisms, and poison-coated weapons are scattered everywhere. Naruto sighed in relief but kept his distance. "Glad I didn't go in myself. That poison would have been nasty." As the Kazekage puppet's remains clattered to the ground, Sasori's voice broke the tense silence. "Flying Thunder God, huh? A troublesome technique, but I've heard of it before." Sasori stretched out his palms, and twin jets of fire erupted from them. The flames melted every remaining marked kunai, along with the new shadow clones Naruto had sent out for another attack. He then turned his fiery palms toward Naruto. Naruto quickly ducked behind Sanzuo, with the other sand ninja following suit. Sasori's flames burned relentlessly, heating Sanzuo's metal shell until it glowed red-hot. Kankuro winced as he watched his beloved puppet begin to melt. "Sage art, water-style water dragon bullet." Naruto called out, summoning a massive water dragon. The creature surged forward, its dense, chakra-infused body colliding with the flames. The clash created a massive cloud of white steam that obscured the battlefield. When the steam cleared, Sasori stood unharmed, his puppet body fully exposed. The wings of his true form spread wide, propeller-like blades spinning as he hovered above the ground. "Impressive," Sasori admitted. "Using a water style of that scale in the middle of a desert. You remind me of someone equally irritating." Naruto smirked, undeterred. "Oh, there's more where that came from. Sage art, water-style water-severing wave." Naruto unleashed a high-pressure jet of water from his mouth, sweeping it toward Sasori. Sasori deftly evaded, his propeller wings allowing him to move with surprising agility. "Interesting," he said, smirking. "I didn't expect to see such ninjutsu today." He retaliated, unleashing twin streams of high-pressure water from his palms. The streams spun in thin, deadly arcs, cutting down several of Naruto's shadow clones attempting a sneak attack. "Annoying brat," Sasori muttered. "How much chakra do you have? Do Jinchuriki think chakra grows on trees?" Naruto grinned, creating more shadow clones. "You'd be surprised what I can do." The two clashed repeatedly, Naruto's versatility and Sasori's mechanical precision pushing each other to their limits. As the battlefield became littered with scorched earth and shattered puppets, one thing was clear: this was a fight neither would forget. Chapter 228. After dealing with several troublesome shadow clones, Sasori's puppet manipulated a water jet to sweep back toward Naruto and the others. Wind style, Great Gale Palm. Temari swung her fan, summoning a powerful storm to intercept the water jet and counterattack Sasori. However, Sasori evaded with ease, and the concentrated water jet pierced through the storm without resistance, continuing its trajectory. Fortunately, the team reacted quickly. Even Chio, despite her age, moved with impressive agility. The worse off was Kankuro's puppet, Sanzuo. Instinctively, Kankuro and the others had taken cover behind it, but the puppet, still heated from previous flames, was suddenly doused by the high-pressure water. The rapid cooling caused the puppet to crack and shatter completely. It was now beyond repair. Sasori's water jet attack ceased soon after, as another scroll disappeared from his back. The four ninja were mostly unharmed, save for a little dust on their clothing. By now, the battle dynamic had shifted. Naruto and Sasori were the primary combatants. Kankuro had lost his main puppet and was unable to contribute effectively. At last, Chio, who had been observing the battle while providing commentary, stepped forward. She retrieved 2 scrolls and broke their seals. 2 puppets appeared before her. Sasori, she began, her voice laced with resolve, I've let this go on long enough. Sasori's expression flickered, perhaps with sadness, disdain, or indifference. He sneered, you still keep those old toys? Chio's fingers flexed, and her tone softened slightly. These are your first creations, Sasori. My beloved grandson's earliest work. It's only fitting they be the ones to stop you. The 2 puppets Chio summoned were modeled after Sasori's parents. As a child, after losing them in the war, Sasori had crafted these puppets and used them to mimic the warmth of parental love he could no longer experience. They had once cradled him to sleep. In time, however, Sasori grew disillusioned with the fragility of human life. He began to believe that true art lay in eternal beauty, in forms that defied decay. This obsession drove him down a dark path. Sasori assassinated the 3rd Kazekage, turned countless victims into puppets, and eventually destroyed an entire nation with his 100-puppet army. The title Sasori of the Red Sand was not a reference to the crimson of his hair, but to the blood that stained the deserts in his wake. After Sasori's defection, Chio had modified his parental puppets into combat-ready weapons, carrying them with her as a grim reminder of her grandson's descent into darkness. For Chio, wielding these puppets against Sasori was a heartbreaking irony, asking a child's creation of his parents to confront the man that child had become. As the 2 faced off, decades of estrangement culminated in silence. Without speaking further, the puppeteer and her grandson clashed. Sasori chose not to use another scroll but instead engaged directly. He manipulated his own puppet body, using razor-sharp, poison-coated wires and a blade-spinning tail. Chio, meanwhile, controlled the parental puppets with unmatched precision, their every joint and weapon moving in perfect sync. Blades clashed in a rapid, high-speed dance of death. Sparks flew as steel met steel. Sasori's tail whipped like a serpent, while Chio's puppets countered with swift, merciless strikes. Kankuro watched in awe. For the first time, he truly understood the heights puppet mastery could reach. So, this is what puppetry can do, he muttered. Naruto and Temari, less interested in puppetry, observed the strange dynamic between Chio and Sasori. There. Smiling? Temari asked, her voice uncertain. Naruto nodded. Yeah. It doesn't feel like a life-or-death fight or even a clash of ideals. It's like... He paused. Like a family moment, a grandmother trying to guide her wayward grandson. The intensity of the battle was tempered by fleeting smiles. Sasori's smirk seemed to say, I've mastered all you've taught me. Meanwhile, Chio's expression softened, reflecting relief and a quiet pride. The atmosphere felt too personal for Naruto or Temari to interrupt, so they stood by, reluctant to intervene. But, as always, someone arrived to shatter the moment. With one final clash, Sasori's blade retreated, damaged. Chio's parental puppets, too, bore the marks of the fight. One blade was shattered, and cracks had formed in their frames. Before either could re-engage, an explosion boomed in the distance, its echo fading like a backdrop melody coming to an end. Both Sasori and Chio hesitated, their thoughts elsewhere. Sasori worried about Deidara's mission, while Chio's concern shifted to Gaara's fate. Naruto sensed the tension and reassured them. They're fine. Deidara's on the run, and Gaara is chasing him down. Relieved, Temari and Kankuro turned their focus back to Sasori. But the battle had taken a turn. Meanwhile, within Naruto, Kurama jeered at Shukaku. Hey, Tanuki. Is that all you've got? Letting someone escape so easily? Shut it, fox. Shukaku snapped. That bastard flies too fast. Kurama laughed. Excuses, excuses. A weakling with one tail, what else can I expect? Gaara focused on his pursuit and ignored the bickering tailed beasts. His sand swirled beneath him, carrying him after Deidara. Stay still, you coward. He growled. Deidara, grinning as always, eventually descended to regroup with Sasori. Out of clay, he muttered nonchalantly. Guess I'll need backup, Sasori scowled, his voice tinged with irritation. You're useless, Deidara. Chapter 229. Sasori stabbed at Deidara with indifference. As expected, your so-called art isn't reliable at all. Why not join me in pursuing eternal art? Deidara pointed at the shattered fragments of puppets strewn across the ground. And isn't your puppet fleeting as well? True art exists in that moment of destruction. This argument had become routine for the two Akatsuki members. If it weren't for the pressing circumstances, they might have started a full-blown fight over it. Not far away, Gaara was flying toward the battlefield. Deidara, noticing his approach, guided his clay bird higher into the sky. "Say sorry, the situation's looking bad. Let's retreat while we still can." Say sorry sneered. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy." At that moment, Gaara landed beside Naruto. His sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, and the surrounding sand began shifting ominously, responding to his will. The two sides faced off, tensions rising as if a group battle could erupt at any second. Reinforcements arrived just in time. Naruto's shadow clone, carrying samples of venom and poison gas back to the village, returned with antidotes and medical support in the form of Sakura Haruno. The clone handed the antidotes to Naruto before rushing towards Sasori with a boldness that suggested its actions would soon be reported. Sakura leapt down beside Naruto, her expression focused. She sniffed the air before declaring, "There are faint traces of airborne toxins. It won't affect us much in the short term, but prolonged exposure could be deadly." "Checking if I'm poisoned already, Sakura?" Naruto joked, now much more at ease with Sakura's presence as their reliable medic ninja. If Naruto remembered correctly, the medics in Hidden Sand Village had been unable to counter Sasori's poisons even after 3 days of research. Yet Sakura had done so in mere hours, a testament to her unparalleled skill. Sakura examined Naruto carefully. "It's strange. With a level of toxin exposure, you should feel at least some discomfort. Your resistance is incredible. Maybe it's my sage mode. Or my Uzumaki constitution. Or Kurama's chakra. Who knows?" Naruto shrugged, feeling a little exasperated with how many buffs he seemed to have layered on him. "Should I still take the antidote?" "Better safe than sorry," Sakura replied. She expertly prepared an injection and administered it before Naruto even realized it. Sakura then distributed antidotes to everyone present. Naruto, ever curious, wondered aloud, if you tried injecting Gaara, would his sand shield stop you? Meanwhile, Sasori's eyes narrowed as he observed Sakura's antidote. He knew better than anyone how complex his poisons were. Creating the corresponding antidote was far more difficult than crafting the poison itself. That Hidden Leaf Village could produce one so quickly was shocking. Could Tsunade herself be behind this? Sasori mused grimly. This changes things. Forget capturing Jinchuriki, even surviving today will be a challenge. With grim resolve, Sasori turned to Deidara. "Deidara, not only is the One-Tails Jinchuriki here, but so is the Nine-Tails. I'll leave my final art here. You should leave while you can." Deidara's expression shifted in surprise. "Sasori. Are you serious?" Sasori ignored him, retrieving a scroll from his back. He turned toward Chio. "The strength of a puppeteer lies in the number of puppets they can control. Chio, you are hailed as one of the best, known for the White Secret Jutsu, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. But you've never faced this. Allow me to demonstrate the pinnacle of my craft, Red Secret Jutsu, performance of 100 puppets." Sasori's right chest opened, and countless chakra threads extended outward, connecting to 100 puppets stored within the scroll. The puppets arranged themselves in an orderly wall, forming an intimidating army. Kankuro stood frozen. This isn't just advanced puppetry. He is playing an entirely different game from the rest of us. Even Temari and Gaara, despite their lack of expertise in puppetry, couldn't help but be awed. They had seen Kankuro control 3 puppets at once and thought it impressive, but 100? This was something else entirely. Chio retrieved a scroll of her own, her expression solemn. "To think you've reached this level. I sealed this technique away myself, but under these circumstances, I have no choice but to use it." Naruto and Sakura remained unimpressed. "Only 100? Naruto muttered. "We've seen thousands of Zetsu clones before. What's so shocking?" Deidara, however, had already made up his mind to leave. While Sasori's puppets overwhelmed their opponents, Deidara flew high into the sky. "You keep going on about eternal beauty, but in the end, your art will vanish just like mine," he muttered. From his vantage point, he could see shattered puppets scattered below. For a moment, Deidara was silent. Then, looking at the sky, he murmured, "Maybe I'll admit it this time, Sasori. Your art might have some merit." His thoughts were interrupted by a high-pitched sound. Without turning, Deidara tilted his clay bird sharply to the left. A spiraling projectile cut through the air where he had just been a Rasen shuriken. Deidara glanced behind him to find Naruto in hot pursuit, chakra wings flaring behind him. The young Jinchuriki was only 100 meters away, a look of focused determination on his face. On the ground below, the battle raged on. Chio, Gaara, and Temari fought against Sasori's overwhelming 100-puppet army. Sakura stayed behind to provide medical support, ready for emergencies. Naruto, meanwhile, chased Deidara relentlessly. Between Kurama's chakra, his mastery of Sage Mode, and his Flying Thunder God technique, he had all the tools necessary to keep up. Yet Deodara's desperation made him a formidable opponent. Occasionally, he would mold a small amount of clay from his bird to create a bomb, tossing it at Naruto. Naruto, in turn, used the Kamui Space, a collaboration with Kakashi, to absorb these attacks without harm. As the chase continued, Naruto's thoughts wandered. The Kamui Space had proven invaluable, a shared domain for Hidden Leaf Village as top ninjas. It wasn't just Kakashi's space anymore, it was a vital tool for their village. Today's battle was far from over, but one thing was clear: the new generation of Hidden Leaf Village ninja was carving its place in history. Chapter 230. The Kamui Dimension was a peculiar space. It couldn't be observed or perceived under normal circumstances, only revealing itself when Kakashi or Obito activated its powers, opening the black hole-like entrance. The space itself seemed disconnected from the real world. Naruto initially worried he might not be able to navigate within it or find his way out after entering. However, after Kakashi used Kamui to send in a Flying Thunder God kunai, Naruto's concerns eased. This experience also deepened his understanding of the Flying Thunder God jutsu, making him aware of details he had previously overlooked. When leaving a Flying Thunder God mark, Naruto realized he was effectively creating a coordinate system in his mind. Each mark added a new point to this mental grid. The system existed independently of the physical world. It didn't matter how far away the mark was, the coordinate was always present. Even if his sensory abilities couldn't detect what lay at the marked location, the point itself remained fixed. To visualize it, Naruto likened it to having a personal globe where his teleportation points were marked. With a mere touch, he could instantly transport himself to any point. The only limitation was that the globe lacked detailed visuals, requiring him to rely on memory or estimation. In a densely marked area, it was like zooming in on a map, making it easier to differentiate between locations. The Flying Thunder God mark left in the Kamui Space functioned as an entirely new, independent coordinate system, allowing seamless transitions between it and the real world at minimal chakra cost. For the past 6 months, Naruto had been effectively occupying the Kamui Dimension. He sent shadow clones to leave marks throughout the space, and Minato occasionally helped with this endeavor. The dimension was now so saturated with their marks that it might as well have been renamed Uzumaki no Mikaze Space. Obito, its original owner, could only reclaim it by erasing every mark with large-scale destructive ninjutsu, a feat that was easier said than done. Naruto had even entertained the idea of repurposing the Kamui Dimension as a spectacle, perhaps building a tourist attraction or using it for agriculture or storage. Letting such a vast space go unused seemed wasteful. Closer to the present. Back when Naruto was born, Obito had gifted him explosive tags as part of his destructive birthday celebration. Now grown, Naruto figured it was only fair to return the favor by delivering Deodara's explosive clay into the Kamui Space. The only regret was that he couldn't do it directly to Obito's face. He'd save that for another time, along with a variety of Rasengan techniques. Currently, Naruto and Deodara were locked in a high-speed aerial chase. Neither could gain the upper hand. Naruto couldn't catch Deodara, and Deodara couldn't shake Naruto. Naruto wasn't concerned, though. He had greater endurance thanks to Kurama's chakra and his peacock wings technique, which, though chakra intensive, still allowed him to outlast Deodara's clay bird. Fly as far as you want, Naruto thought. Let's see if you can make it back to the land of rain. If not, I'll start training you with miniature tail beast bombs. Deodara, on the other hand, was sweating bullets. His chakra reserves were running low, and his clay supply was nearly depleted. If he took any more clay from his bird, he'd lose structural integrity, creating a hole in his makeshift cockpit, a disaster for someone so devoted to art. Grinding his teeth, Deodara pushed forward. The desert offered no clay to replenish his supply and no cover to hide. Is this the place where I'll showcase my ultimate art? But there's no audience. He lamented. The two continued their pursuit deep into the desert, where a distant ruin caught Deodara's eye. For a moment, hope flared in him. Perhaps this was the turning point he needed. But as he drew closer, disappointment set in. The ruins were buried in sand, offering no refuge or resources. Just 30 more minutes, Deodara muttered to himself. If nothing changes, then... Suddenly, a massive explosion of chakra erupted from the ground behind him, a beam of light piercing the sky. Deodara turned, hovering midair in shock. The beam engulfed Naruto, who had been chasing him relentlessly. What is this? Deodara murmured, awestruck. This chakra. It's quite artistic. The ruins and sand near the beam were obliterated, and there was no sign of Naruto emerging. Though curiosity gnawed at him, Deodara's depleted state made it unwise to linger. With a final glance, he flew off, vowing to investigate later when better prepared. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office. Minato worked tirelessly, coordinating the village's defenses and dispatching teams to track Akatsuki. He had ordered that any sightings be reported immediately and warned against engaging without reinforcements. On his desk, a miniature version of Kurama lounged lazily. The fox served as a communication link between Minato and Naruto. Kurama didn't mind the job since Minato provided good food and frequent head pats, a luxury that had completely eroded his majesty as a fragment of Kurama. Suddenly, Kurama sat up, his usual playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. The main body's gone. Minato paused mid-task. What do you mean? Kurama explained, Naruto and I were chasing the explosion guy when he got hit by a massive chakra blast. Now, I can't sense the main body anymore. It's not just a loss of connection, I can't feel him at all. Minato frowned, his kunai mark on Naruto also unreadable. Where did this happen? Kurama pointed to a map. Near Hidden Sand Village, around this area. Minato's expression turned grave as he murmured, Hidden Sand Village. The name stirred a sealed memory from a past mission. Could it be? Before Minato could elaborate, the office door burst open. Kushina stormed in, her red hair blazing with worry. Minato. Naruto. I know. Minato gestured to Kushina. We have a lead. Stay calm. Kushina took a deep breath, trying to match Minato's composure. What's going on? She demanded. Elsewhere, in a different time and space. Naruto, now engulfed in a beam of light, muttered the same question as his mother. What's going on? Chapter 231. Surrounded by towering buildings, Naruto felt as if he'd been transported to a modern metropolis. Yet, the gloom of the sky, the steady drizzle, and the eerie stillness made the setting feel oddly reminiscent of Hidden Rain Village. The first thing Naruto did was form a hand seal and shout, "Release!" to dispel any illusions. But nothing changed. Big Fox? Naruto called out to Kurama for confirmation. Kurama's deep voice resonated in his mind. This isn't an illusion. It's more like a powerful barrier. I can't contact the clones, the other half of my chakra, or even Shukaku and the others. Naruto frowned. I can't sense any of my flying thunder god coordinates either, not even the ones in the Kami space. A dreadful possibility crossed Naruto's mind. Did I time travel again? He forced himself to remain calm, piecing together the clues, the desert, the ruins, the sudden surge of chakra. It all seemed eerily familiar. Wait. Isn't this that theatrical arc where I travel back to Uran? Naruto muttered to himself. The one where the dragon vein is involved, and I meet my dad for the first time. But he seals everyone's memories to avoid messing up the timeline. Thinking back, Naruto recalled how heartwarming and frustrating that experience had been. The audience had been thrilled to see Naruto meet Minato, but annoyed at how little they got to interact. Seriously, couldn't the writers have let us exchange a few more words? Now, however, Naruto saw an opportunity. If this was Lulin, he could mess with his younger father and enjoy watching his reactions. A puppet lunged at him, interrupting his musings. Naruto delivered a swift kick, sending it flying into two others. The puppets had a strange, rounded design, quite different from Sasori's intricate craftsmanship. Some fired plasma-like energy beams, while others hurled kunai using chakra strings. Their movements were jerky and mechanical, like primitive steam robots. These things are weak, Naruto muttered, weaving through the group with ease. Iruka-sensei could probably handle 2 or 3 of these with a few shurikens and an exploding tag. But Naruto's puppet destruction seemed to trigger an alarm. Within minutes, their numbers multiplied from a dozen to hundreds. Naruto groaned. Seriously? If you're going to gang up on me, at least let me call for reinforcements. After smashing another puppet, he decided it was time to shake some people. At that moment, a blonde ninja wearing a Hidden Leaf Village Anbu mask appeared in front of him. Naruto immediately recognized the chakra signature. You. Naruto's eyes widened, but he didn't resist as the Anbu placed a hand on his shoulder and teleported them both to a nearby tower. Moments later, 2 more masked ninjas arrived, a large man with food written on his mask and a more reserved figure with low visibility. Partial expansion jutsu, shouted the large ninja, slapping away a dozen puppets with his massive hand. Secret jutsu, insect sphere, murmured the other. Swarms of black insects engulfed and dismantled the remaining puppets. Naruto leaned against the wall, looking at the masked figures with a smirk. Do you guys really need masks? You're so easy to recognize. The blonde ninja, none other than Minato, ignored Naruto's jab, instead scrutinizing him. You're clearly a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, and you seem to know us well. But I've never seen you before. And you have my Flying Thunder God mark on you. Why? Naruto scratched his head. Good question. Let me think of a good answer. He hesitated, unsure if he should reveal the truth. Calling a 17-year-old Minato dad felt awkward. Then again, It could be fun to mess with him. Before Naruto could respond, the larger Anbu, Choza Akimaki, pointed out, Minato, could this kid be your brother? He looks just like you. Minato shook his head. That's impossible. I don't have any siblings. Naruto grinned mischievously. Actually, my name is Naruto Namikaze, your long-lost brother, big brother. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama's irritation turned to amusement. He settled down, propping his head on his paws, ready to enjoy the show. Huh? Minato blinked in confusion. I don't remember anything like that. Of course not. I've been searching for you for years. To prove it, I even trained under Jiraiya-sensei and learned your signature techniques. Watch this. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his palm. Recognize this? He dispelled the Rasengan and made a few hand signs. His hair extended to his waist. And this? The ninja art, Lion's Mane Jutsu. Naruto finished with a triumphant grin. Oh, and your future wife's name is Kushina, and your favorite food is a kairaku ramen. Chosa and Shibuya exchanged glances. The ninjutsu demonstrations were hard to fake, and the personal details added credibility. Minato, however, remained skeptical. He unsheathed the kunai, his tone turning serious. You know a lot, but there are two things you may have overlooked. First, the Rasengan. Jiraiya-sensei only mastered it 3 days ago, just before I left for this mission. Second, Ikiraku Ramen opened on the same day, and I haven't had the chance to try it yet. So, how could I possibly have a favorite food I've never eaten? Naruto froze, his confidence faltering. Now, Minato continued, his voice cold, who are you, really? And what are you doing here? Chosa and Shibi shifted into defensive stances, ready for action. Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously. Crap. Did I just blow my cover? Chapter 232. Well, actually, I'm from 20 years in the future, Naruto began, spreading his hands to show he meant no harm. I was passing through the desert in the land of wind when I got caught in a massive surge of chakra. And somehow ended up here. He continued before they could interrupt, as for the Rasengan, you taught me that in the future. Naruto then pulled out the flying thunder god kunai Minato had given him. And this is the mark you sensed. You gave it to me. Minato, Choza, and Shibi exchanged glances, lowering their guard slightly. I see, Choza said, nodding in understanding. Shibi gave a small nod as well, though his face remained mostly hidden. Naruto blinked in disbelief. Wait, you believe that? Seriously? He couldn't comprehend their reasoning. By his standards, the explanation sounded even more far-fetched than his earlier claims. Minato offered a small smile. We have reason to believe you. Our current mission involves someone from the future. Naruto pointed at himself. Me? Minato shook his head. Not you. We're searching for a man named Mikade. He used the power of the dragon veins to travel to this time. To be precise, he arrived 6 years ago. Naruto frowned. And I just showed up now because of the chakra surge. That's likely, Minato replied. Mikade's use of the dragon veins power must have affected the timeline, causing you to get caught in the displacement. Naruto processed this for a moment before grinning. So, if I deal with Mikade and stop him, I can go back to my time, right? Since this ties into your mission, how about we team up? Minato hesitated. It's a dangerous mission. Naruto gave him a confident smirk, holding his thumb and index finger slightly apart. Don't worry, I'm just a little stronger than you. Just a little. Minato chuckled. Confident, aren't you? Of course. I've got chakra reserves that you can sense from miles away. Plus, I've learned tons of ninjutsu from you, my brother, and my sister-in-law. No problem. Naruto handed Minato the flying thunder god kunai. Minato's eyes softened as he examined the kunai. The resemblance, chakra, and familiarity in Naruto's actions began to connect the dots for him. He spoke softly, almost to himself. So, you're Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto shrugged. Let's call it that for now. You'll figure it out eventually. Minato smiled warmly, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Then let's work together, Naruto. Naruto let the gesture slide, thinking he'd need the practice before he had Kakashi. Choza remained cautious. Minato. Are you sure? Minato glanced at him. Just treat him like a long-lost brother. Naruto decided to bribe Choza for good measure. Pulling a scroll from his pouch, he materialized a bag of snacks. Here, these are from Fire City 20 years in the future. I meant to give them to a friend in the Akimaki clan, but I haven't run into him yet. You can have one. Choza's eyes lit up as he took the bag. Snacks from 20 years in the future? Incredible. Who's this friend of yours? I'll return the favor when I see him. Naruto smirked. Don't worry, you'll figure it out eventually. It's for your son, anyway you're a good person, Chosa declared, smiling broadly as he handed Naruto a figurative good person card. At the ruined square, fireworks erupted into the sky, and the square was alive with cheers. Naruto and Minato, along with Chosa and Shibi, leapt onto a nearby tower to observe the festivities from a hidden vantage point. The crowd shouted praises like Your Majesty the Queen and Queen Sara. It was clear they were awaiting the appearance of the young queen. Moments later, a red-haired girl stepped onto the balcony, flanked by 2 guards. She waved and smiled at the crowd, her regal bearing contrasting with the youthfulness of her features. "That's Queen Sara," Minato explained quietly. Suddenly, the balcony beneath Sara collapsed. She screamed as she plummeted from the 10-story height. Minato reacted instantly. A flying thunder god kunai shot through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Minato appeared, catching Sara mid-fall and teleporting back to the tower. It was a scene almost identical to how he'd once saved Kushina. Strangely, the crowd below didn't react. They continued cheering as if nothing had happened. Naruto, watching from the side, grinned mischievously. "Should I tell Mom about this later?" "Nah, his memory will be sealed, so he probably didn't say anything all these years." Minato gently sat Sara down, his mask still concealing his face. "Are you alright, Your Majesty?" Sara, still shaken, stared at him with wide eyes. Who are you?" Minato removed his mask, revealing his calm, handsome features. "We're ninjas from Hidden Leaf Village. We're here to protect you and investigate a dangerous individual." Sara's panic eased slightly at Minato's gentle tone and demeanor. "Thank you for saving me," she said, regaining her composure. "What dangerous individual are you talking about?" 6 years ago, Minato began, a man named Makade used the Dragon Vein's power to create and enhance puppets. His goal is to spark a war. Sara's face hardened. "That's not true. The person who came here 6 years ago wasn't a ninja named Makade. It was a kind man named Anrakyusen. He inherited my mother's will and worked tirelessly for this city. He couldn't be the weapon maker you're describing." Naruto crossed his arms, resisting the urge to comment on the ridiculous name Anrakyusen. Minato shook his head solemnly. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you've been deceived. Anrakyusen is Makade, and his intentions are far from peaceful." Sara's voice wavered. "No. That's impossible. Then how do you explain what just happened?" Minato asked gently. "The balcony collapsed, and it seemed as if someone pushed you." Sara's face went pale. She remembered the sensation of someone shoving her from behind. The only one near her at the time was. "I need to find him," she said, determination replacing her fear. "I need to ask him myself." Chapter 233 Naruto stood in front of Sara, pointing toward the cheering crowd below. "Don't you think something was weird about them earlier? You fell, and they were still cheering. What's up with that?" Sara hesitated, her voice shaky. Maybe they just didn't notice." But even she didn't believe her own words. When she was on the balcony, the crowd had been watching her every move. Something about it was undeniably wrong. Naruto sighed. "Hold on a second. I'll go grab someone to ask." He disappeared into the crowd with practiced stealth, his ninja skills keeping him unnoticed. Minato, watching from above, couldn't help but smile in approval. Naruto's movements were smooth and professional. He clearly had solid training. As Naruto moved closer to the crowd, he immediately noticed something strange. The people in the square weren't people at all. They were puppets, controlled by chakra strings. Not a single one was real. The entire scene had been manufactured to deceive Sara. Naruto frowned. "This is creepy." He raised a finger, gathering chakra at the tip. With a quick flick, he released a tiny, controlled attack, miniature Rasen Shuriken. The small Rasen Shuriken zipped through the air, cutting several chakra threads in an instant. The affected puppets collapsed mid-cheer, some crashing into others before falling into a heap on the ground. Naruto grabbed one of the disabled puppets and returned to Sara and the others, dropping it at her feet. "Here. This is one of your loyal subjects. The square's full of them." Sara gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "This can't be." Minato knelt beside the puppet and examined its design. "Sara," he said gently, "think about it. Who in Muran could create something like this without your knowledge?" Sara clenched her fists as the truth began to sink in. Only one person could be responsible. Anrakyusen. "No, Makade." Her voice trembled with a mix of anger and betrayal. "I need to ask him myself," she declared. "Why would he do something like this?" Naruto stepped forward, raising his hand to stop her. "Wait. Don't you think it'd be better to hear what your real people have to say first?" He pointed in 2 directions. "I can sense actual people gathering in those spots. They might know what's going on." Sara hesitated, clearly torn. "You're the queen, aren't you?" Naruto pressed. "If they're imprisoned or suffering, Shouldn't you care about them? The guilt in Sara's eyes was obvious. She finally nodded. Alright. Let's go. Naruto led them to a small, inconspicuous door hidden in an alleyway. He knocked, but there was no response. I'll handle it, Shibi said, stepping forward. A swarm of his Kikaiku insects flowed through the cracks in the door. Moments later, the bolt clicked, and Shibi pushed the door open to reveal a room filled with old men, women, and children clutching wooden sticks and farming tools. The group looked up in fear at the sudden intrusion. A strong-willed woman stepped forward, holding a makeshift weapon. Are you Queen Sara? Sara stepped inside, her voice soft but clear. What's going on here? The woman, Mako, bowed deeply. Your Majesty, please. Return our families to us. Others followed her lead, pleading tearfully for Sara's help. Mako explained how, one day, armed puppets had came to their homes and taken away all the adult men. The soldiers claimed it was under the Queen's orders. Since then, no one has seen or heard from their loved ones. I never gave such an order. Sara's voice shook with guilt as she looked at the frightened faces around her. This is all my fault. I wasn't paying attention. Minato placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't blame yourself. Mikade likely used your name to carry out his plans. You can still make this right. Naruto nodded toward the door. Let's head to the other gathering point. That's probably where he's keeping them. Before leaving, Sara turned back to the room and placed a hand on her chest. I swear on my name as queen I will bring your loved ones back safely. Her sincerity lit a spark of hope in the room. The people bowed as Sara and her group left. Naruto led them to the base of a massive tower. Pointing to a vent near the ground, he said, the real people are under here. What's this place for? Sara inspected the vent and thought for a moment. This is part of the power grid for the Dragon Vein. It distributes chakra throughout the city. But I didn't know there were underground facilities here. Minato frowned. Then this must be where Mikade is manufacturing his puppets. Sara's expression hardened. She was finally ready to accept the truth about Mikade. Naruto pried the vent open and climbed down first, with Sara and the others following. As they descended into the dimly lit underground, Naruto glanced up briefly, then quickly looked down, muttering under his breath. I shouldn't have looked. I definitely shouldn't have looked. At the bottom, the group found themselves in a massive factory filled with puppets in various stages of construction. Dozens of men shackled and gaunt, were being forced to operate the machinery under the watchful eyes of armed puppets. Sara gasped in horror. This is what he's been doing? Naruto scowled. I don't get it. He's got all these puppets. Why bother forcing people to do manual labor? Minato inspected the machinery. It's likely the puppets lack the fine motor skills needed for this work. Mikade still needs human hands to complete certain tasks. Sara's eyes narrowed as she spotted the factory's power source. Take me there. I can cut off the Dragon Vein's power to this place. The group surrounded Sara as they moved toward the glowing sigil at the heart of the factory. As they approached, the puppets detected their presence and attacked. Naruto, Minato, Choza, and Shibi quickly engaged, holding off the puppets while Sara knelt before the sigil. Placing her hands on her chest, she began chanting an incantation to sever the factory's connection to the Dragon Vein. Naruto glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and muttered to himself, what's next? Demons, ghosts, and monsters leave? He smirked but kept his focus on the battle. With Sara's incantation complete, the sigil dimmed, and the factory powered down. The Dragon Vein's influence was temporarily contained, but the group knew this was only the first step in stopping Mikade for good. Chapter 234 Sara's hands glowed with purple light, and the magic circle on the ground responded by radiating the same hue. The energy contracted inward, shrinking until it disappeared entirely. The machinery in the factory groaned to a halt, conveyor belts froze, and the oppressive sounds of grinding gears ceased. The puppets in the factory, including those battling Naruto and the others, collapsed into inert piles of parts. Sara exhaled deeply and stood. It's done. I've severed the connection between the Dragon Vein and this factory. The imprisoned men, shackled to the machines, collapsed to the ground, gasping in relief. But their respite was short-lived. Suddenly, chakra threads appeared in the air, weaving their way into the fallen puppets. One by one, the puppets reassembled themselves, rising once more. From the high platform above, Mikade's mocking voice echoed through the chamber. Your Majesty Sara, what a surprise. What are you doing here? Sara turned to face him, her gaze steely. Anrakusen, no, Mikade, I command you in the name of the Queen. Stop developing puppet weapons and release these people immediately. I will not allow the power of the Dragon Vein to be used for war. Mikade chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. Oh? It seems you've learned more than I expected. Unfortunately, that means I can't let you live. Minato stepped protectively in front of Sara, holding his kunai at the ready. "Mikade, stop this. We won't let you continue these atrocities." Naruto muttered under his breath, "These lines have no punch. Maybe I should shout, 'Mikade, stop it,' or I'll summon Jackie-chan." That'd scare him. Mikade was clearly unimpressed. It seems Hidden Leaf Village's ninja have been whispering dangerous ideas to the queen. He waved a hand, and the puppets surrounded them. "Your Majesty, thank you for your service. You've done well carrying out your mother's will, but now, you meet the same fate as her." Sara froze. What are you saying?" Mikade smirked. "Oh, you didn't know? Your mother was a perceptive queen. She saw through my plans early on and tried to stop me. That's why she had to meet with a tragic accident. I replaced her with you, a naive girl I could easily manipulate. But now that the puppet army is complete, I no longer need your power to control the dragon vein." Tears streamed down Sara's face. She had trusted Mikade, believed in his lies, and he had murdered her mother. Minato handed her a kunai. "Now isn't the time to cry. Take these people and get them to safety. Leave Mikade to us." Sara wiped her tears, steeling herself. "You're right. I still have a duty to my people." Turning to the workers, she called out, "Everyone, follow me. We'll get you to a safe place." Naruto created dozens of shadow clones with a single hand sign. "The evacuation?" The clones chorused, "Leave it to us." They swiftly escorted Sara and the workers out of the factory, destroying any puppets in their path. Chozo watched the clones in action and muttered to Minato, "Is this how shadow clones are supposed to be used?" Minato chuckled nervously. "Maybe. If you have enough chakra for it." Shibi, ever practical, sent a wave of Kikaiku to dismantle nearby puppets. "Focus. The enemy's not done yet." Mikade stood on the high platform, undeterred. "I told you the puppet army is complete, and in Murin, my strength is limitless." He opened his robe, revealing his true form, a grotesque, spider-like puppet towering over 3 meters high. The 6-legged monstrosity gleamed with sharp blades at the ends of its front legs, and its body radiated an unnatural, mechanical glow. "This is my ultimate form," Mikade declared. "With the dragon vein, I hold the power to dominate all 5 great nations." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Another ultimate form? Another plan to dominate the world? You villains need some new material." Before Mikade could finish his monologue, several of his puppets exploded in a series of fiery bursts. "What?" Mikade turned, stunned. "What's happening?" A white-haired boy darted through the remaining puppets, slapping detonating tags on them with precision. He leapt to a high perch, raised 2 fingers, and commanded, "Detonate." The remaining puppets erupted in explosions, leaving Mikade's forces in ruins. "Kakashi, nice work," Minato said, smiling. Naruto gawked at the younger Kakashi, who stood poised on the wall, mask intact and Sharingan free. "That's little Kakashi. He's so tiny. And cute. I want to Rua." Kakashi froze, feeling a strange, unsettling aura coming from Naruto. He stared at him with dead fish eyes. "What's wrong with this guy? He looks like Minato-sensei, but I feel like I'd get trapped if I got too close." Mikade screeched in fury, charging forward with his bladed legs slashing wildly. Chozo used his partial expansion jutsu to swat Mikade into the wall. "That's it?" Naruto teased. But Mikade's laughter echoed through the chamber. Purple chakra from the dragon vein surged into him, repairing his injuries instantly. His body grew larger, resembling a massive scorpion with an enormous tail. Minato frowned. As long as the dragon vein powers him, he's nearly invincible. Naruto formed hand signs. "Then let's smash him until we figure it out. Water style, water severing wave." Naruto unleashed a high-pressure jet of water, slicing off Mikade's tail and legs. They regenerated almost immediately. "That's not going to work," Minato said. "We need a way to cut him off from the dragon vein." Naruto called out to Kurama. "Big Fox. Give me a boost." Kurama smirked, gathering natural energy and passing it to Naruto. "Don't waste it, brat." Naruto's eyes changed as he entered Sage mode. Raising his hand, he formed a massive resin shuriken, infused with natural energy. "Senjutsu, scorching spiral shuriken." Naruto shouted. Minato's eyes widened. He's added elemental chakra to the Rasengan? And his Sage mode. It's more refined than Jiraiya-sensei's. He really is incredible. Mikade roared in defiance, but Naruto hurled the resin shuriken directly at him. The spiraling attack tore through Mikade's body, severing his connection to the dragon vein and reducing him to scrap. Naruto grinned, turning to Minato. "What do you think, Dad? Pretty cool, huh?" Minato's smile faltered briefly. "Dad." He decided to file that away for later chapter. 235 The resin shuriken exploded against the centipede-like puppet, its powerful wind chakra slicing the massive construct into countless fragments. Pieces of the puppet scattered across the ground, leaving a seemingly lifeless heap of parts. For a moment, silence filled the air as everyone marveled at the sheer power of Naruto's ninjutsu. But before anyone could celebrate, purple chakra emerged from the top of the tower, branching into numerous chakra threads. The threads snaked through the air, reconnecting the scattered fragments, including those of the puppet soldiers that had been destroyed earlier. The fragments began to fit together in a way that defied logic, like a chaotic game of Tetris. Piece by piece, they merged into a massive centipede-like monstrosity, its body stretching over 100 meters in length. The enormous centipede reared up, breaking through the ground and towering over Naruto and the others. Its many-bladed legs gleamed menacingly under the light as it roared, "This is my strongest form. No one can defeat me." The centipede swung its massive tail toward the Hidden Leaf village group, its sharp, blade-like legs slashing through the air. The sheer size of the puppet was overwhelming. "This body is way too exaggerated," Choza muttered, struggling to keep his footing. Shibi released a swarm of his Kikaiku insects, attempting to jam the centipede's joints or devour its chakra threads, but the effort had little effect. Young Kakashi's wide eyes betrayed his inexperience with battles of this scale. He focused solely on dodging, trying to stay out of harm's way. Minato flung two kunai into the air, forming a hand seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The kunai multiplied into thousands, raining down on the centipede and blasting holes into its massive body. But the damage was short-lived. The puppet's regenerative capabilities restored it almost instantly. Naruto, watching the display, tilted his head. "That's not just regular shuriken shadow cloning. You're pumping a ton of chakra into that, huh?" Minato smiled faintly. "Do you mind if I let you take over, Naruto?" "Sure, but don't blame me if I make some noise," Naruto replied, smirking. Minato gestured toward the massive centipede. "As long as it's not louder than him." Naruto grinned mischievously. "Big Fox, let's go wild." In the sealed space, Naruto threw open the gate. "Big Fox, time to stretch your legs." Kurama's booming voice echoed. "Finally. Let's wreck this thing." The golden red chakra of the nine tails erupted from Naruto, enveloping him in its immense power. The chakra formed a massive, glowing nine-tailed fox, its sheer presence shaking the ground. Minato, Kakashi, Choza, and Shibi stood within its protective aura, shielded by the overwhelming power. Little Kakashi stared in awe. "What kind of power is this?" Choza and Shibi exchanged glances, their expressions serious. They recognized this as the chakra of the nine tails, though the controlled form was unlike anything they had seen before. Naruto turned to Minato and grinned. "Don't worry, Dad, just observe and enjoy the show." Minato's sharp senses caught the implication of the word dad, but he set it aside for now. Instead, he analyzed the situation. "This power. It's so much more stable than Kushina's nine tails." Naruto clenched his fists, syncing his movements with Kurama. "Alright, big guy, let's dance." The chakra-formed nine tails lunged forward, its massive claws slamming the centipede into the ground. The centipede struggled, its bladed legs flailing wildly, but Kurama's strength was overwhelming. Mikade screamed from within the centipede, "How can this monster be so strong?" Naruto smirked, taunting him. "You think you can win with one tail? Please, this is a real-tailed beast." Kurama chuckled, his massive chakra form mirroring Naruto's attack. "That's the spirit, brat." Naruto continued the assault, pummeling the centipede's body with relentless blows. The earth trembled with every impact, and cracks spread across the ground as the giant puppet was repeatedly smashed deeper into the dirt. Mikade frantically tried to fight back, swinging the centipede's tail in a desperate attempt to counterattack. But Kurama's tails coiled around the puppet's limbs, immobilizing it. "Stay still, bug!" Naruto shouted, his voice resonating with Kurama's as they delivered a synchronized barrage of punches. Mikade, now desperate, funneled the dragon vein's energy into the centipede. The puppet's head reformed, its mouth opening to release a massive column of purple flames. Dragon vein, dragon fire. The flames struck Kurama's chakra form, momentarily causing it to waver, but the nine tails merely shook it off. Naruto smirked. "That's it. My turn." Kurama gathered chakra into his mouth, forming a dense-tailed beast bomb. But Naruto added his own twist, manipulating the chakra with his wind nature. The bomb glowed with a golden hue as white steam rose from it. Naruto shouted, "X. Caliber." Before firing the devastating attack. The blast obliterated the centipede's upper body, leaving behind only its broken lower half and a massive crater in the ground. Mikade screamed as his puppets remained scattered into slag. The battlefield was silent, save for the faint crackling of residual chakra. Little Kakashi stared, wide-eyed, at the destruction. This isn't a ninja battle. It's something else. Chosa and Shibi exchanged uneasy glances. Even Minato, who had witnessed countless incredible feats, was stunned by the sheer scale of Naruto's power. Minato broke the silence with a weak chuckle. So, when you said you'd make some noise. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, maybe I overdid it. A little. Kurama's voice rumbled in Naruto's mind. And you call me destructive? Naruto muttered back, hey, it worked, didn't it? As they surveyed the battlefield, the centipede's remains began to stir. Purple chakra threads once again snaked through the fragments, trying to reassemble. Naruto sighed. Seriously? This guy doesn't know when to quit. Minato stepped forward, his expression calm. Naruto, let me handle this one. Naruto grinned. Sure thing, Dad. Show me how the yellow flash gets it done. Chapter 236. The remaining half of the centipede lay still for only a moment before the dragon vein's chakra began flowing into it again. The shattered pieces Naruto had obliterated began reassembling, slowly but surely. Within seconds, the puppet's recovery was in full swing, and it was only a matter of time before it regenerated entirely. Naruto, watching this, scowled. If it keeps coming back, the only real solution is to seal it. If that doesn't work, we might need to seal the dragon vein itself. He turned to the others for input. Thoughts? The rest of the team nodded, clearly deferring to Naruto's experience. Minato, however, watched his younger brother with growing interest. His techniques and strategies were far beyond what Minato expected from someone his age. Without lifting the Nine-Tails form, Naruto slammed one of Kurama's massive paws onto the centipede. Let's try this first. Seal. Naruto shouted, and black markings spread rapidly from Kurama's paw, forming intricate patterns across the centipede's body. However, as the markings finished forming, they faded and disappeared. The centipede's regeneration continued unabated. Minato, observing closely, tilted his head. That sealing technique is meant to interrupt chakra flow, right? You've got impressive control for something that complex. It must have taken years of practice. Naruto grinned. Yeah, it's decent. Let me try something else. Golden chains emerged from Naruto's body, wrapping themselves tightly around the centipede. The glowing chains coiled around the puppet like vines, restraining its movements and binding its fragmented body together. This should slow it down, Naruto said confidently, tightening the chains until the centipede resembled a giant, helpless caterpillar. But Makade, encased within the puppet, was far from helpless. His voice echoed from the centipede's body, filled with defiance. You fools! My power is limitless. The dragon vein's energy is infinite. I will crush you all. Naruto didn't even flinch at Makade's threat, though the volume of his yelling did make him wince. Big talk for someone wrapped up like a burrito, Naruto muttered, tightening the chains. Minato's eyes softened as he observed Naruto's use of the adamantine sealing chains, a technique from the Uzumaki clan. You can use this too? He asked, his tone betraying both awe and curiosity. Yeah, I've been able to use it since I was born. Guess it's in the blood, Naruto said casually. The big fox got the short end of that deal, though. Nine-Tails growled from within Naruto. That's enough reminiscing. Stop talking about that. Kurama's embarrassment radiated through their bond. Naruto chuckled. Fine, fine. He focused back on the centipede, noticing that its regeneration had slowed but hadn't stopped completely. It's working, but not enough. The dragon vein's chakra is still keeping it alive. Minato nodded. Then we'll need Queen Sara's help. Only she has the power to sever Makade's connection to the dragon vein. Naruto loosened the chains and rolled the centipede up like a giant hose. Got it. Let's go find her. With a cheeky grin, he called out, time for go Lego roll heart. He pushed the tightly bound centipede forward, rolling it along like a giant ball. Makade screamed in outrage. Damn you, Hidden Leaf Village ninja. I'll destroy you all. Naruto ignored him completely, laughing as he pushed the centipede along. Kakashi, watching the scene, couldn't help but think, isn't this a little undignified for a tailed beast? The group soon found Sara and the refugees. To avoid alarming them, Naruto stopped at a safe distance while Minato approached Sara to explain the situation. Sara listened carefully, then nodded resolutely. There's an altar within the city that can sever Makade's connection to the dragon vein. If we can reach it, I can cut him off completely. Lead the way, Naruto said, rolling Makade in the direction Sara pointed. As they approached the altar, Makade's resistance grew more desperate. He funneled massive amounts of the dragon vein's energy into his puppet form, causing his body to glow with unstable purple energy. You'll regret this. Makade screamed. I'll destroy you all along with myself. Dragon vein, super dragon fire. A massive burst of purple flames erupted from Makade's chest. Since his body was tightly coiled, The flames first blew apart his own puppet body before slamming into Kurama's chakra form. The force of the blast caused the nine tails to stagger and fall onto its neck. Naruto patted his chest, completely unharmed within the protective layer of Kurama's chakra. Wow, Mikade. You really don't hold back, do you? You almost hurt yourself worse than me. Kurama grunted. This idiot's attacks are getting annoying. Let's finish this, brat. Naruto stood, his grin returning. You got it, big guy. He controlled Kurama's chakra arms to grab what was left of Mikade's centipede body. Lifting it high above his head, he began slamming it into the ground repeatedly. Hulk smash! Naruto shouted gleefully as he pounded the puppet into the earth. The sheer force of the impacts created massive craters, shaking the entire area. Mikade could barely focus enough to gather more chakra. His connection to the dragon vein allowed him to regenerate, but Naruto's relentless assault was tearing him apart faster than he could recover. Meanwhile, Minato and the others protected Sara as she ascended the altar. At its center was an ancient mechanism, glowing with the dragon vein's energy. Sara knelt before it, clasping her hands together and chanting a ritual incantation. The altar's mechanisms slowly began to close. The beam of light connecting the dragon vein to Mikade's puppet form dimmed and finally vanished. Sara stood, her voice trembling with relief. It's done. I've severed the connection. Mikade's panic was palpable as the flow of chakra ceased. No. My power. My regeneration. Sara, you'll pay for this. Naruto didn't give him the chance. Letting Kurama's chakra form dissolve into his nine tails chakra mode, Naruto grabbed a piece of Mikade's puppet body, a bladed centipede leg. Think you're running? Not on my watch. Naruto leapt high into the air and slashed downward, splitting Mikade's real body in two. Break in two. Naruto declared dramatically, grinning. Mikade let out a final scream before collapsing, his puppet body falling into lifeless scraps. Without the dragon vein, he was powerless. The battle was over. Chapter 237. The remains of Mikade's centipede puppet lay shattered, its bladed legs scattered across the ground. Yet, as the dragon vein's chakra surged through the air, the centipede began to regenerate. Shards of metal and pieces of the puppet reassembled with eerie precision. In mere moments, it would fully recover. Naruto approached the altar, his curiosity piqued by the mechanism that had trapped him at this time. He wanted to understand how such a force worked. But his thoughts turned serious as he spoke. We need to seal the dragon vein completely. If this thing keeps feeding off it, there's no way to stop it for good. Minato nodded in agreement. You're right. Your Majesty, Sara, the kunai I gave you earlier, do you still have it? We'll need it to complete the seal. Sara took out the kunai, her expression resolute. Here. I think it's best to seal the dragon vein. I don't have the strength to protect it, and if it falls into the wrong hands, it could destroy not just Uran but the entire world. Minato took the kunai with a solemn nod. He stepped to the center of the altar, placed the kunai at its core, and began forming hand seals. Seal. Chakra radiated from the kunai, expanding outward in intricate patterns. A flash of white light enveloped the altar as the sealing formula completed its work. The dragon vein's energy dimmed and stabilized, and the connection fueling Mikade's monstrous creations was severed for good. As the sealing process finished, Naruto's body began to glow faintly, a shimmering white light surrounding him. Sara gasped. What's happening? Minato looked at Naruto, his voice calm and steady. It's time. With Mikade gone and the dragon vein sealed, the disturbance in time has been resolved. Naruto. You're returning to your own time. Naruto glanced at his hands, which were already beginning to turn transparent. He sighed and turned to Minato. So, I guess this is it, huh? Any last words before I go, big brother? Minato's gaze softened, his eyes filled with an emotion Naruto had seen only in glimpses before: pride. At this point. Are you sure it's still big brother? Naruto's expression shifted, and a shadow of resentment flickered across his face. If you want me to call you something else, then survive for me this time, got it? Don't just abandon your kid for love or duty or whatever. Minato's smile never wavered. He didn't know the details of Naruto's pain, but he felt the weight of his words. I understand. If I ever have a son, I'll do everything I can to raise him right. I'll make sure he becomes a ninja as strong and incredible as you. Naruto's voice cracked slightly as he replied, you better mean it. And if you do, tell him a few things for me. Minato listened intently as Naruto rattled off a list. Tell him not to be a picky eater. He should eat well, grow up strong, and take baths on time. Sleep matters, too. None of this staying up late nonsense. Oh, and he should make friends, just a few good ones he can trust. That's enough. Minato nodded, silently committing every word to memory. He couldn't explain why, but he felt the unshakable urge to remember every detail as if these words carried the weight of something crucial. After a moment, Minato said, "I'll remember all of it." Naruto's light-hearted grin returned as he turned his attention to young Kakashi, who had been watching from the sidelines. In a flash, Naruto dashed over and pinched Kakashi's cheek through his mask. "Revenge. Gotcha." Kakashi yelped in surprise, swatting at Naruto's hand, but it was already too late. Naruto's body became fully transparent, dissolving into light. His laughter echoed as he vanished completely. Minato smiled wistfully, staring at the spot where Naruto had disappeared. "So energetic," he murmured. "He's going to be one amazing ninja." Chozo waved the snack wrapper Naruto had given him. "I'll double the snacks for his friends wherever they are." Kakashi rubbed his cheek, muttering, "Who was that guy?" Shibi adjusted his glasses, slightly annoyed that Naruto had ignored him entirely. Sara, on the other hand, bowed deeply toward where Naruto had vanished. "The people of Uran will never forget what he and all of you have done for us." Minato stepped forward, his tone apologetic but firm. "I'm sorry, but for the sake of history, I'll need to seal everyone's memories of this event. It's the only way to ensure that time progresses as it should." Though Sara protested at first, she eventually relented. Minato formed a series of hand seals and placed his palm on the ground. Seal. A glowing circle of chakra radiated outward, erasing the memories of everyone who had encountered Naruto, Mokkade, or the future. The people of Uran would only remember that Queen Sara, with the help of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, had defeated a villain and saved the city. Years later, on an ordinary day in Hidden Leaf Village, Minato stood in the kitchen preparing lunch when Kushina burst in, beaming with excitement. "Minato! Minato!" she shouted, her voice bubbling with joy. "I have big news." Minato turned, startled by her energy. "What is it?" Kushina grabbed his hands and placed them over her belly. "We're having a baby." Minato froze for a moment, his expression blank. Then, a wide grin spread across his face. "A baby? I'm going to be a father? And I'm going to be a mother." Kushina cheered. The two embraced, laughing and spinning in the middle of the kitchen. Their joy filled the house, echoing with promises of a bright future. Later that night, as Minato lay beside Kushina, a thought flickered in his mind. He placed his hand gently over her belly. "Kushina, how much chakra does it take to use the adamantine sealing chains at full strength?" Kushina blinked. "Why do you ask?" Minato hesitated, his instincts tugging at him. "I don't know. I just feel like there's something I need to prepare for. Something important. But if I ever forget, promise me. We'll figure it out together." Kushina smiled, taking his hand in hers. "Of course." Chapter 238. Naruto felt as though he'd traveled through time and space in the blink of an eye. One moment he was surrounded by the prosperity of ancient Uran, and in the next, he was standing amidst its ruins. The vibrant glow of the dragon vein was gone, replaced by silence, rubble, and the faint shimmer of a sealing jutsu inscribed around the altar. The flying thunder god Kunai stood firmly in the center, marking the success of Minato's seal. Before he could fully process his return, Naruto heard a familiar voice call out, "Naruto-kun." He barely had time to react before Hinata rushed over and hugged his waist tightly. "Hinata?" Naruto blinked, startled. He wrapped his arms around her gently, stroking her hair. "Why are you here?" Hinata, blushing furiously, looked up at him. "You've been gone for a day and a night. We were so worried." "Naruto," came a teasing voice. Kushina strolled over, her arms crossed and a smirk on her face. "Gone for a whole day, and you make your mom worry too. What kind of son are you?" Naruto grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "Sorry about that, Mom." As he looked around, he noticed the rest of his friends nearby. Kiba, Shino, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura had all gathered. Even Akamaru barked happily and wagged his tail as he ran up to Naruto. "You're such a troublemaker," Kiba said with a grin, his tone devoid of malice. Hinata, realizing everyone was watching, squeaked and quickly stepped back, her face red. Naruto chuckled, watching her fidget nervously. "So," Kushina said, clapping her hands, "what happened? You've been missing for 26 hours. Care to explain?" Naruto hesitated for a moment, rubbing his chin. "It's a long story. Let's just say I experienced something very interesting." Kakashi, who had been leaning nonchalantly against a broken wall, suddenly straightened. He touched his cheek as though something had just clicked in his memory. His visible eye narrowed slightly. "So that's how it is," Kakashi murmured to himself. "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked curiously. Ignoring her, Kakashi walked straight up to Naruto and, without warning, pinched both of his cheeks. Hard. "Ow! What the hell, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto cried, swatting at his hands. "What are you doing?" Kakashi smirked, letting go. "Oh, I just remembered something interesting. Thanks for that, Naruto. Naruto froze, realization dawning on him. Wait. The sealed memories? There. Unlocked? Looks like it, Kakashi said, his smirk widening. It's been a long time, but I finally understand why my face was sore for no reason. That was your doing, wasn't it? Naruto laughed nervously, scratching his head. Hey, maybe. Anyway, what happened here while I was gone? Sakura stepped in to explain. After you disappeared, Gaara, Temari, and Lady Chio managed to destroy all of Sasori's puppets, including his real body. But since a lot of people had been poisoned, the antidotes I brought weren't enough. I had to help at the hospital for a while. Then Kakashi-sensei and the others arrived, saying you'd gone missing. We all waited here just in case Akatsuki tried anything. As for the guy you were chasing, Kiba added, we never saw him again. Naruto sighed. TCH. I let him get away? That's annoying. Naruto, Kushina interrupted, motioning toward the group, let's save the details for later. We need to report to Sand Village before heading back to Hidden Leaf Village. At the same time, far away in the Akimeki clan household, Choza Akimeki sat at the dinner table with his family. Suddenly, he put down his chopsticks and rushed to his room, leaving everyone confused. Rummaging through a wooden box at the back of his closet, Choza pulled out an old snack wrapper he'd kept hidden for over 20 years. He held it up, a wide grin spreading across his face. Ah, so that's how it is, Choza muttered, chuckling to himself. I ate snacks from the future back then. What a great experience. Smiling, he walked back to the dining room with a new sense of purpose. Setting down a box of treats in front of his son, Choji, he declared, here, these are from Naruto. He told me to give them to you double the amount. On the way to Sand Village, as the group walked towards Sand Village, Naruto shared bits and pieces of his journey to the past, with Kakashi occasionally chiming in. While most of his friends were amazed by the story, Sasuke remained quiet, his expression darker than usual. Naruto, noticing this, nudged Sakura and whispered, what's up with Sasuke? He looks like Big Brother Itachi just poked his forehead and said, maybe next time. Sakura glanced at Sasuke before stepping closer to Naruto. Well, before you came back, Sasuke seemed really worried about you. He was ready to use a Chidori to break the Dragon Vein seal to bring you back. If Kakashi-sensei and your mom hadn't stopped him, he might have done it. Naruto blinked, feeling a mix of surprise and guilt. Wow. That's a little intense. Hinata, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. I think Sasuke might feel sad. Sad? Why? Naruto asked. Hinata hesitated. Maybe he felt left out. You only called Sakura for help, but then not him. It's like being ignored by someone important. Shino, walking at the back of the group, nodded silently. Hinata understands. Being ignored hurts. Deeply. Naruto frowned, realizing she might be right. Oh man, I didn't mean to make him feel that way. I should talk to him. He stepped towards Sasuke, who immediately turned his head away. Naruto grinned sheepishly, scratching his cheek. Hey, Sasuke. About earlier. Sorry if it felt like I didn't rely on you. You know you're important to me, right? Sasuke glanced at him, his expression softening slightly. Humphrey. Just don't let it happen again, Dobby. Naruto chuckled, relieved. You got it, Tom. As they neared Sand Village, Naruto glanced at his mom, friends, and Sasuke, who now looked a little more at ease. Despite the chaos of time travel and his run-in with the past, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This is my team, my family, he thought. And no matter where or when I am, I'll always fight to protect them. Chapter 239. Naruto draped an arm around Sasuke's shoulders, completely unaware of the growing storm he was brewing, and began to complain, Sasuke, I ran into this super annoying guy during the mission. Sasuke shrugged Naruto's arm off with mild irritation. So? What's that got to do with me? Ignoring Sasuke's attitude, Naruto leaned closer, his voice becoming more animated as he continued, this guy, he uses these crazy clay bombs. They're like little art projects that explode in your face. I couldn't figure out a good way to deal with him. Next time we see him, you'll have to handle it. Naruto started mimicking Deodar's art, using exaggerated movements to describe flying birds, crawling clay creatures, and explosions. Sasuke's expression remained stoic, but he couldn't help feeling a little pleased at being relied on. That is until he mulled over Naruto's words. If Naruto couldn't handle it, could I? He replied with his trademark smirk, if you couldn't beat him, what makes you think I can? Naruto grinned. Because you have the Sharingan, duh. You'll be able to see through all his bombs before they go off. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the flattery. It was a good start. And, Naruto continued with a mischievous grin, You're really good at lightning-style attacks. That clay stuff is basically Earth-style. You'd totally wreck him." Sasuke's smirk grew. He couldn't help but feel smug at the praise, but in true Sasuke fashion, he didn't let it show beyond a slight twitch of his lips. Feeling playful for once, Sasuke decided to test something. "Oh, like this?" Before Naruto could register the mischievous glint in Sasuke's eye, arcs of electricity crackled along Sasuke's body and shot into Naruto's arm. Naruto screamed, his body going stiff. His hair stood on end, transforming into a spiky mess that resembled an electrified hedgehog. Sasuke crossed his arms, barely hiding his smirk, while Naruto's new style drew immediate laughter from the group. PFFT, ha 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 ha. Kiba was the first to double over, clutching his stomach. "Wang, wang, wang." Akamaru barked, hopping in place as if laughing too. Hinata covered her mouth, trying to stifle her giggles but failing miserably. Even Sakura, usually the voice of reason, was holding her sides. Naruto, realizing his predicament, growled, "What's so funny? Stop laughing, Dappeo." Sasuke had already darted behind Kushina, who was equally amused by the sight. "Looks like Naruto finally lost a fight," Sasuke quipped. Naruto scowled but didn't retaliate. Instead, he let Hinata approach him to help untangle his wild hair. As she carefully removed his forehead protector, Naruto thought to himself, this must be why Jiraiya invented that lion's mane jutsu. He probably didn't have anyone to fix his hair. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village. Far away, Jiraiya sneezed loudly, nearly toppling the deck of cards in his hands. "Change the deck." Tsunade snapped, tossing her cards down in frustration. "Oh, come on, Tsunade. I'm starting to win." Jiraiya grinned, shuffling the cards clumsily. "If not for these little games of yours, I'd be destroying something by now," she muttered. Hidden Leaf Village's police force had shut down most of the local gambling dens, leaving Tsunade with fewer outlets for her hobbies. Kushina had once suggested Minato open a casino solely for Tsunade. The so-called wage recovery plan would keep her losses within the family. Naturally, Minato declined. As much as he loved his wife's ideas, that was a bit too much. Returning to Hidden Leaf Village after delivering their report to the Sand Village and discussing plans for future cooperation, the group returned to Hidden Leaf Village. This time, instead of walking, Naruto flew them back using flying thunder god markers Minato had prepared. Standing before the Hokage's office, Kiba let out a sigh. "Man, that ninjutsu is just too convenient." "Woof." Akamaru barked in agreement. Kushina knocked on a door before shoving Naruto inside. "Mission accomplished," she announced cheerfully. "And guess who's got some explaining to do?" Naruto stumbled forward, bracing himself against Minato's desk. He glanced up at his father, guilt flickering across his face. Minato raised a hand and waved casually. "Yo," Minato greeted. "Isn't his my long-lost brother?" Naruto let out a nervous chuckle. Long time no see. Big brother. Everyone else in the room?" Kushina grinned devilishly as she wrapped an arm around Naruto's neck. "So, Naruto, why don't you fill us in on all the details? Like how your dad here was hugging a queen?" Naruto saw his opportunity to deflect and took it. "Yeah, Mom. I didn't want to say it, but Dad looked really comfortable holding Queen Sara back there." "Naruto." Minato protested, his face turning crimson. Before either could explain further, Kushina wrapped her other arm around Minato's neck, pulling both father and son into a headlock. "Okay, both of you are explaining everything." Naruto groaned. "Ow, Mom, we're just kidding." Minato sighed. "So much for being the Hokage," he muttered, though a small smile tugged at his lips. After the chaos later, Minato had one final word for Naruto. "Before you go," he said, his expression unusually serious, "there's something I need to tell you." Naruto paused, curious. "Don't be picky with your food. Eat well, grow up strong, and don't forget to take baths on time. Sleep is important too, no staying up late. And don't forget to make good friends. They don't have to be many, just a few you can trust." Naruto's face flushed as the group stifled their laughter behind him. "Geez, Dad, you sound like Mom now." Kushina grinned. "And I'm saying the same thing." Naruto rolled his eyes, a reluctant smile creeping across his face. Despite the teasing, there was a warmth in the moment, a reminder of the bond he shared with his parents, one he never took for granted. As they all left the office, Naruto glanced over at Sasuke. "Hey, don't think I forgot about you, Tom." Sasuke smirked. "Just try not to lose the next time, Dobi." Naruto laughed, knowing full well that despite everything, his family, both blood and chosen, had his back. Chapter 240. At his desk, Naruto felt a nudge at his waist from a small Kurama. "I hate to interrupt, but the main body is asking for you to head into the sealed space," he said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Did the big fox tear something down again? He asked as he stepped into the sealed space. The moment Naruto entered, he was greeted by the sight of Kurama holding 2 orbs of purple chakra in his massive hands. What is this? Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. Kurama stretched out his hand, presenting the orbs. You've seen this kind of thing before, he replied flatly. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he stared at the chakra. This is Dragon Vein chakra. Where did it come from? Kurama pointed toward the small lake that had appeared when the seal was altered. It came from there. Out of nowhere, he said. Following Kurama's gaze, Naruto noticed faint, wispy threads of purple chakra emerging from the air near the center of the lake. The threads converged into a small orb, floating roughly a meter above the water's surface. Judging by its formation speed, Naruto estimated a new orb could form every 10 minutes or so. When did this start happening? Naruto asked. Kurama shrugged, looking unbothered. Not sure? I only just noticed it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You live here, don't you? How do you not notice weird stuff popping up in your house? Kurama glared at him, annoyed. Do you notice every mosquito that enters your room, brat? I have a barrier for that, Naruto said smugly. Keeps out mosquitoes, flies, cockroaches, and mice. Nothing gets in. Kurama clicked his tongue in exasperation. Metaphor, you fool. It started as such a tiny amount of chakra that I sneezed out more energy than that. Why would I pay it any attention until it became noticeable? Naruto scratched his head. I guess that makes sense. Still, this is pretty strange. Based on the current volume and the rate of chakra accumulation, Naruto deduced it must have started sometime after he arrived in this timeline. He inspected the seal but found nothing unusual. Turning back to the chakra orb, which floated serenely above the lake, Naruto asked hesitantly, Hey, Kurama. If this chakra keeps building up, is there a chance I might, explode one day? Kurama gave him a withering look. Do you see me letting you blow up? Use your head. But it's Dragon Vein chakra, isn't it? It's supposed to be infinite, right? Kurama scoffed. Infinite chakra? Who isn't? I'm literally a tailed beast. That's the least impressive thing about it. Fair point, Naruto muttered, still eyeing the orb. Dragon veins carried an air of mystery, which reminded him of the dangers of uncontrolled power surges. But logically, dragon veins were just vast chakra flows buried deep underground, hardly as mystical as people made them out to be. Does it even do anything useful? Naruto asked. He knew that dragon vein chakra was said to enhance puppets and enable time travel techniques, but the specifics of the latter were unclear. Plus, tampering with time was a last resort. Kurama lazily swiped the chakra orb into his hand with the tip of his tail. With a sly grin, he molded it into the shape of Shukaku before squashing it into nothing with his claws. It's good for relieving boredom, Kurama quipped. Naruto facepalmed. That's not what I meant. He snapped. He couldn't help but notice how dexterous Kurama's claws were, though. Wait a minute. You're seriously telling me you sit here playing with chakra like modeling clay when I'm not around? Figure it out yourself, Kurama replied dismissively. Naruto exited the sealed space and returned to the real world. He found his parents, Minato and Kushina, and filled them in on the situation. I don't recall anything like that appearing when we inspected the dragon vein seal, Kushina said, shaking her head. Minato frowned in thought. Could it be a side effect of your time travel? Or did something happen when you defeated Makade? Naruto leaned toward the first explanation. It's not like Makade dropped some rare skill that lets me absorb dragon vein chakra, he joked. To test the chakra, Naruto went to a training ground. First, he molded it into a purple Rasengan. Then, he created a regular blue Rasengan of the same size for comparison. Pressing each one into the ground, they exploded with identical craters, though the purple Rasengan's impact was slightly larger. That's it? Naruto muttered. He tried using the chakra for wind and water style techniques, but the results were similarly unimpressive. Less than a 10% boost. This is nothing compared to Sage Mode or Kurama's chakra. Disappointed, Naruto decided to experiment further. Mixing dragon vein chakra with regular, Sage, or Kurama's chakra yielded no meaningful improvements. Guess it's only good for stockpiling chakra, he muttered. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the chakra lacked the volatile nature of Kurama's and could be adapted for use by ordinary shinobi. Naruto shared his findings with Minato. With its current output, I could charge up Hidden Leaf Village's entire ninja force without using Kurama's chakra. Strategically, it's pretty strong. Minato nodded after hearing the report. If it has no side effects, we can put it to good use. For example, it could help the barrier teams or even be used to power Inkrad. Chapter 241 Ankrat. That sounds feasible, Naruto said thoughtfully. The floating city, once gifted to Hidden Leaf Village by the Land of Sky, had been escorted by hundreds of shinobi led by their previous leader, Shinno. Though there had been some misunderstandings and friction during the gifting process, they were resolved after a friendly exchange. Shinno ultimately entrusted everything to Hidden Leaf Village, leaving behind his famous parting words, "This is my treasure. If you want it, go find it. I've left everything there." Following this cryptic clue, Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi explored the floating city, recovering everything Shinno had left behind. The original floating city, though aesthetically advanced, had been damaged during the conflict. Minato, seeing its potential, ordered its repair and remodeling. Once the new floating city was complete, Minato proposed renaming it. Naruto jokingly suggested Inkrad, and to his surprise, the name was unanimously approved by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others. Minato didn't even get a chance to submit his own suggestion. "Why Inkrad?" Tsunade had asked at the time. "Because it's short," Naruto had grinned. "Shorter is better." The newly christened Inkrad no longer relied on the Dark Chakra or the Zero Tails as its energy source. Instead, Hidden Leaf Village developed a chakra storage device inspired by the Zero Tails mechanism, serving as the city's energy core. Most of the chakra came from volunteers among the village's ninjas, who contributed small amounts daily. Occasionally, Kurama would provide chakra in exchange for particularly delicious food when he was in a good mood. Over time, the reserves grew significantly. As of 6 months ago, the floating city had enough chakra to stay airborne for half a month provided the chakra cannon wasn't used. "Don't underestimate that," Minato had said. "It's already enough to win several large-scale battles." Now, with Naruto's discovery of a stable supply of Dragon Vein chakra, Inkrad's potential grew even further. The Dragon Vein chakra alone provided the equivalent of draining the reserves of more than 100 Kakashi-level shinobi daily. Over time, the long-term supply promised to be remarkable. Naruto signed a long-term chakra supply agreement with the village, and in true Minato style, the deal was fair. It benefited both the village and Naruto equally. Naruto grinned at his earnings. "Am I in the new energy business now?" In a celebratory mood, Naruto decided to treat his friends to dinner. After all, everyone had worked hard. Cheers. The Hidden Leaf Village 12 raised their glasses of juice in unison. Naruto had originally invited only Teams 7 and 8, but after running into the others, he decided to extend the invitation. Sharing a meal with everyone felt right. As the various ingredients sizzled on the grill, the group began to chat. "It's rare for everyone to gather like this," Sakura noted. "The last time we were all together was during the Chunin exams, right?" "Yeah," Tenten said, propping her chin on her hand while flipping some meat. "After that, we've all been busy with missions or training." Shikamaru, ever the picture of lethargy, sighed. "Especially recently. So many missions. Troublesome." Ino smirked. "What's so hard about your missions? Aren't you just escorting Temari around?" Since the Chunin exams, Temari had taken on the role of liaison between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village. As Hidden Leaf Village's official diplomat, she often traveled to the village, and much of her reception duties had fallen to Shikamaru. "Temari's already a jonin, Shikamaru," Naruto teased. "You need to step up your game." Shikamaru, seeing the amused expressions of the others, particularly the girls, wisely decided to drop the subject. Instead, he pointed at Choji. "Hey, Choji, that meat's not cooked yet." Choji said through a mouthful of half-cooked meat. "Some meat's better when it's not fully done." Ina rolled her eyes. "It's because you're such a glutton that you're blump." She avoided using the forbidden word. Choji, unfazed, declared, "The Akimaki clan never lets food go to waste." As the conversation continued, Hinata sat quietly, enjoying the company and thinking fondly of her team. Sakura, however, couldn't resist glancing at Sasuke's profile. Would it really be a bad thing if Kakashi brought Sasuke into his bad habits? She wondered. Meanwhile, Tenten lamented her rigorous training schedule. "I wish my team was lazier. Every day, it's taijutsu training from morning till midnight. Sometimes, I forget I'm a girl." She gestured toward Lee, who was now eating with weights strapped to his arms. His hands trembled as he tried to grab food. Since the battle with the Land of Sky, Lee had become even more determined to train after witnessing the strength of the green beast Kimimaro. His self-imposed regimen bordered on self-abuse. Sakura and Ino exchanged sympathetic looks with Tenten. Breaking the silence, Sakura remembered something. "Speaking of teachers, Tenten, didn't you become a disciple of Lord Hokage?" Chapter 242. "That's how it is," Tenten said sheepishly. She always felt her talent wasn't exceptional and often worried she was letting Minato down. She had been studying Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan for so long, but even now, her Rasengan wasn't perfected. While she could use it, its speed and power still fell short of the finished product. Really? Ino said, clearly envious. Just being the fourth Hokage's disciple is amazing. You're so lucky. Hokage-sama is so handsome, kind, and gentle when he smiles, and he's ridiculously strong. Ino sighed dreamily. As a self-admitted sucker for looks, she ranked appearance above all else, even strength. Naruto, sitting next to Hinata, beamed. Praising my dad is the same as praising me. We look so much alike. If he's handsome, then by extension, I'm even more handsome. Rounding up, of course. Ino truly had great taste, in Naruto's opinion. Sakura, too, felt a pang of envy. Even though she was Tsunada's disciple, someone strong and accomplished, Tsunada wasn't exactly gentle. Most of Sakura's progress had come through hard training, pushed by her mentor. If given the chance, she wouldn't mind a teacher as kind as Minato. Tenten scratched her head. Minato-sensei really is great in every way, but he's so busy being Hokage that most of my training is done with Naruto. Naruto? The others stared at him, surprised. Naruto grinned. That's right. How about it, Tenten? You want to try calling me Naruto-sensei? Sure, teacher Naruto-sensei, Tenten replied, playing along. After all the time spent practicing Rasengan with Naruto, they had gotten along quite well. Naruto immediately leaned back like a king. Alright then, Naruto-sensei, want some tenderloin? You've got some nerve, Tenten laughed, picking up her chopsticks to grill some meat. But as she looked down at the empty plate, she froze. Wait. Where's the tenderloin? The group turned toward Neji, who had piled all the tenderloin onto the grill in front of him, seemingly lost in concentration. Neji, what are you doing? Tenten asked, perplexed. Please wait, Neji replied without looking up. His Byakugan was active, and he seemed to be observing the slices of tenderloin with great intensity. After a few seconds, Neji moved with lightning speed, flipping the meat onto a plate and handing it to Hinata. Hinata-sama, please try these and tell me which slice tastes the best. Okay, Hinata stammered, caught off guard. But the allure of food was too strong, and she quickly took a bite. I think the fourth slice is the best. I see. So, this is the ideal heat, Neji muttered. With renewed focus, he resumed grilling, carefully observing each slice with his Byakugan. Brother Neji, what's gotten into you? Hinata asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. It's nothing, Neji replied. I just realized that, as an older brother, I haven't cared for you enough. In reality, Neji had recently crossed paths with Aachi and Kinamaru by chance. While those two rarely spoke, their passion for their younger siblings had left a deep impression on him. Their doting attitudes made Neji question whether he had been neglectful toward Hinata and Hanabi. Deciding to remedy that, Neji resolved to grill the best meat possible for Hinata, using every ounce of his training and skill. Naruto, watching this unfold, poked Tenten's shoulder. Hey, Tenten, looks like your last normal teammate is broken too. Ah, I see it, Tenten sighed, absent-mindedly chewing on her chopsticks. Sakura leaned over to poke Naruto. Naruto, I think Tenten's broken as well. Ah, I saw that too, Sakura, Naruto replied dramatically. He was beginning to think he might be the last truly normal person in Hidden Leaf Village. To distract himself, Naruto picked up a half-cooked slice of meat and took a bite, only to realize it wasn't done yet. He casually placed it on Sasuke's plate. Here, Sasuke. Try my cooking. Sasuke had just finished turning his meat when Naruto's chopsticks appeared in his line of sight. Out of reflex, Sasuke moved to guard his food, only to realize Naruto wasn't stealing anything. But when Sasuke saw the half-eaten slice with Naruto's bite marks, he fell silent, then flung it behind him. Woof! Akamaru jumped up, catching the meat midair, his tail wagging happily. Don't worry, Akamaru. I'll have yours ready soon, Kiba promised, understanding his partner perfectly. Meanwhile, Shino silently waved a piece of grilled meat in front of Akamaru, waiting for a reaction. When none came, he shrugged and ate it himself. After everyone had eaten their fill, Choji leaned back, patting his stomach. I'm stuffed. With that, the party wrapped up, with Choji happily finishing the last piece of grilled meat. Tenten sighed in relief when Neji finally returned to normal after Hinata's gentle persuasion. If her team didn't have at least one sane person left, she didn't think she could handle it. At the checkout, Naruto stared at the bill but wasn't surprised by the long list of numbers. To his surprise, Choji pulled out a coupon. Naruto, this is a discount for this place. Take it, it's thanks for those snacks you gave me earlier. Thanks, Choji. Naruto beamed, thrilled to save some money. He began to suspect that Choji always carried a barbecue discount coupon with him, or maybe the Akimaki family secretly owned shares in the restaurant. Not every shinobi was enjoying a leisurely meal, however. The Akatsuki had begun their hunt for the tailed beasts, leaving destruction in their wake. Far away in Hidden Stones village, Onoki listened grimly to a report from one of his shinobi. Lord Tsuchikage, the bodies of Nin and Tu were discovered 50 kilometers southeast of the village. Han has disappeared. There are traces of Han's ninjutsu, along with evidence of water and fire style techniques. Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, was a taijutsu specialist wearing red armor and a distinctive hat. Known for his incredible strength, he could utilize the Five Tails' power to unleash devastating bursts of chakra, capable of superheating the air around him. Is there any additional information? Onoki asked, frowning. Han wasn't the type to abandon his comrades, so his disappearance suggested foul play. Yes, the shinobi replied. There were sightings of a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds. He was behaving suspiciously. Akatsuki? Onoki growled. He had hired them in the past for unsavory tasks, but to see them targeting his village's Jinchuriki was an unforgivable act. Search for any signs of Rashi whereabouts, but don't act rashly, he ordered. Understood. Chapter 243 Rashi, an inch from Hidden Stones village, was the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Son Goku. Often dressed in purple robes and traditional armor resembling ancient samurai, Rashi's stubborn personality often clashed with the third Tsuchikage, Onoki. This friction eventually led him to leave the village not as a defector, but more akin to how Jiraiya and Tsunade wandered for their own reasons. Rashi sought solitude, training far from the conflicts of the Hidden Stone. Despite his outwardly gruff demeanor, Rashi maintained an unusual rapport with Son Goku, having coexisted for over 40 years. Yet, even after decades, Rashi refused to address the beast by name. This was not out of malice, but rather his stubborn pride, much like how Naruto himself initially struggled with Kurama. Son Goku, however, took no offense, often proclaiming, "I am the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave." Bestowed with the name Son by the Sage of Six Paths, I am Son Goku, the great sage equaling heaven. Rashi's pride often kept him from asking questions twice. If he forgot something, he'd stubbornly avoid admitting his error. Thus, even at his death, he never achieved perfect harmony with the Four Tails, a testament to how arrogance can be a shinobi's downfall. Meanwhile, in Hidden Clouds village, the fourth Raikage's office trembled with the sound of smashing furniture. The disappearance of Yujito, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, had left him fuming. What do you mean she's missing? Who dared to take her? He roared, shattering his desk with a single punch. Mobui, his ever-composed secretary, calmly presented her findings. Raikage-sama, please remain calm. The most important task is locating Yujito and ensuring the safety of the Two Tails. However, we must also prepare for the worst strategies to recover the beast if necessary. She handed him a photograph. The image depicted a strange symbol scrawled in blood, a circle surrounded by a triangle. What's this? Some kind of taunt? No, sir. Based on our records, this symbol is linked to a cult in the land of hot water, known for ritual sacrifices. 2 members of this cult are suspected to have joined the Akatsuki. This could mean that Yujito's disappearance is connected to them. The Raikage's face darkened. Akatsuki. Those mercenaries. Mabui continued, we believe they're targeting tailed beasts. Reports suggest that Onoki of Hidden Stones village has used Akatsuki to disrupt our operations in the past. They may have shifted focus to Jinchuriki. The Raikage clenched his fists, electricity crackling around him. First my father dies at the hands of Onoki's army, and now this? That old schemer. I won't let Akatsuki get away with this. Mabui remained pragmatic. Raikage-sama, we must handle this discreetly. If news of Yujito's loss spreads, our enemies, particularly the Hidden Stone, may exploit the situation. The Raikage took a deep breath to calm his rage. Fine. But if they think they can touch Killer Bee, they've got another thing coming. From now on, no concerts or sneaking out without my permission. I'll deal with him personally. Yagura's defense of Hidden Mist Village. In Hidden Mist Village, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, received warnings from Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village about Akatsuki's activities. Strengthening the village's defenses, Yagura ensured that the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, was closely monitored. Utakata, ever the recluse, spent most of his time hidden away, using his unique bubble ninjutsu to float lazily for hours. Despite his reserved nature, Utakata had recently returned to the village after resolving past misunderstandings. What surprised Yagura most, however, was Utakata's unexpected return with the eldest daughter of the Earth Spider clan. Though their clan's influence had waned, their reputation and secret techniques still carried weight. For Yagura, whose tenure had seen the loss of many prominent clans, any opportunity to strengthen Hidden Mist Village was a welcome one. Outside the hidden mist, a small Akatsuki team observed from a distance. "Boss, this isn't working. The Three Tails is being guarded closely, and the Six Tails never leaves the village." The leader frowned, considering their next move. Little did they know that Utakata, as a hermit at heart, would rather remain in his bubble domain than wander far. Chapter 244. Outside the Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Mist Village, 5 individuals stood, visibly troubled. They wore robes of red, yellow, green, blue, and purple, each with a monkey tail tied to their waists, dragging behind them. They were known collectively as a mercenary group infamous for hunting ninjas. Their reputation was nearly as notorious as the Akatsuki. Like the Akatsuki, they cared only for money, not people. Pay them enough, and they'd take down a Kage. The squad relied on a secret technique involving explosive insects, even once forcing the Raikage into a tough spot. Currently, they were targeting the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Mist Village not to join the Akatsuki, but because the Akatsuki offered them a handsome sum for the task. The Akatsuki's original plan required each member to capture one-tailed beast, Baiju, as quickly as possible. Ideally, it would mirror the raid on the Hidden Stones Village, where the Baiju was taken before the village even realized what had happened. But there was a problem: the Akatsuki was running out of manpower. The duo of Kisame Hoshigaki and Dobi, under the alias of Madara Uchiha, was the most efficient team, successfully capturing the 4 tails, Son Goku, and 5 tails, Kakuo, with ease. Most of the heavy lifting was done by Kisame. Dobi, on the other hand, merely provided fire style as a backup, essentially relegated to the support squad. It wasn't that Dobi didn't want to help more, his signature technique, Kami, had become unusable. For some inexplicable reason, every few days, a certain blonde-haired Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, would barge into the Kami dimension, marking the place like a dog claiming territory. Every time Tobi checked on his Kami space, he was left wondering if Kakashi's student was actually a Jinchuriki or secretly one of his own ninja hounds, Ninken. Worse still, Naruto's appearances were infuriatingly unpredictable. Sometimes he'd be gone for days, only to show up multiple times in a single day, never sticking to a schedule. Tobi had given up trying to use Kami entirely, too terrified that he might pop into the dimension one day and get greeted by a Rasengan. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. After all, Dobi's entire Uchiha clan had been ninjas for generations. He had learned when to cut his losses. Thankfully, Kisame and his Saimata blade made up for the slack, completing their missions efficiently. Another duo with progress was Kakazu and Hidan, who had successfully captured the 2 tails, Matatabi. While they took some detours for Kakazu's extracurricular money-making, Nagato, Pain, allowed it since funding the organization was a priority. Kakazu and Hidan were now en route to capture the 7 tails, Chomai. Since the Hidden Waterfall Village was Kakazu's home, the 7 tails was assigned to him. Similarly, the 1 tail, Shukaku, was assigned to Sasori since he was from the Hidden Sand Village. Sasori and Deidara were supposed to capture the 1 tail before taking on another Baiju, but their mission ended in disaster, leaving Sasori dead and Deidara severely injured. When the Akatsuki convened for a full meeting, Pain, acting as the organization's CEO, and Conan, its HR manager, realized they were critically short-staffed. Zetsu, one of the shareholders, suggested outsourcing. There are plenty of skilled mercenaries out there. Kakazu isn't the only one who works for money. However, Kakazu, acting as the CFO, immediately opposed the idea. "I'm not slaving away to make money just for you to hand it to someone else. If you're that desperate, I'll just work overtime to fill the gap myself. Hidan can help me." Hidan readily agreed. As a workaholic dedicated to his faith, he was more than happy to work overtime for his ritual sacrifices to Jashin. The newest recruit, Dobi, chimed in cheerfully, "Wow, you seniors are amazing. Your dedication is inspiring, but if we keep this up, we won't make any progress." Kisame, a loyal employee, remained silent. Convinced by Madara's promises of a bright future, he had joined the Akatsuki without hesitation. Pay and bonuses didn't matter to him as long as he could follow his boss. As for Deidara, he was still on probation. His arrogance and obsession with his art had led to mission failure, costing the organization a valuable member. Until he fulfilled his quota, he had no say in the matter. In the end, Pain made the final decision. "We'll outsource. Negotiate the price down." After careful consideration, they selected a small but reputable group in the mercenary industry. Kakazu was initially furious but calmed down after Zetsu reassured him. "We're not exactly a legitimate company. Worst case, we delay payment, make excuses, or even betray them. Promises mean nothing in this line of work." Placated, Kakazu grinned and dragged Hidan back to continue their money-making ventures. The mercenary squad, despite being small, was bold. Upon receiving Akatsuki's offer, they eagerly accepted, confident that with proper planning, capturing a Jinchuriki wouldn't be too difficult. Thus, they had been staking out the hidden mist village for over 10 days. Thanks to their strong stealth and reconnaissance abilities, they remained undetected. However, their plan had one glaring issue: neither Jinchuriki had left the village. The leader, clad in red, sighed and gathered his team for a discussion. The green-clad member, who specialized in fire-style jutsu, was the first to speak. "Boss, you know I'm impatient. Why don't we just attack them directly?" The purple-clad member, a water-style user, countered, "Boss, you know I'm cautious. We should prepare thoroughly before acting." The yellow-clad member, skilled in a shadow-based assassination technique, shrugged. "Boss, you know me. I'm great at killing, but thinking isn't my strong suit." The blue-clad member, a master of earth style and camouflage, offered, "Boss, you know I'm good at infiltration. Let me sneak inside and take a look." The red leader sighed. "I know you're all talented, but we're dealing with one of the 5 great nations. Even with explosive insects, we're unlikely to escape unscathed." Explosive insects were their signature weapon. These microscopic larvae could be inhaled through breathing and would remain dormant in the body until chakra was used, at which point they would grow and eventually detonate. A mere 0.1 chakra could trigger an agonizing explosion. However, against an entire village of ninjas, the tactic wasn't foolproof. Most shinobi relied on taijutsu before using chakra-based techniques, and the hidden mist village had plenty of sword experts. "Let's gather more intelligence first," the leader decided, releasing reconnaissance insects. Like the Aburame clan, his techniques included various functional bugs. These insects, equipped with oversized compound eyes, allowed him to share their vision. The bugs flew directly into the Mizukage's office. Perhaps the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Itachi, should consider commissioning Naruto to create an anti-insect barrier. Chapter 245. 5 Kage Summit. After much deliberation, the mercenary squad decided to continue observing and refining their plan. "Why rush?" their leader mused. "The advance payment is already in, and the client hasn't pushed us for results. We'll take it slow. If the opportunity doesn't arise, we can always pick up another job. No point dying for one task we still need to eat." Meanwhile, the Akatsuki wasn't pressuring them either, simply because they were swamped with their own work. Capturing a Jinchuriki is only the first step. Extracting the tailed beast requires using Fandom Dragon 9 consuming seals, Genri Ukyu Fujin, to transfer the beast into the demonic statue of the outer path, Jidomazo. While the technique sounds impressive, its execution is less so. It requires the combined effort of all 9 Akatsuki members and takes 3 days and 3 nights to extract a single-tailed beast. By comparison, the monk Jirku from the Fire Temple was able to extract both the 1 tail, Shukaku, and 7 tails, Chomai, in less than a day during the earlier attack on Hidden Sand Village. Of course, this discrepancy might be due to the need to synchronize the demonic statue of the outer path with the extraction process, making it more complicated. Currently, the Akatsuki is short-staffed. Even counting Konan, Tobi, and Zetsu, there are only 8 available members. Furthermore, Zetsu mostly handles surveillance and security during the extraction. As a result, extracting the 2 tails, Matetabi, 4 tails, Son Goku, and 5 tails, Kakuo, has taken over half a month. Naturally, they've had no time to chase the mercenary squad for progress. After sealing the 3-tailed beasts, 3 of the statue's 9 eyes opened, but there were signs of indigestion. According to Black Zetsu, this could be due to the improper sealing sequence. Ideally, the tailed beasts should be sealed in order, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. Another possibility is that the conflicting chakra natures of the beasts are causing internal clashes. Only by gathering all 9 beasts can true balance be achieved. When questioned further, Black Zetsu offered no concrete evidence. After all, he is merely Madara's will and couldn't possibly know the intricacies of the Sage of 6 Paths. With no better explanations, Pain ordered the group to speed up the capture of the remaining beasts, deciding to personally join the effort if necessary. Meanwhile, nearly a month had passed since the disappearance of Hidden Stone's villages to Jinchuriki. Onoki, the 3rd Sushi Kage, had repeatedly sent teams to search for them, but all efforts had been in vain. The situation was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Realizing the danger posed by the Akatsuki, Onoki decided to call for a 5 Kage summit, proposing that the 5 great nations unite to eliminate the organization. Onoki believed that if the Akatsuki's goal was to harm Hidden Stone's village specifically, they would have already acted further. However, if their target was the tailed beasts, other villages would likely face the same threat. For example, Hidden Sand Village had been attacked recently, and instead of hiding the incident, the Sand and Leaf villages openly warned other nations about the Akatsuki. Based on intelligence, It seemed likely that Deodara was involved in the attack on Hidden Sand Village. That brat. Wonder if he's been killed yet, Onoki muttered. Rather than waiting for the other villages to initiate cooperation, Onoki decided to act first, securing a leadership position in the alliance. His goal was to recover Hidden Stone's village's tailed beasts while minimizing losses and maximizing benefits. Onoki's ability to balance risks and rewards earned him the nickname Onoki of both scales. His village's leadership trusted his judgment completely and fully supported his decision. Send word to Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, and Hidden Sand Village. Summon the 5 Kage for a summit. Yes, Lord Sushi Kage. Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Leaf Village. The first to receive the message was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. A 5 Kage summit about the Akatsuki? Sounds good. Minato viewed the Akatsuki as a growing threat that would eventually need to be addressed. Any chance to collaborate with other villages would reduce risks and strengthen alliances. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade supported his decision, and Minato promptly replied in agreement. Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Mist Village. The situation was more complex for Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukage and the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. An opportunity to eliminate the Akatsuki? We can't hide forever, Yagura declared. I'm still the Mizukage. But your safety, one of his advisors hesitated. Yagura waved the concern away. I trust my own strength. I'll select capable guards. Besides, no one would be foolish enough to attack during a 5 Kage summit. Reluctantly, the advisors agreed, and Yagura prepared to attend. Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Sand Village. Gaara, the 5th Kaze Kage, shared a similar mindset. As the One-Tails Jinchuriki, he knew the Akatsuki would come for him eventually. A united effort to eliminate them was ideal. Both Kankuro and Temari supported Gaara's decision. Anyone who tries to harm our brother deserves to be crushed, Temari said grimly. Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Cloud Village. The reaction from 4th Raikage was less cooperative. That old fox Onoki is definitely up to something. Raikage slammed the message onto his desk. His secretary, Mobui, had researched Onoki's extensive history. As a legendary figure who led Hidden Stone's village from poverty to strength, Onoki was a formidable strategist. This summit isn't just about eliminating the Akatsuki, Mobui speculated. Onoki might use this as an opportunity to reveal that we've lost the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, destabilizing the balance of power and turning the other villages against us. Raikage opened his mouth to argue but fell silent as Mobui continued. No, this goes even deeper. What if his real goal is to incite competition over the unclaimed 2 Tails? If someone else takes it, the balance will be broken, and we'll become the primary target. Worse, they might even come after the 8 Tails. Raikage blinked, utterly baffled by Mabui's rapid deductions. Are you overthinking this? Mabui ignored him, her forehead damp with sweat. No wonder Onoki has survived since the Warring States period. His plans run 5 layers deep. Raikage. What are you even talking about? Chapter 246. Tsunade's luck. Mobui, stop overthinking things. I wasn't planning on agreeing anyway, Raikage said as he attempted to halt Mabui's spiraling thoughts. He was genuinely worried that his secretary might overwork herself into oblivion. But Lord Raikage, refusing the 5 Kage summit might also be part of Onoki's plan. He could use it as an excuse to attack you, Mabui countered. Mabui. Raikage's temper flared, but he managed to contain himself. Alright then, what's your suggestion? Mabui offered, how about we reply by saying the village's affairs are too busy for you to leave right now. We can request a delay for the summit. This will give us more time to investigate the disappearances of Yujito and the Akatsuki's movements. If we still find nothing by then, we can at least use the summit to gather intelligence. A grunted. Fine. Do it your way. Mobui, make sure Yujito's situation gets priority. Yes, Lord Raikage. Too busy with village affairs? Ridiculous. Onoki, the 3rd Sushi Kage, slammed the Raikage's reply onto his desk with a scowl. To emphasize his frustration, he used Earth Style, added weight rock jutsu on the letter. The lightweight paper hit the desk with a thunderous thud. Akatsuchi, his loyal but slow-witted aide, commented calmly, don't be so upset, Lord Sushi Kage. It's normal for someone in the Raikage's position to be busy. Onoki huffed. Foolish Akatsuchi. If it were any other Kage, I might believe them, but the Raikage? That meathead probably delegates everything to his subordinates and only shows up to stamp documents. He's probably so clumsy he smashes desks while stamping. Akatsuchi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Is that so? Absolutely. He's just trying to spite me. Onoki's fist slammed the desk again, and he immediately winced. Ah, my back. Unfazed, Akatsuchi asked, So what do we do now, Lord Tsuchikage? Onoki gritted his teeth, one hand supporting his aching back. Humphrey, what else can we do? We wait for a month. It'll give us time to prepare more thoroughly. A whole extra month? Naruto exclaimed, clearly disappointed. He had jumped at the chance to be part of the summit as a guard, eager to experience something new. He had even packed most of his belongings, only to learn that the Raikage had delayed it. Why does it always have to be Cloud messing with us? Yes, Minato nodded. Still, it gives me more time to organize the village's affairs so everything runs smoothly. What's there to organize? Naruto muttered as he flipped through intelligence reports on Minato's desk, treating them like a collection of Ninja World headlines. We can always call back with summons or even talk remotely using the toads. Hidden Leaf Village's efficiency is miles ahead of the other villages. Minato didn't correct Naruto's casual "we brothers" phrasing, instead ruffling his hair. Ignoring Naruto's glare, he replied, even so, I can't afford to let my guard down. The smallest oversight could risk your safety or Kashina's. Fair point. Minato's tone turned somber. Sometimes I wonder. If I had been faster that night, maybe Kashina wouldn't have had to endure the pain of the nine tails being extracted. Our family might not have faced such a life-or-death crisis. Naruto stared at his father, surprised by the rare moment of vulnerability. I didn't make it in time, Minato continued, his voice heavy. Even with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I couldn't save everyone I wanted to. Naruto, don't think for a second that this technique makes you invincible. In war, I lost too many comrades because I wasn't fast enough. Naruto nodded, understanding the weight behind his father's words. Sensing the mood growing too heavy, Naruto asked, so what should I do with this extra month? Minato thought for a moment. Join Kakashi's team and help investigate the Akatsuki's movements. Your sensory skills are among the best we have. Got it. Naruto agreed readily. He wasn't one to sit idle. Just remember, Minato said, if you encounter the Akatsuki, what's your plan? Run, report, call reinforcements, and gang up on them, Naruto replied without hesitation. Minato smiled approvingly. While he trusted Naruto's strength, he didn't want his son to underestimate the Akatsuki, especially given their Jinchuriki targeting strategies. Better to fight smart than risk disaster. Naruto then pulled a mission request from the stack of documents. How about I take this mission, too? Minato glanced at it. The Fire Temple incident. Corpses being stolen? That mission involved the 12 Guardian Ninja, so I was planning to assign it to Asuma's team. They haven't taken it yet, so why not give it to us? Naruto grinned. Fire Temple plus Asuma basically equals widow and unborn kid, right? Though he wasn't extremely close to Asuma, Naruto had a good impression of him. If he could help, he would. Fine, Minato relented. He briefed Naruto on the mission and explained the history of the 12 Guardian Ninja. As they spoke, a rapid knock echoed from the door. Minato gestured for Naruto to hide the documents before calling, come in. Shizune entered, slightly out of breath, indicating she had rushed over. Shizune? Is something wrong? Minato asked. Actually, I'm here for Naruto, Shizune replied. Me? Naruto blinked. Don't tell me you lost Danton. It wasn't me, I swear. Shizune looked confused. What? No, Danton's fine. It's about Lady Tsunade. Naruto's confusion deepened. Tsunade? Did the police catch her again? I didn't report her this time. Minato face-palmed. Naruto, let Shizune finish. Right. Naruto sat silently, though his mind continued running wild. Shizune sighed and explained, Lady Tsunade was playing cards with Lord Jiraiya, just something small to ease her gambling itch, but a few minutes ago, she suddenly won. You know her luck. Minato and Naruto froze. Both instinctively glanced at the mission documents. The timing of Tsunade's sudden win coinciding with Naruto accepting the Fire Temple mission felt ominous, like the bad omens often seen before major historical events. Chapter 247. 3 photos on Kakashi's desk. Naruto paused for a few seconds before tentatively asking Shizune, Shizune, if we roast Danton now, does that count as the bad omen being fulfilled? Stop thinking about Danton. Shizune snapped at Naruto. She quickly calmed herself, then turned to Minato with a polite bow. My apologies. Please proceed with caution. After Shizune left, Naruto stared at the mission request in his hand. It felt heavier than before. Minato asked, even with everything that's happened, are you still going? Naruto nodded. Of course. Last time, nothing bad really happened. It's just that old man third got a little banged up. With my stamina, I can take a hit or two and be fine. Alright. Just make sure to prepare properly and stay alert on the road. Minato didn't believe much in luck, but Tsunade's track record with gambling was so bizarre that it had momentarily thrown him off. I'm off. Naruto said, leaping out of the window. Take the door next time. Minato called after him, shaking his head. With a sigh, he began organizing the mess of documents Naruto had left on his desk before returning to his work. Knock, knock. Naruto didn't bother with the front door. He peered through Kakashi's bedroom window, catching sight of the man lying on his bed reading. Kakashi's eyes shifted slightly to the window but returned to his book. Only after turning the page did he lazily reach over and slide the window open. Where did you pick up this habit of entering through windows? From you, Naruto replied, stepping inside. Naruto glanced around Kakashi's room. It was neat and minimalist, almost boring. The only notable decorations were 3 picture frames on his bedside table. As the saying goes, Kakashi's frames contained 3 photos: 1. A team photo from his time with Minato, Rin, and Obito. 2. A photo of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi when they first formed Team 7. 3. A more recent photo of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura commemorating their promotion to Special Jonin. Naruto had similar photos at home, proudly displayed in the living room. I don't remember ever using the window at your house, Kakashi said casually, shutting his book. Sure you did. When I was a baby, you always climbed in through the window. That doesn't count, Kakashi thought. Back then, he'd been dragged into babysitting duty against his will. Changing the subject, he asked, what brings you here? Naruto pulled out the mission scroll. We've got a mission. We're heading to the fire temple. Kakashi sat up, tossing off his blanket. Fully dressed except for his headband and vest, he quickly began gathering his gear. Naruto's nose twitched slightly. No odd smells, at least Kakashi hadn't been slacking off entirely. What is it? Kakashi asked as he noticed Naruto staring. Naruto waved it off. Nothing. Just surprised you're not off burning youth with Gai-sensei today. I like to rest occasionally. Besides. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. I feel like you were just thinking something rude about me. Naruto quickly denied it. Don't project your own scheming mind onto me, Kakashi-sensei. Sure, sure. Kakashi tied his headband into place and tightened his pack. Let's go. On the way, Naruto winced and rubbed his chest. A shadow clone had just been dispelled. Naruto had sent his clones to notify the others to save time. Clone 001, tasked with informing Sakura, had been hit squarely in the chest by one of Sakura's infamous punches after a poorly timed comment about her figure. Meanwhile, the clone sent to Sasuke had volunteered to test a new Chidori sharp spear and was promptly pierced through the chest. Guess I just unlocked new ways to die, Naruto thought grimly as the memories flowed back. After the team had assembled, Naruto immediately noticed Sakura glaring at him. Just so we're clear, Sakura-chan, what my clones do has nothing to do with me. Sakura smirked, feigning anger. Aren't clones supposed to act on behalf of their original? That's other people's clones. Mine have a mind of their own. I swear I don't even know what washboard or runway means. Naruto blurted before realizing his mistake. You still mentioned it. Sakura's temper flared, a visible tick mark appearing on her forehead. Naruto. Oops. Thankfully, Kakashi stepped in to defuse the situation. Alright, settle down. Naruto, explain the mission. Naruto handed out the mission scroll and added additional details. Our task is to investigate a series of grave robberies near the fire temple. We're also supposed to check for any signs of Akatsuki activity in the area. Grave robbing? Sasuke asked, frowning. It seemed like an odd assignment for their team. They're not ordinary grave robbers, Naruto clarified. According to the monks, some graves were opened, but neither the bodies nor the valuables were touched. That means their targets are 4 hidden tombs. Kakashi added, those tombs belong to former members of the 12 Guardian Ninja, right? Naruto nodded. Yeah. It's said those 4 could combine their lightning-style jutsu to destroy an entire village in one strike. The monks suspect someone might use a technique like reanimation jutsu, Edo Tensei, to revive them and cause trouble. Sasuke's ears perked up. A lightning jutsu capable of destroying a village? That sounded more powerful than his Kirin technique. Wait, Sasuke asked. How strong were these guardian ninjas? Pretty strong, Naruto said. Asuma-sensei used to be one of them, and I think the others were on his level. Naruto mentally added, and their bounty must have been sky high. Pikazu probably couldn't resist if he knew. Sasuke's interest was piqued. Asuma was a well-known elite among Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin. If these opponents were at his level, this mission might be more challenging than it seemed. Got it. Let's head out, Kakashi said. He noticed Sakura deep in thought and asked, something on your mind, Sakura? She shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. It's just. It feels strange hearing Naruto explain mission details instead of you, Kakashi-sensei. Well, You're all grown up now. In a few years, you might be leading genin teams of your own, Kakashi said, his voice filled with pride. Back when he first took on Team 7, they had been a group of unruly kids. Now they were capable young ninja taking on advanced missions. Time flies. A little too fast, honestly. I barely adjusted to teaching, and now my students could be teaching. Chapter 248. Stolen Chakra. The Fire Temple, as the name suggests, was a temple inhabited entirely by monks. Most of them were martial monks, their muscular physiques evident under their robes. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if they spent any time actually practicing Buddhism. Then again, this was the ninja world. Everything made sense here. In a place like this, being unable to fight meant your chances of peacefully spreading teachings were slim. The world's most famous missionary, Hidan, was a prime example. Anyone who couldn't beat him had to listen to his sermons and participate in his rituals. Of course, by the end of those rituals, the listener was usually dead. Despite Hidan's strength, diligence, and unshakable faith, his cult had only one member himself. The monks of the Fire Temple, by contrast, likely trained in martial arts not to convert others by force, but to survive while spreading their teachings or collecting alms. In this world, having some combat strength was essential, so the prevalence of martial monks wasn't surprising. The team was greeted by Chiraku, the Fire Temple's highest-ranking monk. He was a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja and a master of the secret technique Gift of the Sages, Senzoku no Sai, which resembled a miniature Susanoo or wood golem jutsu. Chiraku had once been strong enough to fight both Kakazu and Hidan at the same time, although he eventually fell to them. His bounty on the black market, at 30 million ryo, was just slightly below Asuma Saratobi's. "Welcome. I am Chiraku," he said warmly. "Thank you for coming. It must have been a long journey." Kakashi stepped forward to reply, "We appreciate the welcome. Regarding the mission, we hope you can provide more detailed information." "Of course. Please, follow me," Chiraku said, leading them into a reception room. Two younger monks accompanied him as attendants. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were visiting the Fire Temple for the first time and curiously examined their surroundings. Naruto's attention was soon drawn to a boy practicing martial arts nearby. It wasn't the boy's skill that caught his eye but the faint trace of Nine-Tails chakra he sensed coming from him. "Kurama?" Naruto asked within his seal, seeking confirmation. The Nine-Tails, enjoying leisure back in Hidden Leaf Village, was momentarily surprised. "That's definitely my chakra," Kurama confirmed. "Though it's just a tiny bit. For a moment, I thought that Minato idiot had split me into more pieces than I realized." "Can we reclaim it?" Naruto asked. He didn't want even a trace of the Nine-Tails chakra falling into the hands of the Akatsuki. "It's possible, but I don't want it back," Kurama replied disdainfully. "Why not? It's still your chakra. Would you drink back the sweat you've lost?" "Ugh. Okay, I get it. No need to make it gross." Kurama explained, "That chakra's basically waste to me. Someone must have collected it back when I wasn't paying attention. It's a human problem. Whatever. Just tell me how to retrieve it. You can break the seal on that kid and pull it back with either my chakra or that ridiculous chain of yours. Think of it as chakra tug of war." Naruto nodded. "Alright, I'll deal with it." Once seated in the reception room, Chiraku began, "Regarding the grave robbery incident, sorry to interrupt," Naruto raised his hand. "But there's something I need to ask first." The team turned to him in confusion. Chiraku remained composed, replying, "Go ahead." Naruto met his gaze directly. "Why does the Fire Temple have traces of Nine-Tails chakra? And who is that? Pseudo Jinchuriki? What?" Sasuke and Sakura were visibly startled. Chiraku stayed calm, but the two monks behind him grew visibly tense. Kakashi asked seriously, "Naruto, are you certain?" Naruto patted his stomach. "No doubt about it." Inside the seal, Kurama grumbled, "Stop banging on the door. It's loud." Kakashi turned back to Chiraku. "Master Chiraku, we need an explanation for this. Otherwise, we're in a very difficult position." Naruto had essentially accused the Fire Temple of tampering with Hidden Leaf Village's biggest weapon. Even if it was only a fraction of the Nine-Tails chakra, the implications were severe. Chiraku studied Naruto for a moment. "I see. You're the son of the fourth Hokage, the boy rumored to control the Nine-Tails perfectly. It makes sense you'd notice something unusual about Sora." "Sora?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "The boy's name," Chiraku clarified. Naruto didn't let up. "Master Chiraku, you seem very well informed. I guess life in the temple isn't all meditation and chanting. Watch your tone." One of the monks snapped. "How dare you?" The other added, stepping forward defensively. Sasuke and Sakura immediately moved to the counter, ready for a fight. Naruto ignored the tension. "We're not here to fight, but let's be clear, This is a serious issue. And just so you know, I can win. The monks hesitated, glancing nervously at Chiriku. Chiriku waved them down and sighed. This is indeed our fault, driven by greed. I'll explain everything. Chiriku recounted the events of the Nine-Tails attack on Hidden Leaf Village years ago. During the chaos, a group managed to collect some of the Nine-Tails chakra using a secret technique. They sealed it into a child's Sora hoping to create their own Jinchuriki. That explains why Kurama said it's like sweat, Naruto muttered. The leader of this operation was Kazuma, a member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. He and his faction sought to overthrow Hidden Leaf Village and reshape the Land of Fire into a feudal state centered around the daimyo. The plan led to the faction's collapse, with many of its members dying or fleeing. Kazuma was killed, and Sora was taken in by the Fire Temple, where Chiriku raised him. That's everything, Chiriku concluded. Kakashi nodded. Thank you for your honesty. This could have been much worse. Naruto crossed his arms. So, what do we do now? Chapter 249. I can endure. After Chiriku finished explaining, Naruto got straight to the point. Since that chakra never truly belonged to you, I assume it's fine if I take it back? The two younger monks scowled, clearly unhappy. Even though they didn't like Sora, the boy had lost control of his power before, causing destruction in the temple. They still felt possessive over what had been sealed within him. This was exactly what Chiriku had meant by greed. They knew they couldn't fully control the power, yet they still didn't want to give it up to Hidden Leaf Village. Sora was an unfortunate case. He never truly became a Jinchuriki but was forced to experience the discrimination that came with it. Unlike his disciples, Chiriku was more reasonable. He immediately nodded. Such power was never ours to wield. Returning it to Hidden Leaf Village is the proper course of action. Master Chiriku. The younger monks looked anxious. No more discussion, Chiriku said firmly before turning back to Naruto. I have heard that when a Jinchuriki has their tailed beast extracted, it is often fatal. What will happen to Sora if we remove the Nine-Tails chakra from him? Naruto asked Kurama internally. The fox scoffed before replying, since he's not a full Jinchuriki, he should be fine. He might feel weak for a while, though. Naruto turned to Sakura and patted her shoulder. No worries, this is Tsunade-sama's apprentice we're talking about. She won't let anything happen to him. Sakura nodded confidently. Leave it to me. Chiriku looked relieved. Then let's proceed. Fetch Sora. Although reluctant, one of the young monks obeyed. Sora entered the room. A boy around Naruto's age, Sora was the only one in the temple with long hair, which made him stand out. He was well behaved in front of Chiriku, but there was a wary look in his eyes. You called for me, Master Chiriku? Chiriku nodded and explained the situation. He then asked, I realize this may seem unfair to you. Will you cooperate? Of course. Sora responded without hesitation. That uncontrollable power had only brought him suffering. He didn't want it. More than anything, he hated being treated like a monster. How do we do this? He asked, eager to get it over with. All eyes turned to Naruto. Naruto smiled. Just lie down and leave the rest to me. Sora immediately lay down, exposing his stomach. Chiriku turned to his disciples. Stand guard outside. No one is to enter. Yes, master. Once they left, Naruto examined the seal on Sora's abdomen. Not bad work. Then he turned to Sasuke. Memorize this. Without asking why, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and committed the entire seal to memory. Kakashi, being the ever-curious shinobi, also took a closer look. Naruto quickly jotted down calculations, working out the optimal way to break the seal without harming Sora. A brute force method would be too dangerous. After finishing his notes, he grabbed a blank sealing scroll and inscribed new formulas on it. This would temporarily store the extracted chakra. Alright, let's do this. Naruto's body flared with a red chakra cloak, a manifestation of the Nine-Tails power. Chiriku and Sora watched in awe. So this is how that power should be used. Sakura pulled out a syringe. Do you want anesthesia? No need. Sora clenched his fists. If it means going back to normal, I can endure anything. Naruto placed his palm on Sora's stomach, infusing chakra into the seal. Just a little more. Naruto murmured. You sure you can endure? Sora took a deep breath. I can endure. As the seal unraveled, Sora screamed. It felt like his body was being torn apart from the inside. Hold him down. Naruto ordered. Chiriku, Kakashi, and Sasuke immediately restrained the boy's convulsing body. Sakura monitored his vitals, ready to step in if things went wrong. Here we go. Naruto channeled his chakra, forming a large red chakra hand that reached into Sora's seal. From within, a mass of red chakra emerged, taking the faint shape of a small fox. With one powerful yank, Naruto ripped the chakra out of Sora's body. Naruto slammed the chakra onto the prepared scroll. Seal. The moment he activated the inscription, the chakra was sucked into the scroll. In the center of the seal, the kanji for 9, appeared. With the extraction complete, Sora passed out, his robes drenched in sweat. Sakura quickly checked him. No major injuries. He just needs rest. Chiriku let out a breath of relief. I am grateful for your assistance. Naruto raised a hand. Hold on. I said I'd compensate him. He placed his palm on Sora's stomach again and injected a new chakra source. This time, it wasn't the 9 tails. Over the past few days, Naruto had stored up a lot of Dragon Vein chakra, energy from Inkrad, the floating tower. It wasn't as wild or potent as Tailed Beast chakra, but it was stable and had no side effects. Giving Sora around 300 units, Naruto figured it might save his life someday. Alright, Sasuke, put the seal back together, Naruto instructed. Sasuke nodded. Having studied both the original seal and Naruto's modifications, reapplying it was straightforward. Once everything was done, Sora was taken to a resting room. With that settled, Chiriku returned to their original mission. The 4 sacred tombs are hidden and protected by strong barriers. However, last night, the northern tomb was broken in 2. The coffin and body of Katane were stolen. Katane? Naruto asked. Yes, Chiriku confirmed. The 4 warriors, Katane, Noma, Sito, and 2, were each buried in a different cardinal direction. They perished in the Guardian Ninja conflict years ago and were known for their lightning-style jutsu. Sasuke's ears perked up. What kind of lightning jutsu? Chiriku's expression turned grim. Together, they could unleash Raimyurga, Thunderstorm Rage, a technique powerful enough to wipe out an entire village in a single strike. Naruto blinked. Okay, yeah. That sounds dangerous. Sasuke, however, was intrigued. A lightning technique stronger than Kirin? If someone resurrects them, Kakashi said, they could extract the jutsu formula from their memories. That would be disastrous. Chiriku nodded. Judging by the intricate method used to break the barrier, the culprit must be a high-level shinobi. I suggest we investigate the site immediately. The team stood up, ready to follow Chiriku to the crime scene. Chapter 250. The Art of Grave Robbery. The Tomb of Katane, one of the 4 lightning guardians, wasn't far from the fire temple. The surrounding area was vast and empty, devoid of landmarks. Chiriku pointed to a few scattered seal tags on the ground. This area was protected by a special barrier, yet they still managed to find and breach it. Naruto examined the ground. There were clear signs of forceful entry, but if it was purely physical strength, it wasn't as destructive as Sakura's punches. Which meant whoever did this likely relied on jutsu instead of brute force. With glow sticks in hand, the team followed Chiriku into the tomb. Naruto had no idea how glow sticks even existed in the ninja world, but at this point, the tech tree had gone too far off course, so he just accepted it. As they moved, Naruto muttered random phrases: seek the dragon's vein, observe the mountain's embrace. Light the candle for men, let ghosts blow them out. When the rooster crows, leave the tomb untouched. A penguin's claws are the best tools for a grave robber. Sasuke, walking beside him, frowned. What are you babbling about? Naruto sighed dramatically. It's tomb raiding wisdom, Sasuke. We need to be professional if we're going to solve this case. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Right. I'll keep an eye on you in case you try to loot something. Inside the tomb they arrived at the main burial chamber, where Katane's coffin had been placed. The problem? It was gone. Chiriku gestured toward the untouched ground. No footprints. It looks like they used earth-style jutsu to infiltrate and remove the coffin. Kakashi, the team's pseudo-sushi Kage, nodded. That makes sense. Without missing a beat, he summoned Pakkun. Yo, been a while. Pakkun greeted, raising a paw in a casual wave. His gaze then shifted toward Sakura. Sakura shivered. What? If you say we use the same shampoo again, I swear, Pakkun sniffed. No, actually. This new shampoo of yours smells really nice. Could you recommend it? Absolutely not. Sakura shouted, raising a fist. Naruto quickly intervened. Bro. Calm down. We're inside a tomb, don't start a fight with a dog. Kakashi sighed. Enough messing around. Pakkun, can you track any scents? Pakkun sniffed around before pausing. Strange. I smell roasted sweet potatoes. Naruto grabbed Pakkun's ear. Are you serious? Who the hell would eat sweet potatoes in a tomb? The others stared at Pakkun in disbelief. Pakkun yanked himself free. I'm telling you, my nose never lies. Since Pakkun was usually reliable, the team chose to trust him. Let's head outside and try tracking them, Kakashi suggested. Back on the surface, Pakkun pointed a paw. They went that way. Following the trail, The team soon found themselves climbing a mountain. Kakashi asked, Master Chiraku, can you share the locations of the remaining tombs? Of course. Chiraku described the positions of the other 3 sacred graves. I've already increased security at those sites. Naruto frowned. That's not guarding them. That's telling the enemy exactly where they are. It reminded him of how Kaido Kid always used police security arrangements to identify real treasures from decoys. Sakura crossed her arms. Then why are we even chasing them? Let's just wait at the next tomb. Before Kakashi could respond, they spotted movement. 4 coffins were racing across an open plain as if they were speeding cars. Yet there was no one in sight. Naruto activated his mini-map ability. There's one person underground, but I bet they have more allies hidden. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. It's too deliberate. They're drawing attention. Naruto nodded. Exactly. Look at Orochimaru. That guy steals corpses all the time without anyone noticing. This is a whole damn parade. Let's split up, Kakashi decided. A clone can follow the coffins while we go after the one controlling them. Chiraku agreed. I will accompany Pakkun to track the hidden accomplices. With a plan in motion, Team 7 pursued the coffins while Chiraku and Pakkun took another route. After some time, Team 7 got close. But suddenly, the 4 coffins stopped. Then, they stood upright and sank into the ground. The moment they vanished, the entire terrain shifted. Stone pillars erupted from the ground. Deep fissures spread, forcing the team to separate. Massive slabs moved, forming a maze-like structure. Before they could regroup, 3 figures revealed themselves. A man, a woman, and a gender enigma. The man, Fudo, a brutish-looking fighter. The woman, Fuen, a red-haired seductress. The enigma, Fuko, dressed in a feminine robe, but with features that made their gender impossible to determine. Fuko, holding a topographical map, pointed at the team's positions. The one leading them is Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja. He'll be difficult. I'll keep him trapped as long as possible, Fuko continued. Each of you takes one of the kids, then we regroup to finish him off. Clearly, their intelligence was outdated. They knew about Kakashi but had no idea how strong Naruto had become. Fuen smirked, eyeing Sasuke's location. I'll take the pretty boy, wonder what kind of kiss he likes. Fudo cracked his knuckles. I'll handle the pink-haired girl. She won't last long. Then I'll take out the blonde brat. Fuko nodded. That works. As Kakashi scaled a wall, a stone slab suddenly dropped from above, forcing him to leap away. Then, another stone spike jutted out from the wall, barely missing him. Fuko grinned and drew another line on their map. Instantly, the ground collapsed, sending Kakashi into a pit filled with spikes. Reacting quickly, Kakashi stuck his feet to the pit walls, avoiding the spikes. As the traplet began closing, Kakashi sighed. I feel targeted. Chapter 251. Struggle in general. When a ninja encounters a labyrinth, they should stay calm, observe carefully, and look for subtle clues to find a way out. Alternatively, they could probe cautiously, leaving marks in appropriate places and gradually mapping out the correct path. This was precisely what Sasuke and Sakura were doing. Since this labyrinth was created by an enemy's jutsu, they had to be even more vigilant. Naruto, on the other hand, had finally pinpointed the enemy's location the moment the maze was completed. He noticed that 2 enemies were heading towards Sasuke and Sakura respectively, while one remained near Kakashi. Strangely enough, no one seemed to be coming after him. Have villains fallen on such hard times that they can't even form a proper 4-man squad anymore? Looking up at the towering walls, Naruto plucked a tuft of fox fur, then spread chakra wings from his back and shot into the sky. If they weren't going to come to him, he'd just go to them. Now, who should he visit first? Squatting atop the high walls, Naruto pondered for a second. Kakashi was out of the question. Even if Kaguya herself resurrected and came to beat him down, he could probably hold out for a while. Sasuke was also ruled out. He had finally found a worthy opponent, and if Naruto swooped in to steal the fight, Sasuke would definitely be pissed. So, that left Sakura. As Fudo emerged from the ground with a sinister grin, ready to give the pink-haired girl a nasty surprise, he looked up only to see a grinning blonde. You! How are you here? Fudo was in disbelief. He had personally executed this Earth-style maze according to Fuen's design. And Fuen was a master of trap formations, there shouldn't have been any flaws. Naruto flapped his wings twice. Surprised? I can fly, idiot. Flight is indeed a troublesome ability, but so what? Fudo quickly regained his composure. Though there was a slight deviation from his plan, it didn't matter. He had originally planned to deal with 2 opponents anyway. This just saved him some time. Earth-style, falling slab. A massive stone slab materialized in midair, obeying the will of Lord Newton as it came crashing down its target, none other than Sakura. Fudo intended to take out the seemingly fragile girl in one move before dealing with the flying blonde nuisance. However, sayonara. Boom. The stone slab shattered into countless fragments. Sakura lowered her raised right fist, flexed her fingers inside her glove, and locked eyes with Fudo, her gaze burning with intensity. Looks like you underestimated me. She glanced at Naruto. Let me handle this one. Go for it. Naruto shrugged and sent 2 shadow clones to check on Sasuke and Kakashi. He wasn't too worried, but it was always good to be cautious. Fudo scratched his head. Huh? Not just an ordinary little girl, huh? With a snap of his hands, he formed a new sequence of hand seals. Earth-style, rock coffin. 4 thick walls of earth rose up, surrounding Sakura and closing in rapidly, aiming to crush her. Naruto couldn't help but think Sakura was already as compact as can be. Is there even room for her to be squeezed further? Sure enough, she simply smashed through one of the walls and charged out. But Fudo had anticipated this. Greeting her escape was a human-sized rock sphere speeding toward her. Earth-style, rolling stone burial. Heaven kick. As Tsunoda's disciple, Sakura's fighting style wasn't flashy. If she could dodge, she would. If she couldn't, she'd punch or kick. If her punch wasn't enough, she'd activate the strength of 100 seal and tank it head-on. The game ended when she got close enough to punch her opponent in the face. Fudo, despite his name meaning immovable, wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and let Sakura hit him. He stepped back slightly, forming rapid hand seals. Earth-style, ant hell. The ground beneath Sakura's feet softened in an instant, transforming into a swirling vortex of mud. From Naruto's perspective, it looked disturbingly like a giant flushing toilet, seemingly intent on swallowing Sakura whole. Sakura had never seen this technique before, but she had seen Jiraiya's swamp of the underworld. Tsunoda hadn't just trained her in hand-to-hand combat, she had drilled her in dealing with various jutsu as well. And the best sparring partner for that? None other than Jiraiya himself. Despite his goofy exterior, Jiraiya was a master of multiple ninjutsu, and Tsunoda often dragged him in as a training dummy. Recognizing the similarity to Jiraiya's swamp jutsu, Sakura instantly devised a countermeasure. She threw a kunai tied to a steel wire, latching onto a solid rock while simultaneously flinging shuriken at Fudo to disrupt him. If she couldn't jump out, she'd pull herself out. Her skill with wires, who knew? Maybe she had picked it up from Sasuke. Fudo easily deflected the incoming shuriken, but when he saw Sakura effortlessly breaking through his techniques and charging toward him, he tensed. He activated the earth-style, hardening jutsu, which made his body as tough as rock. I guess I prefer close combat after all. Fudo cracked his neck. True, Sakura could smash rocks, but he was confident that he could hold his own. And so, Fudo engaged her in melee combat. Fudo promptly lost. Even Haruko, while using steel style, had been beaten to a pulp by Sakura. What gave this guy so much confidence? As a responsible spectator, Naruto felt obligated to comment. Damn, Sakura, that was badass. Ugh, my hand hurts. Sakura peeled off her glove and examined her reddened fist. This guy's body was way too hard. Naruto glanced at Fudo, now embedded in the ground in a permanent starfish position. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed a sealing tag onto him and stored his corpse away. After all, he didn't have atomic dismantling jutsu or hellfire burial, an ordinary cleanup would do. After a quick self-healing, Sakura turned to Naruto. How's Sasuke? And Kakashi-sensei? Naruto dispelled the 2 shadow clones and immediately burst into laughter. You and Sasuke are putting on a show. Kakashi-sensei, on the other hand, is getting his ass kicked. Sakura? When, the one responsible for stalling Kakashi, wasn't necessarily stronger than Fudo.